Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Camper Clash. I am, of course, your host, Walker, and today we have got a bout between the two campuses. We have got ourselves against the London campus of Staffordshire University. Of course, joining myself on the desk today, we have got the wonderful Flower Boy Elliot and Kaiser Boy Connor. You know, you two are both you both got boy in your name. I feel like I need to add that little bit to me, so maybe I can be like Walker Man. You know. Because I've got that extra year of knowledge in the brain.
I don't think it works. I don't think it works.
It doesn't work.
No.
It's got to work some way like that, you know, in a little way. So when you lot come level 5, you can be man, and then I turn into OAP when I'm leaving.
Flower Man.
Flower Man.
Flower Man sounds great.
Casual man.
I know. Well, obviously, guys, as I said, you know, we have got the campus clash today. We have got the Stoke campus taking on the London campus, so definitely going to be an interesting one. And well, we've got a wide variety of games. Obviously, a few little changes here and there. You know, it's never perfect when it comes to events, but for the changes, for the most part, we can have a look at the schedule, and you guys can have a look right now. Obviously, we're going to be starting off with some League of Legends, the main esports title. Obviously, previously we did have Smash, but we're going to be having Rocket League as our second title. Gang Beast will be taking the place of Smash, so that's going to come in at around, well, the times that we've given you, but they're going to be changing. TFT, and then we got some staff games of Golf with Friends, Garfield, Kart, and Cisco Wingman. And then ending it off with some Pokemon and Valorant. A good genre, a good mixture of different titles to appeal to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different games here. We've got Garfield Kart, you know, a game that you would never really expect to be played at like an esports thing to begin with. But then we got our big games like League of Legends. We got our CSGO Wingman. You know, you've got a good variation here, I'd say.
I mean, yeah, that's the main thing. You have to have that variety. You've got to appeal to every single audience, and it just kind of shows the greatness of the university as a whole. Because you know, you've got your sort of individual focus titles like that, but the main thing is you've got titles that appeal to everyone, and you have to show the whole sort of demographic when it comes to esports and these sort of events.
Yeah, you know, we're trying to encompass the skill of everyone, really, because our players today are a roster of hand-picked players who know each and every game as much as possible. So hopefully, you know, having all this ability to express their knowledge in these games means they can share information, maybe work with our wider esports teams across universities to then, you know, gather skills, and it'll just encourage a nice university atmosphere as well, because it's all about teamwork on these courses.
Exactly, and I think the main thing is obviously there's got to be that little bit of competition between us and London, you know. We're definitely the more superior campus for sure.
Oh,
you know.
definitely, yeah.
Definitely more, you know, the more well known to say the least. But we've got to ask it because obviously we've got to make these predictions early on. Obviously we got, they're both just sitting there looking very happy. But we got to make these predictions early on. So, who do you think are going to come out on top in our first game of League of Legends, but also the event overall?
Well, you know, maybe I'm a little bit biased here, but I would love to see Stoke, of course, take the win from the League of Legends. You know, it'll be a great start. You know, maybe get a little bit rent-free in their mind. You know, just get
you've got to ingrain at the right time. You've got to be there with it.
You gotta be there with it. And, like, if we can get that win early on, get into their mind, you know, and show that we actually are possibly a campus to be, you know, a force to deal with, it might scare London just a little bit more.
Yeah, you know, but it is going to be close, I think. You know, I've heard rumours that the London team are fielding quite a lot of their main Valorant team. You know, so that very impactful last game, it could be, you know, 4 to 4 points, which means they could go and clutch out the win. But I know our players, of course, have contacts with like a lot of our league players, which, you know, I know we're a lot more successful at. So, you know, it'll depend on the game. Of course, we have like a lot of skill in other games like Pokemon, and, you know, hopefully we pick the right teams for that. So, you know, it'll be close, but I think Stoke can take it.
Yeah, I think that, as you mentioned, it's all about that focus that they've put into the latter stages of the games. You know, it seems like as our team, we've kind of built to be successful in all of them, just in terms of like just being sufficient to at least compete, and then they very heavily focus on Valorant, which is their main title as a university. But it's definitely going to be an interesting way that they like to do it, of course.
I think it'd be kind of interesting as well to see like the staff games like Golf with Friends or Garfield Kart, because they're not really that busy with they're not really full of skill. It's just kind of more just a bit of a mess around, so that could be interesting as well to see.
I mean, yeah, that's the main thing. Obviously, we've got to appeal to the staff as well. You know, we've got to show off our staff's talents, you know.
Of course,
the unsung heroes a lot of the time when it comes to this sort of stuff. The people behind us when we do these events.
The people who are supporting us.
I mean, yeah, they've put us this platform. They've given us this opportunity. Obviously, all of us involved in this event today. So, you know, we'll say our thank yous at the end. But a little one there for them just to enjoy.
Just to enjoy it for the time being, yeah. You know, it's just, I mean, Garfield Kart could be a great time, you know. Because like, who doesn't love a good Garfield Kart?
I mean, it's
Who doesn't?
a great title. If you haven't seen Garfield Kart before, you're missing out.
You are missing out. Have you seen Garfield Kart?
I haven't seen it like in the open, but I've seen a lot of trailers and content for it, so I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I'm super excited to cast it. That's gonna be a great time.
It is going to be a fun time.
I think that's the main thing. I think the main focus for today, not only from our perspective and our casters, but mainly just from a player perspective and a viewer's perspective, we want you guys to enjoy it. We want you guys to have some good content to watch. So that's definitely going to be one of the main focuses. Obviously, we want to put on a show for you guys. We got some little snippets here and there which you might see throughout, which we think you might enjoy. Which we can obviously, they might be a little bit planned. We might have kept those
just a bit. Shh.
Yeah, we'll keep them as a secret for now. But when you see them, they're tasteful, absolutely tasteful content.
No one needs to know that for now, okay? We're not gonna spoil anything. We're gonna wait until that point, when they come up, and then surprise people when they actually do happen.
Yeah.
I feel like we have to address the elephant in the room in the fact that he's currently got no neck.
He does have no neck.
He has
a very long neck, but then he just looks pat down.
He looks very squashed and just kind of.
He is very squashed. Look, long neck, squashed. He's cute though. I love him.
He's very cute.
He's lost his hat. He's lost his hat.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna take his hat off.
You should put the strap on his neck so he.
I should put the strap on his.
There you
That's
go.
a good idea. Actually, I like that idea. That's actually an amazing.
What
idea.
neck he has.
I have to force it onto his head at this point.
But yeah, we've seen, Nathan, you've got your monkeys. Is there any story behind these monkeys, or they're just coming for the ride?
They're just kind of cool. I like
we like monkeys.
chimpanzees. They're cool.
Can you not?
He chills.
Do you like monkeys?
Monkeys are quite cool.
They're a cool animal.
better,
Obviously, there is an elephant in the room. There's two of them.
There's three monkeys. We got one here.
Oh. Actually, no. I think there is a big more elephant in the room. And it's the Pokemon's over
There's
here.
Pokemon, yeah.
There's one interesting looking fellow over there, and there's one normal looking fellow right here. So
I mean, you say that his eyes are a little bit smaller, so I'd argue that maybe not. I feel like the one with the very just dot eyes is a bit more scary.
Should we leave it up to whoever's watching at home?
You guys can vote this.
Which one is better?
Which one's better?
Which one do you prefer more?
The left one or the right one? I'm going to go with this little boy. Okay. He looks more normal. That one just looks very kind of
dazed,
bleaked out.
Dazed and confused.
I won this one from a Pokemon tournament.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
You won that from a Pokemon tournament.
Yeah.
Is this your way of telling us that you've been helping our Pokemon players with
I may
things, Connor?
May have had some chats with our Pokemon players, whether or not they're going to take it on, and go for it. But I think we can take it. I think we take the win.
Yeah, but I mean, we can make our predictions because obviously, let's be fair. We could sit here and say, "Oh, we're going to win every single title."
Oh, we're just
we're
good at a uni.
so good at a university. But obviously, let's be realistic here. So, let's make score predictions. We can have a little.
Ooh.
We can do it throughout the day between everyone who joins me. But for you two here now, what's your prediction for the overall score of every game?
Score.
Overall score.
That's hard because with games like Golf with Friends and Garfield Kart, you have no idea how they're gonna go. You have no idea where they're gonna go to begin with. So them two games might be a bit difficult to judge. But honestly, I'm maybe seeing a 5-4 here. A very equal 5-4. I think Staff might take it today. Maybe it's a little bit of a bias, but maybe a 5-4 today. What about you?
I think it'll be about the same. I think one team's going to just nudge it, maybe in the later rounds. I think we're going to take a lot of the sillier rounds. I think our lecturers will take Golf with Friends. I've heard one of our lecturers is really good at Golf with Your Friends. So that is something I'm looking forward to seeing. I believe I'm casting over that, actually. So hopefully, we get to see some hype gameplay from that. And of course, like I said, Garfield Kart, our lecturers have been prepping a lot for that. So hopefully they get those time trials and do really well and pull off some miracles. But yeah, in those more esports related titles, I think London might have a bit of an edge because, like I said earlier, they have got their pro players, but yeah, I think we can show them who's a buster.
So you're thinking a 5-4 as well, then?
A 5-4, maybe.
Is this what we're going to see throughout the day? Just those consistent 5-4s, people getting that sort of different outlook on things?
I mean, I hope so. I'm hoping as well.
I hope to see some different takes. Maybe I want to see one confident person just come on and just be like
9-0.
9-0. Easy wins.
Who cares? London? Who?
Am I gonna have to be the one to do that?
You might have to be.
You might
have to be the brave person here.
Let's assess. I'm gonna see. The perk for me here is I get to sit here for most of the day, so I can assess it after each game. So I could just go right at the end. Oh, I think it's this score, and no one will notice.
That's cheating, though.
I've baited myself out here, so now I can't do that.
Why would you just say that in the first place?
It's funny.
Why would you do that?
I mean, I'll make my prediction now.
Go on, do it.
Make it. We're going to keep it to you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. There's only one way we go.
What, 9-0?
Staffs never lose. Staffs never lose, no matter what, unless you field a pro Valorant roster. So I'm going 8-1.
You're going 8-1.
I'm realistic.
You know
here.
what?
We got some intel.
I like the, you know what? I respect it. You know, I respect the confidence.
We got
the
some
confidence.
intel early on that they may have put a couple of good Valorant players in. So using that knowledge, I can assess it and assume that that game can be. We'll put it to the side. It irrelevant in our mighty esports titles.
Valorant.
It's a sleeper.
It is a
Absolute
sleeper. It is a massive sleeper.
It's a sleeper title for sure. Obviously, you're just seeing us for now.
Obviously,
Obviously, there are a couple of people. Joe's in the background, just over my shoulder, doing his thing. So
Yeah, he's getting ready for the first match, I
it's
believe.
looking pretty. We're gonna wait a little bit longer until we get into our first match. A couple of technical difficulties, just trying to finalise a few things, as we did mention, obviously.
So yeah, just one of those things.
As we mentioned, obviously, we've had a little bit of a qualm with the Smash, so we're changing that over, getting everything lined up with schedules and stuff, but we will be getting that underway sooner rather than later. But it's definitely going to be an interesting day. I like these sort of events where not only is there that competitive value to it, but there's also that sort of friendly rivalry that we have against the other campus.
It's always good to have a good friendly rivalry, like, you can't really just go in and just expect to win every game, kind of trash talk, London campus. You gotta go win, you gotta play competitively, but, at the same time, you gotta have fun.
It's tasteful. That's the difference. We've got to be tasteful with it, and I think that's kind of what we've done. You'll see it a little bit later, but
we will.
The tasteful the little teasing.
A little bit of teasing, a little bit of spoiling.
We do a little troll.
Just a little trolling.
I
love doing a little trolling.
Yeah, as much as everyone hates a little bit, hates BM, but a little bit, maybe like a little bit of a quick snipe or or just going for a no scope to seal a game. That'll be something that'll be fun to see.
It will be interesting to see whether players want to go for that stylish sort of play and entertain people at home, or whether they are fully committed to securing that big victory royale.
Big victory royale.
The big victory royale, yeah. Sadly, we have got no Fortnite today, so.
If we had Fortnite, I feel like we'd be appealing to a lot of people.
We would be appealing to a lot of people.
Fortnite and Mr. Fortnite Ninja.
Fortnite Ninja.
I love Fortnite Ninja.
I got called Ninja on the way home the other day. That was.
I mean,
that was something.
I didn't want to point it out because you mentioned it to me the other day, but yeah, can we get an explanation behind the hair, Connor?
Well, when it washes out, it's supposed to be a turquoise, but most of my branding for my own Twitch, my personal stuff, has always been turquoise and grey. They're my two favourite colours.
Got you.
So I just thought, hey, I'm gonna dye my hair turquoise in a sporadic moment of I'm at university and stress was getting to me. And what's better to do than change your entire style?
That's a good point. Yeah, the stress gets to you. What's the first thing you do? Sort your life? No. Dye your hair different colour? Absolutely.
Yep. Is that what you did? Is that what you're going to do in the next couple of weeks?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I might go back to my bleach.
You told me, obviously, you lot don't know this, but
I don't know this.
Mr. Elliot did have bleach blonde hair.
Yeah, I used to have very bleached blonde hair, and now I'm back to my brown.
So is it only me with natural hair on this desk right now?
Possibly.
I'm back to my natural hair right now.
I mean,
so does that count?
You've dyed it before.
But I've dyed it before, yeah, so does that count?
My healthy head of hair, which obviously I got trimmed. Connor recommended me a barber's in Stoke yesterday, and I got attacked with a pair of clippers. It was quite scary. He's quite aggressive.
He is
with
quite
them.
aggressive.
He really just gets in there with the razor and just as hard as he can.
I mean, for the price that you pay,
but how much are you paying?
It's like £5 for a student haircut.
£5?
It was. And
£5?
Yeah. I can't lie.
It's like a little house, and he does it in his front.
It just does it in his front room.
That's actually kind of adorable.
Yeah.
But at the same time, £5 for a haircut, no.
Well, there are other places. There are other places on that same strip where it's like 10, 15 quid for the same job.
With Jongo.
I would rather pay 15 quid for the same haircut, just because I'm thinking to myself, okay, if I'm paying more money for a good haircut, then it must be a good haircut. That's kind of like my philosophy.
It's called the make-do barber.
Yeah.
When you need something to make do until you go to your regular barber.
Yeah.
That's what's happened. So.
Oh, you could just grow your hair out, like what I do,
Yeah.
and then wait until I go back home to go see my actual barber.
Now, there's a problem with that. I really don't like having my hair that long. And when I say long, I mean long for me. Which
Long
is
for you.
I mean, as you can see, there's nothing on the side of my head at the moment. It's just skin at this point. So long for me is anything where I can put my hair hand through it.
I mean, people can't see my hair, and I'm just wearing a cap. Which I could be, showing off my hair. That would be a great sight.
What your luscious locks?
My luscious locks and my beautiful brown hair. That's what people would love to see. But you know what? I'll save it for later. Okay, no spoilers just yet.
No spoilers just yet, obviously.
No spoilers just yet. Of
You can
course.
tease it throughout the stream.
I
Just
can
slowly
tease it.
take your
Just
hat
that-
off more
just
and
that,
more.
like, slowly, like just lifting it up like that. There we go.
Oh, he's showing more and more.
Oh.
I'm showing more and more of it.
Is this in TOS?
Is it?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Ooh.
Elliot, choose very. I mean,
I don't know. Is it? Is it
we-
2S?
We might
I don't know.
see some. Well, it depends. Obviously, we've got the player introductions at some point, so who knows about those?
Who knows? Who knows? You never know.
Obviously, I think there's one other thing that we can discuss because we
got time.
had a great time yesterday having a little watch party of some
Awesome.
Smites.
Particular
yeah.
of some particular person as well.
Yeah.
Of a
particular person.
A particular caster
very-
who had his first pro Smite gig yesterday. Obviously, our ex-lecturer, Mr. Blazy Bard, Mr.
Blazy Bard,
Robbie Trickett.
I do miss him. I
Yeah.
do miss him.
We
a
do
lot.
miss him. We
Big
miss
up
him a lot.
Bozo.
Big up Blazy Bard. Blazy Bard is cool. Pass it on. Make sure we get that going once
He's
again.
clapping.
But
Dungle Jogger's clapping for him.
he done a great job. We were all very proud. We all enjoyed watching that as a group, so that was definitely fun.
Yeah, had
It was
no
cool.
idea what was going on. But
No, I don't think anyone in that room did, apart from
I
Eddie.
am so glad that Smite's not being played today. Because I generally don't think that anyone knows what's going on in that game.
I think we'd have to ring Robbie.
With the ring Robbie, yeah, just
Like
for him to
literally
come
give
back.
Robbie like a call and just like put his face along my tablet and just be like this.
Just show like on your
Here's
iPad.
Robbie.
Here's Robbie just casting for us, like through like his like trash like £20 webcam mic.
Yeah, you guys like actually thought that there was like actually like notes written on this. It's just a blank note page.
it's pretty aesthetic.
He looks
It-
professional.
It's we got to make it look like we're here for the long term. Should we get some? You know what? Whilst we're here, we can read some fun facts about the players.
Oh boy, I cannot wait.
Well, actually,
I know one
actually-
fun fact about the players we can mention quickly
go ahead,
is
Connor.
I saw them coming up to their green room today, and they were all wearing bucket hats, which
I
is
rate that. Is
matching
that
perfectly
why-
with our jungle skog.
Is that why we've got a bucket hat right here as well?
That may be why we have a bucket hat. So maybe that's a good luck charm for our players.
Maybe it's a good luck charm. It may be indeed.
It is a good luck charm, but we are going to be heading over to our wonderful casters. We're going to have a look at the band phase. Finally, we are going to get underway, so we're going to pass you over to Lottie and Cole.
Hello everyone, I'm Cole and I'm with Lottie. How are you feeling today?
I am so excited for today. I think this has been such a big build-up this week, especially to League, where it's one of the main events, in my opinion. I'm just excited to see what's about to go down between Stoke and London. I think we personally need to put London in their place.
Absolutely, and I know that we have that level maybe possibly above them that we hopefully can show today.
Definitely. I think we absolutely dwarf them in size, in skill, and in just swag.
100%. I think we've had a little bit of a few facts of who people like to play, and we're not going to spoil it yet because obviously we're coming to draft soon, but definitely want the top level of everyone's game today.
Definitely. I want to see big picks, big pushes, and you know what? Just big plays.
Definitely looking for something like that pentakill, big objective steal.
And before we get into it, I might ask, who do you want to see? If you could see any champs play today, who would you like to see?
Well, I'm a connoisseur of the jungle, so preferably Olaf and Volibear would be my preference. But I know as a support, you definitely want to see some of those down there, and in particular, who you'd like to see.
Well, as a support player myself, particularly a mage support, I am all here for things like the Morgana, the Soraka, maybe a little bit of Leona. Not too keen on the Lux, if I'm honest. I'd like to see people being bold, going away from the popular picks.
And something that we've seen elsewhere in major leagues, especially in the jungle, is the Wukong coming through.
Ooh, that's
Something
a good choice.
that a lot of people have picked up recently, and
I wonder if we'll see anything like the Jarvan. Jarvan seems to be very popular in pro play.
yeah, and we'll see if there's any note-taking from the top tiers of Korean and European League of Legends.
Absolutely. I'd love to see EDG just taking notes from Staff London and Staff Stoke. They need to learn.
Well, they didn't make it to MSI, so maybe. So now we get to London side. We haven't heard anything about them, but maybe see where they come from with their draft.
It'll be interesting to see, because I especially am looking forward to these bans. Because I think these bans are going to have a massive impact, because I don't think neither team is particularly well educated on either team.
100%.
I think it's going to be very interesting on who they ban, whether they're going to ban counter picks, or whether they're just going to ban based on the meta.
I've also heard that there's a preference ban as well.
Ooh.
Obviously, someone not liking a certain champ in their lane when they're sitting there farming up their minions.
If you had to go for a preference ban, who is yours?
I have to say, as a jungler, I don't like Kayn Master Yi or Shaco. I hate it when it's level 2 and my Shaco's sat invisible in my jungle at my buff, and he smites it away and runs off, and I can't catch him because I can't jump over walls without flashing.
Definitely a good pick. I think for myself, it's got to be someone like the Blitzcrank or the Nautilus just being pulled, or even maybe the Pike just being pulled in. Only thing I can do is hope, pray, and maybe try and stun them in place. That is my last hope.
Yeah.
And if not, flash out and heal.
Absolutely, and especially when there's 2 people in your lane. You're like,
Oh,
please
don't.
just don't get hit by the hook.
Nothing like a double stun or a hook and pull just to be met with like a misfortune. Love my life.
Ultimate damage coming out there.
Yeah.
Just absolutely insane. Now, get on to sort of how the players might be feeling in this first game. That's where we get to see the standard set for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
I just hope that they can get through and get the win here at Stoke.
I think hopefully coming into this they're going to be on a high knowing this is a big game. If we win this, we set the standard for London, and they know, yeah, we didn't come to play. And it's going to be very exciting to see that, and I really do hope they give it their all. I just don't want them to see being stomped. That's the last thing I want to see. I want these players to come out with high morals, being excited, and wanting to keep going.
Absolutely, and especially with all the games today, we don't want to see any massacres or that sort of stuff. We want
Definitely
good,
not.
close, even games. Unfortunately, we might get that in Valorant with the information we've just heard from our host desk. But
Yeah, I've read a lot about this Valorant team, and I'm like, okay, that's good, but what about the other 8 games that you guys are supposed to be like absolutely destroying us at?
absolutely. So focus a little bit more on League now, with the players that are with us. We just have to see what comes up in the draft. That's something we maybe take from, as we said, pro players or any personal one tricks we might have.
That'll be interesting to see. I'm just really hoping we don't get these boring meta picks. I want excitement. I want something that I am excited to cast. I want drama.
You know what? I'm going to put it out there. And I think I want an Alistair top.
Ooh.
Some really
I don't
funky
like
meta
Alistair in
stuff.
my bot lane. I will dread to think how he's going to be top.
From personal experience of playing it, it's sit in lane, gain as much XP as possible, and just tank everything, walking through everyone, just slowing
Yeah,
the whole
my
time.
experience with an Alistair is, oh, he's charged into me, oh, I'm dead.
Pretty much, seeing as most of the time it's with probably a Draven or, a Misfortune and just one-shots my AD carry.
Yep, just nothing like being dragged down. Now I'm 0 HP, and now my ADC is yelling at me.
Yep, all that flame in chat like...
Yeah, I do hope there's not too much of that today, because as much as we are against London, we want to set a standard that we are still better people than them, and that we know full well when we come out of this, we've not been nasty to them, because we're going to save that for the end, when we win.
100%, because we are going to win.
Absolutely, I have full faith in our teams.
Absolutely. As we throw you to a VT.
Who's in the background of Nathan's picture?
That's my girlfriend.
Got you. Okay.
Have we got a fact about her as well?
That is my girlfriend sleeping on a Discord call.
That's
That's kind of creepy, dude.
Joel?
Joel. He strikes me as a trains guy.
No,
No, I don't think so.
I stumbled on his
I saw him in
Twitter,
shorts
and
the other
his
day.
whole thing
That
is
was
like
weird.
J Money, and he's got his own entire chat
Of
on
course, you
Twitter.
look at all the students' Twitter.
I'm not surprised
They
by
pop up.
Trains. Nathan, maybe?
that. Could be Nathan? I mean, I don't know. No, because Nathan likes football. Trains and football don't really... I feel like if you like trains, it's going to be like an all-encompassing thing.
If it's Ben, I'd be shocked.
What if it's Luke?
No.
Minorway champion is in trains.
Could be Luke.
Minorway. What?
I think-
Clearly, our process of elimination.
Yeah, but I don't know enough about James.
This is the problem. It could be James.
Is
but
James a trains guy?
I don't know. This is the problem.
How do we define train people?
Like they listen to the ASDF movie "I Like Trains" song. On somewhat.
James did talk about the Yogscast earlier.
I'm going James. Trains James.
I think it could be Luke. I don't know why. Just something about it screams Luke to me.
Mainly because I know he's gone on a train today. I'm gonna go for Ben.
Cranberry sauce.
Charlotte.
No,
Charlotte.
Charlotte mentioned cranberries earlier.
Yeah.
that's true.
No, Charlotte mentioned cranberry sauce earlier.
Oh, well, there you go then. That's
Charlotte.
using our powers of deduction.
Totally not over her. Either that or she's completely baited herself.
Which is a very Charlotte thing to do, to be fair.
She did say she wanted to make an event out of her interesting fact. So, Charlotte.
She might have gotten too excited about her interesting fact and given it away.
Right.
Yeah, it's Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Oh, this.
Ben.
Yeah, Ben. I'm retracting
I know-
my other one. I'm going Ben.
Because he was supposed to come to the course the year before he did. And I know he travelled a lot. So I'm going to say, using the
How's
fact
the
that I've
deduction?
talked to him, that. Interestingly, his picture on like the student hub that we use,
He's got short.
he's
hair.
got short hair and he looks so weird with short hair. Anyway, yeah, Ben.
Yeah, I'm
That's all you answered earlier.
I'm doing Ben as well.
This is the one.
Can I change my
What's that?
trains answer? Can I go back and change it to
Is it one of each?
Just one back.
Oh, okay. We can't change answers. Does
I'm going to retract and take it to James.
this one?
No, the.
You
No,
can't change
no,
answers.
Yeah, it's just a thing of I know that this is Ben,
Right. Well,
so I know the.
you
other
just
one isn't
answered
Ben.
two for Ben. That's
I know.
his win. Nathan. I don't know why.
He just
I-
seems like the one
yeah.
that would go to Twickenham.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he seems like the one stuck in a lift, but yeah, Nathan.
Joel.
Joel?
Joel. J Money.
I might say Cole, you know. I feel like I've had conversation. I got a weird look from Cole there. I feel like I've had a conversation with Cole at some point about boxing.
That doesn't
But I
mean
guess
he was
not.
a boxer.
No, okay.
Luke? He looks like he would have done karate.
He's way too calm, but then that is also someone that could beat the shit out of you.
That's why he's so calm. Is because he's already done all the beating out of.
Okay, well.
I'm gonna go Luke.
Actually, no. I saw Joel in his gym shorts the other day, which sounds really weird out of context. But he was in Verve.
It always.
He looked like he was light on
I
his
never
feet.
get that. Whenever we go to our car, our cars, we always see Joel.
Yeah.
We once came back from the cinema at like 10 p.m. and saw Joel and his housemates coming back from shopping
He
as
was-
we were skirting out.
Yeah.
And we skirted past him,
Skirting out.
braked, pulled the windows down, and just shouted his name
He was so confused.
and watched the confusion. It was
He had
fantastic.
no idea it was us. It was great. Yeah, Joel. Actually, for that one.
Okay.
What did you guys say?
I said Joel. I said Joel straight away.
Fair enough.
Speak from them.
Charlotte. If you're meaning just people from London, I mean, I don't know where the students are from, but I know Charlotte's mentioned London.
They could move. People move around the country.
So I want to say Nathan because I know he's a Tottenham fan.
I was thinking Nathan actually, but I've said Nathan already.
Yeah, so am I. But now I'm thinking the Twickenham one might be Luke. Luke looks like someone that would get stuck in a lift and then just be like,
Oh.
and then
He'd
just
be
like,
too nice to do anything.
and then
about it.
just stand and wait.
Yeah.
I'm going Charlotte on that one. I think. Did I already vote for Charlotte on the cranberry?
Where's Luke from?
I don't know.
I can't remember
He's
who I've
also
already
from
voted for.
He's also from London. Interesting.
Pretty good for Luke, isn't it?
I mean, we're against each other, so
Yeah, but
you can do what you want.
Yeah, but we're both in the position of we've already used Nathan.
It's like, what is it, like top trumps or something?
It could cascade. to
Connor
other
just said
places.
Harry Kane's family isn't from London.
Are you giving us answers off screen?
Interesting. So you say Luke?
So it could be Luke because of London, but I feel like Luke would have mentioned it. I don't know why.
He doesn't really talk about himself much, though, does he? Like
What's your descendancy, Cole?
Oh, that's tricky. That is.
I'm going for Cole.
I reckon Connor.
I don't know. Ben's one I haven't said.
I
yet.
think it could be Connor, but
this one I'm stumped on.
but I think
Connor knew the
I
thing
think-
about Hurricane's family. So
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know who has.
he's put forward. Are you abstaining from this round?
I'm just gonna say Ben.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just gonna get 0.
HSIO. Connor.
Connor or James.
I reckon James. We haven't said James yet.
Who did for train?
No, I said Luke for trains.
Oh.
I think. Is someone keep a note of these?
We're not.
I feel like James would be good at Tetris.
I'm going for Connor because I think he'd be impeccable at Tetris.
Joel.
You're a lifeguard. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Or it could be Nathan. Or Ben.
It could be any of them.
It could be, well, yeah, that's the point. That's the whole, yeah.
It's kind of the
Fair
point.
point.
Of this. Take a good look at them and see which one was lifeguard. You don't know that. What? Matt's not on this. So.
Luke, I feel like to be a lifeguard is too softly spoken. Like I don't feel like he'd shout at people. Do you know what I mean? And lifeguards have to shout at people.
I think it's Nathan James.
Nathan James.
Well, I've said Nathan, so I'll get for James. I've not said James for anything.
I think the only person I haven't said at this point is Cole.
Same, I think.
How many are
Remember.
left?
That's it.
That's
There
why I was
was
going to say
a
Cole, then,
Cole.
because I haven't said Cole yet.
Okay. So, obviously, I didn't keep track of the scores.
And welcome back to the caster desk with myself and Lottie, ready for the League of Legends game that's coming up soon.
I am so excited for this. And I think we might be heading into the draft soon.
As we have ready for getting ready for that, what do you think about any patch notes that have recently come out? We've recently had new skins for EDG.
Oh, yes, this is for the Worlds, isn't it? They are beautiful skins. Although I'm not too keen on the Yumi one, if I'm honest. It's very, very, very basic. The Viego one, however,
Well,
lovely. Lovely stuff. Not a Viego player, but I can really appreciate a good skin.
I very much copped that when it first came out as a jungle main and using and abusing Viego of how strong he was at the time. I definitely had to pick it up with already having all previous skins for him as well. Definitely got Graves in the top lane is a very nice one from what I've seen of him.
Not a Zoe player myself, but looking at her skin as well, I'm a big fan of that. Even as a support, I'm still very disappointed in the Yumi skin. There are better skins out there. I'm sorry, it has to be said.
It is a little bit of a shame they're having, even though Graves now, I think, has come into the top lane meta and sort of dominated in and out as well. It's a shame that we couldn't get a real all-out top laner like the, I don't know, Mordekaiser or something like that. Obviously not played very much at that Worlds, or even at all probably.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Worlds is very, very sort of like, we're going to play these 12 champs, and that will be it. That is all you will be seeing for the entire, 6 weeks?
Luckily for this, we have a little bit of a different vibe from all of the players.
I really hope. It's not going to be a troll pick, but I just really want to see out of meta characters. Please, give me something. Give me interesting skins as well. I love a good skin. Like, I am just... It's all about the looks for me. It sounds really bad. It sounds really bad of me. But it's like, give me that, like, Order of the Banana Soraka. Give me some spice.
I definitely have to say we're putting our money towards skins. I think they should at least look somewhat
They should look the part. You've come to this competition to play. Look the part.
Absolutely. As well, the patch we're on, obviously coming out recently, we've had a few changes, more towards the fighter champions and their items, I believe, with Blade of the Ruin King getting, I think, a slight nerf in the fact of damage, but also gaining a lot of health in the process. So swapping in and swapping out, sort of balancing out the damage a lot.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I've not noticed it. That's probably because I'm a support player and I'm also quite literally bronze. But it's like, I'm here for a good time. Give me Soraka with, like, Moonstone Renewer and Warmog's Armor. I'm good to go. I'm just going to pump healing into you and pray you're not going to yell at me for dying.
It's definitely something we've seen recently with the mathematically correct builds in Mordekaiser as well, taking spirits. The amount of healing that man does.
You've got to put an anti-heal on that, you please. Just stop this man. This man needs to be stopped. He is on a rampage. Who is letting him do this?
And with the newest patch coming up, hopefully balances out the damage with all the sort of lower health champions gaining a little bit more at every base level and less damage throughout other champions as well, sort of hopefully renewing the ADC role, in fact.
This is what I mean. I'm as much as I am a support player, I do quite enjoy being in the bot lane. Shouldn't be a Lux in bot, should not be ADC Lux, but it's fun. I'm quite the Kaiser, enjoying myself too.
Especially when most of my games, my ADC is always getting one shot as we're getting ready for the pick phase.
We're heading into picks. Oh, already we've got bans from London being Kiana, Twitch, and Morgana. Ouch!
It's unfortunately something we can't see of one of your favourites, but we also have the Karthus Diana and Yasuo from Stoke. Obviously, the combo there of the jungle mid, not what they want to see. The knockup from Diana's ult and the massive damage from Yasuo's 6 alongside even the Karthus, as we see an Ornn come out from London.
Ornn Fizz. I think this is going to be a very fun game for Stoke.
As we also had a pick there from Stoke of Warwick at the start.
This is a good pick, I think, for us. As much as I don't like playing against him, it's a very strong pick. But I just think I want to see what else we've got.
I definitely think the Warwick clear is clean and sort of waiting for the
strong jungle pick,
the definite level 3 with the CC and going into.
And there it is. There's the Alistar we were talking about. This is what I've heard.
And well, not to toot my own horn, but we'll have to see whether it goes into the support or top lane, as Warwick is also a flex of jungle and top as well.
I'm just not excited for this Alistar already. I know as a support player he is a pain to play into, but I think this will work for London very, very well. Get that stun, we go.
And definitely with the Ornn in top, you want something heavy damage early, like I think the set will be for Stoke. And we've also got the Nautilus hover.
Nautilus, what is with these supports? I was going into this thinking, wow, I'd have something fun to cast, and I'm now looking at Nautilus Alistar. The two champs I absolutely despise playing against. But you know what? This is going to make an exciting game between London and Stoke. Just look at what we've got so far.
Well, so far, it's definitely a lot of wet noodles, you might say, with the Nautilus, Ornn, Alistar and Warwick. Luckily, we do have the set and Fizz to sort of balance the damage out with our first ban of the second section from London with Jhin.
Jhin, that's an understandable ban. I think if he's in your bot lane, he's in your walls, he's living rent-free. He is very, very powerful if you feed into him, and I think that's the last thing that London want is Stoke getting that advantage early on.
100%. And I mean, the Kaiser ban coming out straight after, and unfortunately, from a reaction I'm getting from Lottie, is not one that she wanted to see.
I'm here for a good time. Oh, we've got the Misfortune ban coming out, I believe. A lot of these bot lane bans, I'm thinking. And I can understand why. Especially because these are considered high pick characters, and I think they're obviously, you get a lot of value out of them with very little, not skill needed, because you still need to hit your shots. But it's like, I think they're just preparing to not get fed early on.
Obviously, they ban out the Misfortune in conjunction with this Alistar, as London are hovering Vayne, a very helped by Nautilus with the auto-attack stun, easily condemnable for the extra CC timings.
And we see here, Stoke have taken the Caitlyn ban. I'll be honest, a wise pick from them, especially Caitlyn, Misfortune, good bans together. You don't want those in your bot lane. Easy picks for them, and it's traps, stuns, you name it, not fun.
100%. And funny enough, one of the champs I heard that the Stoke side were wanting to ban was Caitlyn, so coming out there as well.
Ooh, we've got the Orianna coming out. I don't know a whole lot about her, but I don't like playing into her, so you know what? Good on you, Stoke.
And the one thing I do know is our mid laner is an Orianna one trick.
Beautiful
So here
stuff.
we go. This is what we were looking for from these players.
Yes, I think this. I'll be honest. Both teams have had very interesting compositions. There's like flecks of meta. There's the Tristana pick. I like to see that. Don't play her. Don't know a whole lot about her, but I like to see it. She's a very strong character, especially in the first starting phase. And the Akali, beautiful stuff. Akali mid lane, lovely. We love to see it. But where's that Fizz gonna go? Are we having an Akali jungle?
Well, from the knowledge of recent meta, I believe the Akali's going top. Oh no,
Where's
because of
Ornn
the
gonna?
Ornn.
Yeah.
Is that an Ornn jungle? With Akali top and Fizz mid? This is some insane draft that I'm very excited about.
EDG, start taking notes, please.
I'm saying, T1, if you got this draft, you're winning every game, no doubt.
Yeah, I think this is going to play out in a very, very interesting way because this is a very, London have got this very high damage team, but I have no clue where they're going to go. Stoke seem a lot more balanced in that all the characters they've got fit a lane. Yeah. But this is going to be a very interesting one, and I'm excited to see it. This is what I want. This is what I want to see. I want to see these picks where we don't know how it's going to go. I want drama.
Absolutely. And the Orianna and Alistar with the ball combo, you chuck that on Alistar. Alistar ease in, gets the knock up, the shockwave goes off and puts out insane damage, especially with 2 or 3 items on the Orianna. Something we'll have to see and wait for in the later parts of our game.
I'm still so disappointed at these bans. Kai'Sa, Morgana, man.
Could have had some really good plays off of those champs.
But I think maybe it was for the best because you know what? No one, and I mean no one, likes Morgana Q. Morgana Q is the bane of every bot laner's existence.
Definitely.
Being stuck, having their opponent being shielded, so when you go to stun, well, you're immune. And Kai'Sa, man, just late game Kai'Sa, no thank you. And the same with Yasuo. Yasuo and his wind wall, that comes in late game. You are done for. You are done. And the Twitch, well, I don't like Twitch. I'll be honest. I don't like the fact he can roll sneaky, come out, and I'm dead.
Especially when talking about my Shaco, Invisible Champs is just not my friend.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. And Karthus, well, I just don't like the fact he can do damage after he's dead. I'll be on my way back up my lane to recall to base, and oh, what's that? I've just lost 300 health. Thank you, I'm dead now.
Especially when the team fight sort of breaks, and he does even quite early on, and he's sending out the Qs, slowing people, and even the ring of damage, and well, the ultimate is, to say the least, is a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm just excited to go into this. I think for a first match of the day, we're starting out on a good note, we're starting out strong, and I think this is going to be a good game. Obviously, it's not going to be like the other games. We've got Garfield Kart. Who doesn't want to see some Garfield Kart, especially with the staff? The staff are the backbone of this project currently, and I'm very, very grateful to have had this opportunity.
It's definitely something I'm looking forward to with the Golf with Friends later.
Yeah, I think Golf with Friends is going to be one to not miss, so please do stick around for that. It's going to be a spectacle.
Absolutely. And coming back to maybe the bot lane here, the 2 bot laners we haven't really seen recently in the meta, which, like we've said, we don't want to see any meta and good old something we see every time that there's...
Screw the meta. We want gameplay. We want content. We are here for a good time, not a long time. We don't care about how we do. We're not going T1. We're not going to MSI. We're just here because for good or better gameplay between the superior Staffs campus and London.
Absolutely. And something I haven't recently seen, and normally played in support from what I have viewed, is the set top lane. Something I assume Stoke was assuming into an Ornn at the time. It's very good with the true damage and the amount of sustain he has to heal back up and then re-enter lane without having to back sometimes. It's very strong.
Definitely looking at this Stoke team, I can see there is a lot of stun. A lot. stun and movement, I think, seem to be our biggest priorities here by the looks of things. And I think that's going to be very useful when being played against Vayne and Akali, who are very, very mobile champs, and Nautilus with his hooks. Fizz just being Fizz. And I'll be honest, I don't know a whole lot about Ornn, but I just don't like playing into him.
I definitely think with the Stoke draft, they haven't subtracted any tankiness either. There's a good spread
Definitely.
Of tank with Warwick and Alistar, and Set even a little bit because of the sustain with Gordrinker and his W.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see late game how this plays out, especially with how tanky it's going to be. London are definitely going to need some anti-heal on their side to at least try and slow them down. And it'll be interesting to see with this tankiness, will these more mobile champs like your Vayne and your Akali be able to get in there and do the damage needed? Especially with the stuns that Stoke have. Are London really going to be able to pull this off?
Something we have to wait and see, and we don't know the positions yet fully, so we're sort of waiting on those with Fizz and the Akali and the Ornn. We still don't know, and
Could we even see a Vayne top lane?
Possibly. The ADC would be a mystery, though, as to who that would be, because there's no other ranged. Actually, something to talk about as well. There's not much range on the London side.
Not at all.
Even with Vayne, she's a very short-range ADC.
She's a very short-range ADC, especially into the likes of Tristana. Tristana absolutely tops early game for that range.
Especially when she buys that rapid-fire cannon, which is part of her kit, and she wants that as well.
Yeah, looking at this, I think this is going to be a good game for both sides. However, for my predictions game, I'd like to see Stoke win. I'll be honest, they've got, I think, in my opinion, their composition's a lot more stable. It's better into the long-term late game. And I think if we get an early lead, we can hold that, and I think we can definitely try and take that all the way. I want to see them go to the Nexus, drop that Nexus, we are done. But I think if London can get ahead and they can use the fact that they are close-range champs effectively, especially with the likes of Set and Warwick, then I think it'll be a good game. But I'll be honest, this London team composition is interesting. This is like off the meta, but then like madly off meta.
Especially with like again, switching positions we don't know. And talking about the London range as well, there isn't actually much more on the Stoke side. Yes, Trist has the rapid fire cannon as we mentioned and gets the range over the Vayne, but Set's melee, Alistair's melee, Warwick's melee, and Orianna has, that little mage range, and the ball can go a little bit further than that as well. So even though there isn't much range in the top support and jungle, there is some available in mid and ADC, yeah.
I think though for this bot lane, it's more than likely going to be Alistar Tristana. If Alistar can get that charge, he can do initial damage. Tristana can go in with cannon, do enough damage that they have to recall, and we can take a tower. Whereas I think on the London side, if we were being hypothetical here, we could see the Nautilus Vayne bot lane, right? They've got this pull. Vayne can make use of that, but Tristana's got a whole lot more range than what Vayne does, and I think they can do more long-term damage to London.
Absolutely, and from assumptions of the draft, the Ornn more than likely going into the jungle as two solo laners in Akali and Fizz. I can see why the Kiana's banned, because early on, Ornn's not very tanky.
Kiana jungle, man, what a time.
And yeah, Kiana in general, very early, gets that serrated duck, does a lot of damage for that early part of the game in the first sort of 10 minutes or so. Can definitely control rivers and jungle.
I'm getting very excited to see this though, looking at, especially with things like dragons. How is this going to play out? Are we going to have it be, oh, dragons up, we go take it immediately, or are we going to hold it out, or are we going to long it out, and we're going to make them work for it?
It's definitely something we have to see. There's obviously a focus for both in bot lane and all of that. We can see possibly dragons and see where each team want to sort of play to.
I think it'll be also interesting to see which dragon comes out third, which one will have their soul, and will this buff affect the teams? Because I think, obviously, I'd like to see an Infernal Dragon. I'd like to see that Infernal Soul coming out. That is a massive buff to the team's damage, and I think it'd be very, very useful. But if we get something like Cloud, I think it'd be useful in the movement, because, especially that Stoke do not have that speed advantage, and I believe we are getting into it.
As we see the Kayn in the jungle, as we have just heard with our support staff, London have agreed to a change of Kayn over the Fizz.
Good pick, but my oh my. Opinions, blue or red Kayn? Must ask this.
Well, based on the team comp, they already have the Ornn and Nautilus. And with this team comp, there's there's actually a lot of mobility on the Stoke side, so there's sort of pros and cons to both. The Red Cane obviously not very much needed, as London already have a lot of tanks, but the Blue Cane is going to be difficult to get on the back line because there's a lot of front line on the Stoke side.
Definitely. Now looking into it, we can see that in this bot lane we've got obviously London's wave coming in. There's not a whole lot happening right now, but it's early game, early days. Anything could happen, and I do think London are going to struggle with this range, because if you are in the bot lane, you need that range, you need that CS clear, you need that.
Absolutely, and with sort of how the bot lane was shaping up there, I think Stoke pushing there for the level 2 early, see if they can get a quick engage, especially with Tristana.
Yeah, now looking
a lot
at
of early
we
damage.
can just see our Warwick and their Kane just clearing camps as you do, getting those levels up.
And they've chosen to push down a path to bot side, obviously both thinking that Dragons are more important than the Herald in the early game.
I would definitely agree, honestly. I think Dragon, especially in the long term, the build-up is much more important.
As they're still pushing in that lane, Triss now backing off and sort of setting up her own vision, possibly, as we come back to our beautiful faces.
Lovely stuff, and I think this is going to be a good game played out, although it's a very slow start as it is with League. I'm excited to see past minute 15 what happens. I want big plays. I want Dragon steals. I love a good steal. It's just something that's like, yeah, we're going to take all your hard work, it's now ours.
Objective steals are great, especially when you're that jungler and well, for this team in London, with the Kane just pathing through that wall and being like, yoink, that's mine.
And we are back into it. We've got Kane coming in now.
As he uses the W,
Alistair's
gets
in a
onto
sticky
the
situation here. Is he going to make it out? He does quite safely.
Bomb.
However, I think this Vayne might be in trouble.
Tristana there laying down the damage as we get wards in bushes, and now backs from Kane and Vayne. A little bit of a push here from the Oriana, using her range to her advantage. The good bit of damage. Still got a lot of mana, which is good for her in this part of the lane, sort of trading that for health in trying to get the push for her team, so she can possibly rotate.
We've got a skin. We've got Orbiana. This is good. This is what I like to see.
Absolutely.
I just like the little bit of flair. I like the shapes and colours, as you do.
And we have one of the only Ornn skins, one of two. Oh, it's beautiful. I had this one. It's lovely.
I think so far Set has definitely got the advantage here. He's got the minion clear. Ornn's missing his health. I think it's a very risky position for him to be put in. And
what
he's
a beautiful stun. Knock up there from Ornn as well with the W coming out. It's Ornn below
playing
about
very dangerously
2/3.
here. I think, especially because Warwick's making his way up river to his camps. I think this is a very dangerous situation. But we've also got this Kane.
Yep.
This Kane could be coming in any time now, and I just think Set is in a very difficult position here. I think he's going in. He's going in. This is not good. This is not good for the. This is not good for the Kane.
Oh, the Ornn already got my game and loves first blood.
Goes to Stoke.
Absolutely insane with Kane picking up the leftovers there, getting stacks with Warwick coming in. Can he quite catch? No.
He might get the clear. I think he's just going back to his camps. That is a beautiful cleanup from the Kane. You hate to see it from the Stoke side. But you know what? It's a good start to the game. We're very, very level on gold. And I think... is there anything going on in the bot lane? Is that
Alistair coming back,
yeah.
maybe a roam, so just the safety of that. And something I'd like to mention, the name of our set at Stoke is Weakside Top Laner, which, funny enough, in this game seems to be Kane going there first for the top lane gank. And, well, what a turnaround and outplay, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was very, very good from London's jungler. I think that is what you need when you're a top laner. You need that input, you need that support. And I think this is going to play out very, very well. No, I can't say it. I can't say there's a clear advantage here.
No, absolutely not. And what with Kane having clearing his bot side now, maybe going in for a bot lane gank as well. It's definitely a jungler that likes the ganks, likes to get in, especially when you can get that form very early with them.
We've got Kane recalling now. He's gone back to his base. I think he's gone to buy. Yes, he has. Iron Spike Whip. Good choice. We've got Ornn possibly recalling, but Set's just stood there waiting. Now we've got back to the bot lane.
And yeah, something to talk about as well. The Alistair keeping Tristana healthy there as well in that bot lane fight just before the top side gank as well.
I think Stoke bot lane's returning to base to buy. This could be getting good. We're getting items in now.
Set just clearing vision there to allow Warwick to come in, and again, Ornn having that control.
Although I think we see this Kane coming in as well. This is going to be a very close battle, even if it does become a battle. This is going to be a game of watching and waiting.
Warwick possibly seen on vision there, so starting to walk away now with the Orianna backing. It's maybe a little bit difficult to win a team fight. It's 2v2, and we did see that top skirmish happen with both teams coming out for 1v1 there.
Yeah, we got
no definitive gold lead from that as well, with little bits of CS difference here and there in sort of the top lane, and well, Kane on that jungle with 32 farm.
Yeah, we've got Rift Herald coming up in just over 30 seconds as well. This could be a very good battle, especially because Rift Herald will help you establish that lane difference. And oh, this is not good. Wait! Oh, let's go! That's Set getting the kill onto the Ornn, and I think this is going to be chased.
Akali flash,
Akali coming
ignite,
up using flash and ignite.
gets
That is
away.
disgusting.
Warwick with a little bit of healing, but can't sustain enough.
Oh, this is good. Oh! Oh, Tristana's just gone and killed the Vayne in the bot lane. This is good. Are we getting something here? Oh, that's not good for
I think
that
with the
Nautilus.
tankiness, he's going back in though. Why did he hook?
Oh my
God!
goodness.
Chris jumps in.
Tower
One
damage now
shot.
hitting, but I
Gets
think is he
knocked
going to
with
get out? Oh, that's not good.
Does Alistair
That's
go
not
down as well?
Alistair's
He
gone
does.
too.
Oh my goodness.
That was a pick until it wasn't.
Oh wow.
However, this Tristana might have the advantage here, clearing that minion wave and being able to get a tower plate possibly.
Vayne is coming down. Orianna has roamed into the red side blue jungle there, just going down maybe to hover and cover. We've got the Akali
However,
roam
this
coming
is not good for the Orianna. We've got this Akali coming in, and we've got, I believe, that is Hextech Drake.
It is for our first, so that takes one down for our soul. Still got the 4 default ones
So there will be no
left.
Hextech channels in this game, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, no insane flanks.
We've got Warwick clearing red camps.
As we have top lane sort of stacked in the middle.
Set just waiting out in bushes, seeing if this Ornn travels along, but it's clearly not.
Something that hasn't happened sort of yet is any setup for objectives around all of that, as we have unfortunately had an error there.
It happened, and I think this is a very exciting game. I'm really enjoying this. There's no clear, distinct lead, and I am loving this bot lane. If I'm honest, the skins, the picks, it's a good show, and I think if we'd not had that exhaust onto the Alistair, we would have had 2 easy picks there.
Yeah.
And I'm glad. I like to see this sort of thing. I like people using their abilities correctly, and it's getting them it's getting those kills. It's getting the gold.
Especially
it's getting those items early game. Get those boots. Get ahead and make the most of it.
Yeah, I mean 100% with especially with the both set out players. He's always just about on that edge with how low he gets, and then the W comes out, forces, and just does the damage onto Ornn.
And I think we're coming back into Stoke, taking Hextech Drake.
Which
we've got Alistair. I believe we've also got the
Warwick and Orianna.
There we go, and that's Dragon to us.
So first objective now onto Stoke. Still only a 200 gold lead or so, which
it's a 600 gold lead to Stoke.
Has now flipped.
And that's disgusting.
Set
that was a nasty kill from Set onto that.
Cleaning up on the Kane there.
Poor Kane.
Who has his first item already.
And we like to see that. We've got Gore Drinker. Oh, this is getting exciting.
So more than likely going for that red Kane vibe. I can't see his runes at the minute because he's dead, but what we can assume with the Gore Drinker is that he's gone something like the Conqueror.
Yeah, Conqueror build, solid damage output. Definitely
a red Kane, which, as mentioned before, is slightly odd with the Ornn and the Nautilus. So going for a very tanky. Maybe it's the fact that they want the CC with the knock-up.
Yeah, I think the tank build, though, will be important, especially in late game, with London having very, very tanky characters themselves. They just want to have that equal fight.
And Trist here now with a 2-kill Cells, 2-kill lead and a bounty. Warwick now ghosting towards mid lane. See if he can save.
Although, is that Kane going down to bot? Is he going into bot camps?
He's taking away bot camps. Probably.
This is dangerous for bot lane. London is in
Warwick.
Very good position here. If Warwick doesn't get down there soon enough, this is going to be very dangerous for Stoke. And I think he's going in, but I think that's so good,
knock up
good
into
from Alistair.
the tower twice with the twist.
Oh, he got away, but I
bomb
think
doesn't quite get the kill there.
Doesn't get the cleanup they needed. However, Stoke is still standing, and I think that's the main thing. Tower is still 5 plates.
And we missed a little gank there from Warwick on the mid lane at the same time, is why unfortunately he didn't get down to bot. Didn't need the save as well, so it's very good plays from the bot lane here.
Very good vision I've noticed as well from Stoke side compared to London. I think that's very, very important, especially with the likes of Akali being very mobile, Vayne being very mobile, and just the amount of damage that Kane can output late game. Having that vision is vital.
Yeah,
in
Ignite
stopping
comes
anything
down
coming
there
in.
with the Q. Hasn't got art to seal the deal on the kill there
Akali
as
did,
well.
however, use Ignite there. That's going to be a big blow for them if there's later pushes.
It's definitely something we'll have to look out for. Set now with the extra pickaxe, boots, and
I wonder if
dagger, which...
Kane going back into our camps, and I wonder if he was going to take Baron there. I think he's just getting vision so he knows if he can go for that Rift Herald.
He's seen the blue buff.
No,
and
he's clearing blue instead, and I think...
starting to take it. Well, he doesn't have any camps of his own, so...
Why not?
The insane 90 CS at 12 minutes now for this Kane. It's just taking over the jungle, basically.
King of the jungle, as you say. And I think looking at this, is that Set and Ornn fighting, or are they just playing... Oh, this is not good for Warwick. Warwick's being trapped by both the Nautilus.
They're condemned there as well. Vayne
That's not good.
doesn't
However,
get the kill.
we've got Alistair and Orianna coming in. Could they both go for that Nautilus, or are they fighting separately? And they've both gone. And Tristana's coming in, getting the gun. And that's Vayne gone. And there goes Nautilus as well. Beautiful shutdown there.
And there's also a gank in the top lane. They're killing Set Off, who had that 150 gold or so shut down.
And I think teams are starting to look at that Rift Herald, but I think Kane's going for it. But is he going to have enough health to do it?
I believe so, with having Smite and taking on the Scuttle as well. He gets sustained from that.
However, he's just been
spotted.
seen. He's been spotted by the Orianna, the Warwicks. There's all the Alistairs coming up. This is very, very dangerous for him.
So just takes that chance, doesn't take the chance, backs off. Akali now sort of hovering as well. Kane taking his top
Akali
side
knows
camps.
full well she's in a pinch if she goes in.
Absolutely. Kane full well knowing he's in the lead. He doesn't need to make any drastic plays, so just goes back to farming.
Tristana just trying to take that bot lane tower as Vayne and Nautilus come back down. And I think is Orianna going down with Alistair?
Does look like it. They've taken River. Tristana's sort of backing off though, not going for any sort of fight.
Rightfully so. I think it's wise for her to recall, especially with that bounty. She's got 400 gold bounty. If you get that now, that is a massive lead in terms of item buying.
And yeah, again, now forming is sort of more of a filled out leaderboard with all the CS that everyone's got. We see that the Trist is coming with a 20 so CS lead, and as well in the top lane there for Set and Ornn.
I wonder what next dragon's going to be, because I think obviously this isn't going to be an integral dragon and getting soul, but I think a big buff like Infernal would be massive here, especially
Definitely.
with the high damage output that both teams seem to be having.
Definitely, and the sort of poke from Orianna and Trist that could come out from that, as well as the Vayne, even though having that short range, the invis from ultimate and going in as well.
However, I think Kane is taking dragon, I believe, but Rift Herald is also up. We've got 6 seconds, and it is a mountain drake.
Kane's just checking for vision, has now taken his
Is
E
Kane
through
going
the
in?
walls.
I think
but
Kane's just trying to get a look around and see if anyone's considering it.
Yeah.
Akali coming down too.
bot
But
is
with that
safe
Warwick
enough.
and that Orianna just behind her, she is in a very dangerous situation if she decides to go in. Are we going to see an engage? No, we are not. But
Doesn't quite catch
this
the
is going to
shuriken.
be an interesting fight. You've got all of this bot lane, you've got the mid lane, you've got the jungler, and I think this is going to be a good play here. Could we see a steal?
Well, they've taken the drag out. Warwick is around. He's
In goes Alistair with the
as Alistair
knock-up.
goes in, gets the knock up. Doesn't quite get the K in the hook. Lands on
Nautilus gets the
Tristana.
pull, Tristana gets the one, but red
And
team unfortunately
Kane-
take the Drake. But could we see a
Some-
good fight here?
Lot of damage down from the
Unfortunate.
Orianna. Kane just about gets inside to stay safe. The Akali very low, ticking away. Alistar gets caught by the hook and gets taken
Unlucky,
down
that's 3 down,
by the
and that is
Vayne
a-
as well.
That is now a 2k gold difference to London. That is really unfortunate here for Stoke, but I think we're coming into middle stage of the game. Anything could happen, especially with this top tower about to fall.
And something I like as well, Set's sort of just taken away that wave behind the tower, and proxying it and taking it away. He's now backing it off
Now
lane.
we see
Full well
Kane
Kane
going
is
into this Rift Herald, but now Tristana's also lost her bounty. That's
did.
400 gold gone now.
I didn't quite catch who got the kill there. I believe Vayne got one for sure.
Either way, that is... You could buy boots with that. That is a massive start to an item. Once you've got boots, you've got that speed, especially with London's high mobility.
Yeah. So they get the dragon. They get 4 kills.
And with Rift Herald gone,
And yeah, the Herald.
it's going... I think it's going to have to be dropped in that mid lane. That mid lane is where you need that push. And I know
100%.
top lane's lost that top tower, and it'd be nice to have that level competition. I just think it's going to have to be dropped in the mid lane. The mid lane needs that push. It's
100%.
very. I think mid lane is the slowest paced lane here now, with both top lane and bot lane having most of the kills here. Mid lane
Definitely.
needs this push to get games going.
Yeah, and it also stops the safety of coming back from both objectives, both being top and bottom side of the mid lane. There's an easy,
I think
easy,
Alistar's just
a
been
little bit
seen.
of a walk towards safety as Triss now sees Vayne, uses a Kraken Slayer, has the jump, also takes massive
that is
damage onto the
massive damage.
Vayne with...
And Alistar has taken out the Vayne, but Alistar needs to be careful. He's taking tower damage here. That's going to really take him force, and if he doesn't get out.
Well, he definitely has...
Red turret's gone. That means they've now got this push, but there's the Akali. However, we've got is that
Nautilus
Orianna coming down.
Comes down, CC stun.
That is
with the
disgusting onto that poor Nautilus, and they are just dogpiling on.
Flash away from the shrine to stay safe as possible. Now gets the shield from the
Oh, we've got the
Orianna.
Kayn coming.
That's 3 kills. Kayn
This is redemption for
focusing
what just happened. This is
Triss.
absolute redemption. 3 of them gone. Are they going to push this bot tower any further?
seeing what happens now with the rest of the kill, with a lot of sustain from Kayn, and Trist cleans up, gets 550 gold from that Kayn.
However, I think they're going to have to make it back to Ornn's mid, because look, this tower is just falling. You've got sufficient wave here to clear it as well.
And I think that's sort of the trade-off that London are going to have to take with the
Stoke
3
definitely
to
needed
4
that.
kills
That has
here.
now pushed them right back up with, I believe, what is a 1,700 gold lead. That is substantial for London. If they have to, they need to make that back. However, kills are almost neck and neck.
With Herald being a Kayn and just getting taken out there as well, there's no full trade-off for the tower that got taken down, the kills that happen. So this is where the gap has decreased.
Look at where Set is in mid though. You've got this Akali's in a pinch between this Set and this Orianna. She cannot engage here. She knows full well she does. However, we've now got
Triss
Nautilus and
possibly-
Vayne heading up into the mid.
Yeah, Triss possibly caught out there. Luckily, walking past without being seen. Now Triss moving to that mid lane for the safety of the towers.
Vayne just pacing about mid lane with the Nautilus, not knowing whether it's worth going in or not. And if I was in London's interest, I would just play back and try and play the towers. It's not worth going in right now. London have got no sort of security in this mid lane whatsoever.
Set cancelled that recall there, just going back top to answer
Although we've now got
the
this
yawn.
Kayn. Oh, Kayn going into Tristana. This is not looking good.
Triss now
Lucky escape.
caught there.
Who's teleporting in now? Is that Ornn coming in?
This is Ornn coming in. Alistar pops ult to try and stay as tanky as possible to get away. Gets slowed there
Gets
by the
slowed.
Ornn ult.
This is not looking
Pushes
good
the
for
Kayn
him.
away.
Tristana
Gets
needs
triple
to-
knockup.
Oh, that is disgusting.
And unfortunately, does as much as he can to stay alive, but
This
gets
poor
taken out
Tristana
at the
needs
end
to be
there.
so careful. There are 4 of them there. They could come from forward or behind. I think this might even just be worth a recall.
But
here.
I think this is a massive play from the Alistar there. He's taken out 2 ultimates from the Nautilus and the Vayne.
Absolutely.
He's
that
also
secured
taken...
absolute safety, and there goes, I believe, the bot lane tower for Stoke.
Yeah,
So it's
he's
very
also
neck and neck
he's
here
also
right now.
consumed the teleport as well from the Ornn, which
I don't-
allowed Set there to sit.
If I
up
was in
top.
that Ornn's position, I feel that's almost a waste, because there did not need to be 4 of you down there on that one Alistar.
Set
That is
caught out, takes the
disgusting.
ultimate, uses W, but does
He
take out
takes
the
out the
Vayne.
Vayne.
He's just
And that's
sustaining
Warwick
with
coming
equal
in. Warwick's
tempo.
just taken out the Nautilus, and I think Tristana's just done some damage, and she's taken out that Kayn too.
So close to that Set staying alive there.
And that
Just-
mobility coming in from London, where Akali's just been able to get away completely unscathed. I think that's very, very wise pick there.
Yeah, and now we're coming out with the bounties on the Warwick,
And
who
we're
was
coming up to
very
Cloud as
much
well.
down on his opponent, and Trist with
We've got
that.
Cloud coming in. Are they going to take it while they've got nothing there? I believe they are going to start it, and this will be the soul they're going for. This Cloud is going to be massive for London if they can get the Reigning Dragons, because that is a huge movement buff for them.
100%, and with how fed the Set, the Warwick, the Tristana is, their ultimates are going to be massive.
It's going to be...
The pushback and explosion from Trist, the pick up and put down of anyone that Set might pick up.
And if we can
Just
get this soul,
massive.
that is a huge speed buff, especially with the likes of the Vayne, the Kayn, the Akali. That is going to be a huge assist to them in getting those picks and using that speed without having to use something like Shirelius to get that speed.
Yeah, and we see that now, sort of mythics coming in, all of London having theirs, and we're just waiting on the support of Stoke to pick up his. Before the other Kraken Slayer, the Ludens.
Alistar going in top in. Is that the Ornn? Yes, it is. That is.
Just checking to see if
You've
he
got
can
Set
catch
coming
him.
in, but we've also got this Kayn. This could go either way, I think.
Kayn is about, gets the knock up on Set. Set is full damage, takes the R over,
is-
picks up, stuns them both.
Is that
Kayn jumps in with the R and gets the miss on the W gets taken out by Kane. Akali coming up very low.
I don't know if it's worth her going in, because look, you've got the Warwick in.
Warwick has hit either the Ornn there or the Kane. The
Akali's
Orianna
low.
comes in and can't quite catch the kills with the shockwave. Trist now
Tristana using her ability
be able to get away. She gets the bomb reset for another jump, and
but you've got this Orianna, 2 of them are low. And she does profit. She makes the gain. She going in for this Akali. Nope, Tristana's going to do it.
Can't quite get it, but Trist catches the Akali there.
A beautiful trade-off now, neck and neck in kills. However, London just has a slight advantage in gold here.
And that's where the bounties come in. You just wanted maybe with those to play a little bit more safe and, you know, keep their lead that they had.
And we see London going in for this final mid lane tower. I think, are they going to take it? Is Tristana going to try and intercept?
Setting up, waiting for the Alistar here for the engage.
Very lucky escape there from that Kane.
Now,
however, Alistar chasing in, and they've used Shell to escape. It's taken Alistar with him. I think this is a very risky engage from London. However, going in behind, that is disgusting.
Nice knock there.
This is a good fight here. We've got, and that's Vayne gone. That's 1 key integral damage. You've got two
flashes,
2-on-1 on both
Nautilus.
sides. This is a 4v2 for London. I don't think they should be engaging
good
here.
Good stun and knockback there from the Alistar to keep
and that's Nautilus gone again.
Safe. As Trista just laying down the damage, Kane gets in with the R
Shut
and
down
gets
on the Tristana, unfortunate.
700 gold.
That is going to be huge, but I think we take this Kane here. Yes, we do. Beautiful shutdown. 600 gold. That didn't need to be as big as it was, but you know what? Neck and neck on gold again.
Stoke there pulling it back as well. Now, we've got a little bit of a lull state. We see the even shroud come out from Alistar here. I think it's very good. It allows Triss to do more and more damage with all the CC and immobilization that her team has for her.
We don't see a lot of push from Stoke here as London start making their way back down. We do see Set clearing out some of their camps, which I think is a very wise move against the likes of the Akali taking the buffs.
And we see Ornn there out in
We've got Orianna going into mid tower now, but it looks, however, and it's gone. That is a key tower down for London. They really needed that protection because now Stoke have free way of just moving straight up the lane. And I believe that is the, I can't tell if that's Baron or if that is just another Rift Herald being up for a few more minutes before we get Baron in. But that is dangerous. If Stoke can take that and push that down the mid lane, that is a massive blow to London.
Yeah, now at 24 minutes, it's Baron. I believe with the damage and the sort of kills that London have got, definitely something they can start up and take.
I think they're pushing towards it unless they're going to go in for a Set, but that Set's recalling. I think he's going to make it back. They're all very spread along this top side of river, and I think this is a good setup. I don't think there needs to be that many of them there because that just gives the freeway to our bot lane. And Warwick is hidden within bot jungle. And there it is.
Start up there from London. Looking quite closely at the HP there of Baron, down now at 4,000.
Set going up though. I don't think he's not going to get there in time, although if he gets the steal, this would be phenomenal. And that's Baron Nashor gone. That is a huge buff to London. However, if they lose any more fights, they lose that buff, and that is a waste.
Kane using, Set using R on Kane there to get as far away from the team as possible.
Alistair using his ult there for safety, although I don't think it's done a whole lot for them.
No, Warwick flashing away, but still.
Oh, look! Bot lane, they've taken that second tower. They are pushing up into base. With Akali's the only one at base.
Massive damage coming out here from Trista.
Half the tower gone. That is disgusting.
Here to answer the push.
However, they are also pushing mid. It's very, very dangerous because these minions also now do have that Baron buff. They are a lot stronger, and they have that increased recall.
Yep.
That's a quick escape.
Backing off. Stops the recall
from
Kane
Orianna.
there. And it's really good now with the backs. We see maybe Stoke coming in to take away the dragon, possibly. Kane is still up and on the map, so there's maybe a bit of hesitation here from Stoke with a TP coming out from Ornn to make sure they can get it.
Orianna coming down, although I think they might have to, I don't know, they might have to give this one to London because I don't think it's safe enough for them to go in. Although they've all been seen and now Orianna knows full well what she could be getting herself into. Yes, and that's an unfortunate blow to Stoke. However, we've still got level dragons now. Which is going to play out very interestingly because if London get this movement buff from this Cloud Drake, it is going to be a huge blow to Stoke because with these tanky characters, London just go in and they can sweep up what they need.
Yeah, it's something to look out for, definitely. Now, with the Akali taking the blue buff there, making sure she can keep using her spells, which obviously are main part of her kit, and her damage.
I don't know whether it would be worth Akali staying here, to be fair, because looking at the Alistar, looking at the Orianna, they've both got full health. This Akali is at half. If they go in, that is an easy kill for them, and that is another free reign up mid lane.
Yeah, and now we have sort of both teams, both bot laners.
Both set, and the Alistar just camping in that bush. And look, I think this has worked for them. Nautilus going in. This is dangerous for them. However, they've both been slowed. And that's the knock up. You've got Tristana coming in. You've got Warwick coming in. This is disgusting.
Set brings down the damage onto Akali, using her ult to get away from the W damage there.
That Zhonya's has come out from... Oh, and that is disgusting
firing
from the Akali. Poor
As we see
thing.
the Baron push.
Oh, but they've gone to bot side base as well for blue.
And
both teams seem to be playing exactly the same. Are they going to take that inhibitor?
This could be it. The backs are way too.
They need to
long.
recall. They need to get back.
Trist is back, and they've taken inhib, and they're like, "Yep,
Super
cool, we've
minions
taken
now
it."
coming in are going to slow down Stoke massively because they've now got to focus on that in case they take those Nexus towers.
But not everyone back, so Stoke here looking for the counterplay of the other
Up
inhib.
the mid lane. The mid lane especially being a dangerous one to take because that is like free entry to Nexus. That is the easiest way up. And you can see Kane's going back now. You've got Nautilus back, Vayne back. But is it going to be done? Is it going to be enough?
Yep.
They've already taken the inhibitor. We are now neck and neck on this. This is incredibly close. 21-19 and there's only 1,000 gold in it. This is really getting down to a wire.
Extremely close, and just using their Orianna on Set, just able to get away. Set maybe thinking, oh, push this last little bit, see if we can catch out and maybe get some damage on the next tower. We have Warwick in the jungle, clearing out. He's getting ready to back now. We're getting the backs from Orianna. Kane hovering the Ornn there to keep him as safe as possible. But though, he's really tanky. So not many 1v1s where he's going to die out on his own.
We've just seen Oblivion all being bought by this Orianna. Could they be going for an anti-heal build, especially against the likes of Akali? The Ornn, just making sure that they don't, and the Kane especially, making sure that when they go in, they are not healing straight back up.
Definitely going for more of a utility build here from the Orianna. No Rabadons or Shadow Flame. But we see Kane and Warwick fighting, and the R comes out so he sustains, but the Ornn and damage just
that's not going to be enough. You've got more coming in. This is
Set now.
Nautilus going in, Nautilus pushing out, and that's another kill onto Tristana from that Kane. However, you've got 2 on this poor Nautilus.
Set now, damage coming out from the W. He does get one.
There. This Alistar has been doing insanely with his crowd control. This is beautiful play. This is what you like to see. You like to see these stuns. You like to see that they are not just letting them in.
But this is a massive win for London. 4 kills for 1 there.
Definitely, because they can now push in top side, free range. They're missing 3 of their key damage dealers, 4 even. This Orianna's got to defend now, and I don't think she's aware that how close they are to that base.
And especially having to force that bot lane defend with the inhib down. It's beautiful from London here. Now taking down the Nexus tower in the top side.
Just prancing around. You've got the recall here.
There's pings going out onto the mid lane, which I believe London are now going
Orianna
back.
coming in, but that inhibitor is still going to go down, unfortunately. And that is not what Stoke need right now.
Ornn going back there to clear the wave of the 2 inhib minions.
And you've got 50 seconds till the next Baron. That could be a huge help. I think whoever can get this next Baron is going to have a massive lead. And you've got the Cloud Drake coming up as well.
Yeah, it's something we may look for a trade in. Either London with the lead going for that Baron and setting up for that, whilst maybe you send down the Orianna and Tristana to take out the Dragon in response, as we're very close. Well, we're coming up to Soul Point.
We're in the late stages now. We need to see these Dragons are going to make all the difference here. The buffs they add are huge. And I think Baron, it's a bigger buff, it's stronger, but it's temporary. And if you die, it's gone. But if we can get, if Stoke can get that Cloud, that's a huge help in getting towards the Soul. But will they make it to the next one? Will we have game over? What is going to happen?
Definitely think we have a massive carry here from the Kane.
Nautilus
12,
is
4
in a
and
very
7.
awkward position here. You've got 4 of them sat in River. You've got 4 of them sat in mid lane.
That's where the push
But are they
now.
just going to push straight down? Or are they going to completely ignore it and push in? Because I think if they can push in, that is all inhibitors gone. And I think that's what they're going to do.
And they've taken down the tier 2 in
Kane
the mid lane.
going in.
Kane going
Is
for
Kane
the
gonna
fight. Gets the knock up on Orianna. Gets the knock up on
gone.
Set. W's does half health to 2 champs with the R coming out from
Vayne
Warwick.
gone.
Gets the Vayne down. He's doing as
Akali
much
looks
damage
like
as
she's
he
going
can.
to go here, and
He
she
can't
uses
stay.
Sonya's to safety.
as we get the jump away from Tristana. The Nautilus hook lands, gets Sun down, takes the turret shot with an Alistar knock up from 2. Absolutely clutch plays there from the Alistar to keep Triss safe as they go back to bot lane to clear the wave and save their base.
This is a very risky game for Stoke to play because yes, they could easily run through mid and try and go for a finish. But just as easily London could do the same, or they could go for that Baron or that Cloud Drake and it would just be game over. Especially with these inhibitors gone.
Like you were saying before, now all inhibitors down. That's double inhibitor minions in every lane.
Going here, I believe the Akali is going to. She stays up, but this is very risky business here.
Alistar forcing the flash out there from the Akali. This
Alistar
could be the end.
This looks like it could be the end.
Minions are stacking up. The Orianna is a massive shockwave with the set ultimate. Can he take down the Akali and the Nautilus? He gets one and gets the Akali. This could be a base
They're all
save.
so low. This could be base safe. They could easily go for a strike. That is disgusting. You've got Nautilus gone. You've got Kayn gone. You've got the Alistar ult coming, and that is the Ornn gone. Are Stoke going to make most of the push Dragon, or are they going to have to play safe and clear base?
And unfortunately, with Vayne not there, that's not an ace, but they have saved their base.
This Nexus now. That's a fifth of their health gone. That is such a big blow to them. And could we? Is this Vayne going to go for Cloud all the way down?
Such a low Nexus as well. Possibly so close there to finishing off. Vayne now soloing the Dragon as Stoke have to clear their base. They can't let minions through, otherwise it's game over if that happens.
Yeah,
as we see.
Still level on kills, but it just seems that London have this gold advantage, 3,000 gold difference. Kills, it's just nothing there. It's
something that's
now complete. I think it's turned in London's favour here. They've managed to play the long game here, I think.
With Baron up now, people from London coming back up as they're setting up now for the Baron. Vision just dropped there from
got Warwick going
London
up through
side.
mid. I wonder if he's going for a push or is he just going to try and watch over Baron to make sure that they are really precarious about this. This just isn't looking good for Stoke right now.
It's just straight Baron. They're setting up their vision. They're checking that there's no Stoke vision around, and they're just going to start it up.
They're going to start it up, and you've got Alistar going in there, seeing the Nautilus, seeing the Akali. And I believe this is going to go to London unless Stoke can really intervene or get a steal. But even with the steal, if you die up with Baron, you lose that buff.
It's already down to 2k HP. The Ornn ult started, comes out. Kayn gets
and that's
the
London
smite.
with the Baron.
It's another nice knock-up set coming in, very low. Can't quite stay. That's insane damage.
That is
Unfortunately,
massive damage, but Set goes down there. That is 2 key damage dealers done.
Can't quite get the kill. That's now 3 down for Stoke. London setting up to push the mid lane with the Baron.
And I think we can see London possibly coming in here to end it because there is nothing stopping them from touching that Nexus.
100%. There's no minions spawned as we see 5 players pushing in from London here.
And I think this is going to be game over as they take the Nexus. As much as that Alistar stun is going to lift and knock and do everything, there is nothing that Stoke can do now to stop London and their minions from taking it. Although that's the Nautilus gone for the Tristana. Tristana taken out by the Vayne. Vayne taking out the Alistar, and that I believe is going to be game to London.
That's very clutch there from London with the earlier push. It's helped them there take the Baron as well and just end the game. What a game. So close in every aspect.
It was just that late game. I think London knew what they had to do. They had that late game plan down to a T. They took the Dragon lead. They took Barons twice. And I just think they played the waiting game and they played it rightfully. Well played to London. Well played to Stoke.
100%.
Although, who do you think your standout player to be?
I think with the amount of ganks we got from the Kayn there, I think he just dominated the game in especially objectives with the 2 Barons, the 3 Dragons he got. Maybe not so early because he was focusing that top side in trying to stop that set from getting so far ahead that he would have just carried the game.
Although I must say, in terms of Stoke, I am very, very proud of the Alistar. I believe that's Tom. Big ups to him for having to put that such a fight. Those knock-ups were disgusting. The consistency. Just everything there. He played as a support should. That is what you want as a bot laner to have 100%. Your support. You want them there. You want them hitting their stuns. You want
100%.
that. You want that safety. You want that security. And that was absolutely fantastic.
And they were definitely consistent. You could always see there was 2 or 3 people getting knocked up every time.
Those ults hit every single time, and that is what you need in a game like this.
I definitely have to say though, Tristan coming out with a good game, unfortunately couldn't carry enough.
But I think definitely in terms of laning, I want to say Stoke had the stronger bot lane. I think that jungle and that mid lane pulled ahead, and it just You can't stop that. That is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and especially when you get that on top side and he just gets full tank. There's nothing much anyone can do about it. And to answer him, you have to send 4 or even 5 people up to answer it as well.
If you need to answer Kane's calling with 5 champs, you just know full well he is too strong. You cannot stop that.
Yeah, it's something to look for in other games as well. And I have to say, Akali did very well in her matchup, especially early when the range advantage is to Orianna.
She definitely struggled early game.
Yep, as we are just coming out of this game, what are your thoughts in general?
I think it's set us up for a very good day, and I know Stoke aren't on the best. I bet their morals are a little bit low, but I think they've got full confidence going into this that we can still do this. You guys have got this. It's still doable. It's not lost until the fat lady sings.
100%. And now we're going to throw out to a break.
Hey London, this is something you can't do. It's touch grass. It's very nice and fluffy, but you don't have that because you're a concrete jungle, unlike us. But we're just better. So hey ho. Plus L plus ratio.
I love playing games, me honestly, but something I prefer so much more is recycling. Funny looking duck. Stupid. You know what? That's actually a pretty decent room. I'll let them off for that one. Who the hell is this? Who is this person? Who are you? Get out of here, I don't even want you. Stupid campus. Looks absolutely terrible. What is this mascot? What is this? What? Is that an elephant? Is that a bull? Terrible. Ugh. London? Don't care at all. Terrible.
that brought me alive. Though we're all like monsters, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a rebel's fight without an alibi. Took my hands without an alibi.
Thank you, Lottie and Cole, for that. Welcome back. If you missed some of that League of Legends, well, unfortunately, we didn't come out on top. We did lose that one, but a very close game coming down to the wire. Obviously, you have myself, Walker, joined by Josh and Tommy. We're changing it up. Once again, new host with me. How are you doing today, guys?
Not too bad.
Not too bad?
I'm doing great. It was an interesting game overall.
It was indeed. You know, we saw a very close game. Obviously, we have got our next game of Rocket League, which is going to be an interesting one. Be interested to see how they've built their Rocket League team alongside their evidently strong League team and Valorant team.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, we don't really have too many Rocket League players, so I'm not holding out hopes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one to see how it goes. It's ultimately going to come down to just how well they've built as well.
Looking at how well Staff did against Kiel, and Kiel does have an amazing Rocket League team, they didn't do too bad. It was somewhat of a sweep because, again, Kiel's Rocket League team is somewhat rated very highly in the EU. But comparatively, not too bad.
Yeah, I think they've definitely had that coaching from them. I think that's one of the main things that we've been doing with pretty much all of our players is, depending on what title they are, they've had someone at least who specialises within the game to give them that element of coaching, which is definitely necessary. Especially if you're a newer player or you've not had that much experience with it, it's definitely key to do that. So, thankfully, we've had that sort of network set up from the beginning, but it'll be interesting what London have done.
Yeah. We do have Matt as well next door, who's a really good coach. He played a lot recently, but I think we've got some changes that you want to bring up.
Yeah, we do. We have a couple of changes to our schedule now. So obviously we had League of Legends there, but obviously we are a little bit behind on time. So previously we were going to be going for Smash Bros, but we are going with Rocket League as our next game, as we previously mentioned. Then we will have some TFT after that, followed by our staff games. And then Pokemon will be towards the end still with Valorant and potentially have Smash. Well, it will be now Gang Beasts in between Pokemon and Valorant if time is of the essence to us. But, you know, these schedules, these changes happen every time. We can never have a perfect running, can we? Nothing can ever go perfectly in this industry. Never.
In all fairness, we are trying to run it as a cross-campus event. Which is
cross-campus, bro. It's pretty much cross-country at this point.
Well, yeah.
It's not cross-campus. They're not over the road. They are literally in London.
Yeah.
It's a bit hard to sync everything up, but you know we're getting there. We're doing what we can, and hopefully some Rocket League interest will be coming our way very shortly.
Yeah.
I mean, Rocket League is one of those games that can be played at such a high level and so greatly. You can get to the top, and it.
Looking forward to the high-level Rocket League.
Oh, yeah, no, but my point is, at the highest level, Rocket League is one of the most interesting games that there is, in my opinion. There's so many mechanical little things that you have to perfect at that top level that makes it an interesting esports title. So, even at its lower levels, there's still that element of different mechanics. If you can have a understanding in some of them, there's that level where you can be excelling in it and can give you that edge in these games.
Just working with the physics engine itself says enough. I mean, the cars are hard enough to control in that game as it is, especially when you're flying through the air with a massive ball stuck to you.
I mean, yeah, that's the main thing. That obviously, for those who don't know who Rocket League is, because we may have a couple of people who don't really know what the game is. Well, it's basically football with cars. It's the best way to describe it. You can go in the air with the ball, so it's the best way is just football with cars.
It's futuristic football with cars.
Well, what I said was we should have played on the original Rocket League game. We should have played on supersonic, acrobatic, rocket-powered battle cars. And the fact that I still remember the name of that is quite concerning.
You've got a lot of things concerning.
I've never heard of that.
Is that a dig at me?
Yeah.
What for? Is it because of Jungle Skog?
No, it's just fun.
Wait, what's it called?
Jungle Skog.
Jungle Skog?
Jungle Skog.
It's Swedish, Tommy.
It's Swedish. It's like DJ, the jungle.
Oh.
Well, with that, we are heading into Rocket League. So we're going to pass you over to the wonderful people of James and Connor.
Thank you, Nathan and Co. over on the host desk. I am Connor yet again, joining you for Rocket League.
And I'm James.
Joined, by James. So, as I was saying over there, we're looking for some high-octane cars doing acrobatics, flipping everywhere, and a bit of football in there as well. So, football season itself is coming to an end, so we'll spice it up a bit, coming into some car football. So, you're a football fan yourself, a Rocket League fan?
I'm more of a Rocket League fan. I'm not really much football, but yeah, Rocket League. I've played a good amount.
Yeah, is there any teams or any tactics you followed quite a lot?
Not really. I just watch what I enjoy, really. So if I catch it, I catch it.
Yeah, well, Rocket League is one of those games where you can really just jump into it at any time because it's just driving a car and hitting a ball. It kind of fits two genres. You got your racing sim players might enjoy it because, of course, it's driving. Then your sports game enjoyers will really like it because it's got sports, it's got football. But, it is one of those games where you can pick it up casually, you can pick it up from a sports perspective, but there's a lot of skill involved, as I was saying over on our host desk. You have to jump for the ball, you have to control the ball in the air. There are some game modes where you can have items, like in Mario Kart. So, it's just a whole explosion of randomness that can happen anywhere. And, getting that ball in the goal is something to cherish because, you got to hit the right angle or, make sure an opponent knocks it in, which can always be a bit funny because, you think, oh, no, I've got a wrong hand in the ball, and then your opponent tries to block it, and then it's tapped in the back of the net anyway.
Yeah, I've had that multiple times. It's always just a surprise.
Yeah, it is a surprise. Of course, I believe we have some 3v3 content as well, so you're going to have to see the teamwork effort. Maybe, have a player standing as a goalkeeper, staying back, and then have, a player who's a striker, then, a defensive all-around player who's going around the map, zip, zap, zoom, making sure the opponents aren't getting it. And I believe in Rocket League, if you crash, you explode. I don't know if that's just a casual thing or if that's a competitive thing.
I think I've seen it in a competitive stage as well. Very rarely, but it does happen. Mostly it's just bashing the other players out of the way to get them out of, say, the goal so that the ball will go in, mainly. So...
yeah, that can be very helpful if our players do use that. Of course, maybe some players might see that as a bit of a BM tactic, but, some players might be like, hey, if it's a part of the game and I can stop you getting a goal, I'm going to do it. I myself have done it a couple of times, not purposely, obviously, but,
I think everyone has.
Yeah, everyone crashes. It's like real cars. You can sometimes crash a van outside the Stoke City Stadium, but...
yeah, even though there was plenty of space, I imagine.
Yeah, I could see the hosts laughing across the side from the reference I just made there.
Yeah.
One of them wasn't quite listening, so didn't quite hear it. But yeah, and now we're bringing football together. But yeah, any plays you're expecting to see? No, any tactics you've seen from Stoke that could maybe...
I imagine we're going to see a lot of which the pros will use, but not really. I'm just expecting a lot of just energy, really. A lot of it.
Oh, sorry, I sneezed there. But yeah, energy is a thing we're going to see a lot of in this game. We have seen a couple of practice games of our players where they are really attacking the corners. So maybe they've learnt from these. Maybe our team have watched footage of London play, or maybe of the players they have on their play, to try and see, what can we do to beat that? And again, London could have done the same. Stoke were guarding the corners quite well, but if they maybe switch things up a bit, maybe okay, London could have watched our content. So let's maybe, instead of guarding the corners, we'll just stick to the sides and run it round. Of course, in Rocket League, you can
I imagine also it's going to be we potentially, for the first few minutes, just try out to see what works against them and then evolve through that. I think a lot of people originally will do that. It's the most common way to actually defeat them.
Yeah, I can see that. Of course, that does kind of open error because, if you're being let's test the waters, see what we can do, that then allows that your opponents to be like, they're testing things out, let's go from the testing stage, just ram the ball. Rocket League, if you're inches away, if you're in the wrong angle, wrong position, that opens up the space to just knock it in the back of the net from the other side of the pitch. I've played with people who are very big in the game, and, they've just had moments where they've had Smurf accounts, and the players have done the testing phase. Okay, for the first couple of seconds of the game, let's test it. We're they're spreading out, and to get their boost, I'll just tap it in. It just goes straight for the middle. So hopefully we don't see our players doing that.
No, we do not want that, especially we're 1-0 down from league. So, anything you're looking forward to in these matches, or?
I'm just looking forward to seeing Stoke pull it back. It's a best of 3, so we have 2, maybe 3 chances to pull it back. But yeah, so hopefully we can do that, and hopefully there are some tactics maybe we haven't seen before. I'm hoping to see some creativity because...
yes, same here. There are a lot of moves which I'm sure pros would be also looking forward to seeing, especially potentially younger talent.
Yeah, of course, younger talent go through, like one of these games. It is a fairly, well, it's not the newest game, but it's quite new in the atmosphere.
So, you know, catching those players at a younger age and nourishing them could be quite good. And of course, at university level, there's a lot of ways to get that nourishment, to get that competitive play, because, you know, a lot of universities are breaking out into esports now, and like a lot of these games are now becoming more esports because of it. So yeah. So young players, something I'm expecting to see.
Yeah, and like we say with young players, it's potentially then also see them in the future in bigger teams, which I think is one of the big things which I'm sure they're looking forward to.
Yeah, you know, looking like, because Rocket League is such a saturated game, and not in terms of there's a lot of teams there. Of course, a lot of the big companies will run tournaments for it, run teams for it. But because it is often that 3v3 format, you've got to be that pinnacle to get in it. Because it's like, oh, we can't have any Tom, Dick, and Harry going into the game, because, you know, you've got to have, you know, 3 people. You know, got to have 3 people who are going to be at the top of their game. Maybe we can have 1 really good player, or at least more experienced player, and then 2 players who will be learning, you know, because that would mean, like, hey, I can be the team captain.
Yeah.
You guys listen to me.
Like, you want also good synergy with them, so, like, you know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, as we say that, we are cutting to our game, as we have Stoke are 1-0 up currently on the blue side, and we're just seeing it fly through the air, and London are really having to think about it. They're nudging it through the middle. Of course, a couple of players just crashing it, but a nice hit there from one of our players, and just comes back. Could have been a great deflection there. We're going straight back towards, I believe that as Haribo going straight back. So going straight into that with that middle of the lane play, and that's something that I think could be quite active. We see a goal come from, oh, just hit the post, but can we see the tap in? We do see Technics getting that second goal there for Stoke. So opening up the play there, waiting for a mistake to happen, and going off of that crossbar hit. There's no London players there to take it in.
No, and we also had one of our other players coming in behind as well, so even if ours missed, we still had one to get that goal, so we're going straight back into kickoff.
Yeah, so back at that gameplay. London having a bit of a stronger push there, you know, knocking our players out of the way. We have Corey the Gamer and Technics just watching that goal as Bertini is coming up through.
Apparently, I have been told we're actually, we're orange, apparently.
Oh, we are orange?
That's what I've just been told.
Okay. So in that case, we are currently 2-0 down. Sorry about any technical difficulties there, as we see that our players are now rushing to kind of pick up those mistakes, so maybe realizing, you know, they let us go through the middle earlier, so let's try and push back and, you know, claim it, maybe play instead of going to the sides, go what they were using before, go for that central row, and then just watching it as London are getting very close at tapping it in, and, you know, just having to watch this go back and forth. And how do you feel about this?
Well, to be honest, I'm actually really still enjoying it. It's like we've got a lot of energy, from what I can tell. It's like a couple bit of blocking from our own players, but we are getting close, I feel.
Getting close indeed. Of course, we are learning their remedies, we're learning their tactics, and our players are opting to just stay at the back of the goal. I guess that is a very good defensive tactic, but at the end of the day, if you're staying at the back of the goal, you're not really getting much out of it because you haven't got that push. There's usually a push go forward for our players there, but doesn't tap it in quite as quickly. There's Technics come back for London, just going forwards an open goal, and he does tap it, but it does jump off of the front bumper and go over and, you know, open up for another play, and it does go straight in there. 3-0. Haribo scores another goal there, and again, it's the same mistake. It's going straight down the middle from a deflection.
I do have to say that it is a fantastic goal, just a backflip. You rarely see that, I feel.
They are quite, you know, uncommon because, you know, you've got to have, like, those players, you know, got to have those tactics to know their aerials, to know how to get it through.
Yes.
As you see, the kickoff does come straight up again. And, you know, again, London, our players are looking again, they're focusing more on the goal area, but what is the point? They're defending but not attacking. They're 3-0 down, and London are just circling that goal and being like, if you're not going to push for ours, we're just going to nail yours.
Yeah, and also it feels like as though we're not really pushing much. Well, Orange is not pushing much. It seems like they're just doing more basic parts for this game.
Yeah, and go for that basic. Maybe they're basing it off of like football tactics or like just basic tactics they've seen before. As you see a slight explosion there, and it gives the blue team, London, to have that bit of a push. It does nearly tap in for another of those deflection goals. So our players have to learn. They're going for those deflections. They're waiting for our mistakes to push forward. You know, maybe we've got to wait for their mistakes. We don't know what we're going to see as we see a crash there, going boom, and it's allowing for a little bit of defensive play to just take place. But London recovering very well and going straight for that goal again, but just hitting the side, giving an open path for our players to come and cut through, but not allowing it, and London just coming straight back from their own mistakes, not allowing us to exploit theirs.
Yes, and that really what we want to try and keep pressuring on is making them make those mistakes, so that we potentially can get the goal in.
Yeah, and we have to wait, those mistakes, hopefully that pressure does put onto it. Maybe our players are waiting for a tick down to the last couple seconds and then they go zoom, store all their power up and just hit it. But can we get those 3 goals in those last couple of minutes? There is, mathematically it is possible, but is it physically possible? You have to get like a goal every 10 seconds to try and confirm that draw at least.
Yes, and seeing as we've only got like a minute left, it's potentially looking like unlikely.
Yeah, it's looking very unlikely as London, with their techniques, pushes straight through. But Brinky has come through and just stopped it going in, and they're putting every last hope into it, defending that goal. And we're going into 1 minute left, and London are looking very comfortable going into this match. And it's just getting scary for Stoke as the goal does go right in front, but it does just miss. As a great block there by the London goalkeeper. And just going straight back towards the Stoke orange goal, but luckily getting defended. And, we're getting closer. Maybe there's a tactic. What would you recommend for us to use to get into that game further?
Perhaps a few more demos, maybe even just be more aggressive. Feels as though we're not really pushing too much into their half.
Yeah, but we are being forced back. Maybe it could be a tactic of, oh hey, we're all going to stay back, push at last minute, or maybe London are just putting that pressure on and just, pushing them back to the goal line, meaning like, here's less creative plays for you, and once you get that moment to move forward, one of our players will come in as a sniper and just knock it straight in the back of the goal. We come down to these last 5-6 seconds of the game. London in the blue are very far ahead with 3-0 and are most likely going to take this game 1 of our Rocket League best of 3, and London is the winner there. I just see a cheeky little achievement coming from the side there. So, how do you feel about that game?
It was a lot of energy from London, especially like the earlier stages. We've got potentially a lot to build up from it, but I think we could pull it back, seeing what we saw. But at the same time, I did see a lot of potential blocking and multiple players going for the ball at the same time. So it's potentially a really going to be interesting second match.
Yeah, hopefully our players are going to learn from the mistakes, and hopefully they're going to be like, hey, well, you guys were pushing us into our goal. Let's push you into your goal. Hopefully, that, it comes from that kickoff. Whoever gets that first touch on the kickoff is in the controlling hands for the first 5-10 seconds of each segment, shall we say? Because if the London team get the first touch and get it pushed forward, that forces Stoke back. That lets London get that pressure on. But if Stoke get the first touch, then they can pressure London. Maybe London have a tactic for if they don't get the first touch, but maybe Stoke can disperse them, can be like, oh, we'll get our striker to go forward, and our other 2 players, we won't bother about defending our goal, we'll push you aside, make you follow us, predict where we're going to pass, and just tap it straight through, go with the same cheeky tactic they've been going with, hit the crossbar or the post, and then go in. Hopefully it works. It doesn't always work, you don't always get that right angle, but, but it's just something. We can hold in for hope.
Yes, we just got to literally just see how the ball goes.
Yeah.
Literally.
It's one of those games where, because it's so physics heavy, like, in most games you have your recoil, you have retaliation, you have your snapback, but in Rocket League there is the gravity on your cars, there's the angle you hit the ball at, there's the ball hit the side, there's the ball hit another player, do you hit another player? So there's so many different effects, coming on the physics, on the gameplay, that, really could, just alter the entire game state and just allow the opposing team to go through. We could go over more of a distracting tactic where the Stoke players are, crashing, or hitting the ball, faking it, going for a nice little demo or fakie will be really good in the air. And getting some aerial shots, 'cause I've noticed that London have mainly been focusing on their ground play.
Yeah, I agree with that. I've seen only mainly our players going for aerials, so it's that was near the especially in our half, near the end of the match. So can we see more of that next match as well? I'm hoping so. I'm sure you do as well.
I'm hoping so too. London, I know I said they're not going for aerial plays, but they're sticking to the ground in the battle phase, shall we say. But then in the striking phase, they're going for those high hits. They're making sure they can get it up the wall, they can tap it down. If it hits a crossbar, they can tap it through. And it's just one of those things where, London are learning from their own mistakes, whereas Stoke are just being like, oh, we're going to stick to the ground. A lot of the saves have been from the ground. I think our players are waiting for the ball to come to them rather than going to the ball.
Yeah, I from what I could see, I agree with that. It seems like we're not being too aggressive. It's more like we're more taking a back burner. We're taking it slow, and I think that could hurt us really.
That that is hurting us. You know, those 3 goals they let in have come from the same mistake. You know, they were being too defensive, and then because of defensive plays, London were taking a shot. Stoke were either forcing them to go to the crossbar or deflecting it themselves. Then another London player was coming in where they were forced to back to just tap it in. So, you know, we just got to hope that, you know, the defensive natures become more of a, hey, we're going to defend and then counter-attack.
Yeah. That is all we've got to basically do. It is difficult, especially at higher levels, but it's still the same fundamentals. Just get it into their half, mostly. No matter what.
Yeah, getting into that half and, you know, just making sure you have the power and speed boost. Of course, having that speed and having those jumps is another crucial thing in Rocket League because it allows you to have a little bit of pressure, you know, going onto the players. You can, you know, go up higher on the jump, you can go higher on the sides, which means you can get further and further away or closer to the ball depending on what game state it is if you're getting... Yep, so, you know, we're just going to try and see how we can work that out.
Yes, and I'm sure with, like, at least this next match, we're going to see a lot more pressure from both teams, a lot more skills. Seems like perhaps now they've got more into it, they're ready, they've focused. And I think that's really what we are looking for in terms of, like, play, where, like, the 3 goals which London scored were fantastic, or at least the 2 we saw, but honestly, it doesn't matter. To be honest, for me, I don't mind which team wins or lose. I'm just really wanting to see some really good play from both sides, no matter who scores, who wins. Like I say, I'm just hoping we at least get a win back.
Yeah, hopefully if we get 1 game in this best of 3, that's always good.
Yeah.
So it shows into the future games we're putting pressure on. Like we were saying on the host desk at the very start, you know, it's going to be a lot of a back and forth. You know, maybe we'll have games that we're a lot stronger at, and then London will have games they're a lot stronger at. You know, our staff team have, you know, put a lot of effort into picking games where, you know, it's an even ground, but, you know, there's always going to be some sort of uneven
there'll always be
bits.
You and also on the day you could just completely just mess up. It's impossible to say, oh, this team is the best because they're the best. Because, like, even in the other esports, we've seen, like, teams which are supposed to be some of the best in the world fail within, like, the first few matches, and that's it. Their run is over. So could we see the same again? Could London just get to a point where they just can't improve themselves?
Yeah, well, they could get to that burnout point. They could be putting all their best players into these first couple games, thinking, oh, we'll just get the dominant lead, and then just sit out the rest, go for a draw. But Stoke could, you know, be like, hey, you've used up all your good players, or you've used up your players on their best games. Let's take out advantage of that burnout, and let's just strike and go straight through that. And
yeah.
Maybe we could see that in Rocket League. Maybe we've been like, okay, you've shown us our tactics. You've shown us, we've shown you yours. You've shown us your art. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
the tactics have been exchanged. As we jump into the game here, I believe the sides have been fixed as the goal is being straight through, but Technics just jumps it in for London straight away from that kickoff. So we see it's not actually the same mistake this time. It's just, well, it is roughly, but it bounces off the bottom of the crossbar. And the splash emote there, just cheesing it a little bit. Meaning that London, straight off the bat, are ahead, and Stoke have got to go back. Again, they are pushed back to their own goal. The kickoff is a bit of a clash there. They go straight towards the goal and just misses the post. They go again for a second touch, and it goes straight in again from Technics. 2 goals in mere seconds. And what do you feel about, you know, this play?
A lot of it was literally just Stoke basically just going, all right, we're just going to leave it undefended. It's all really what it was. Like you saw, like I think it was called going in to get boost, and now we leave it. We don't.
Yeah, the Stoke
that
players
just makes no.
Just deserting. Have they given up? Have they chosen? They go for a nice hit. They just does miss the goal by an angle.
Oh,
it goes again, but it's an explosion as the ball is hit. So we do miss if that did go in or not, but because it did not. Another explosion. So Ringerford's offensive yet defensive plays here.
Yes, we are now hopefully seeing Stoke basically coming back into play and putting that pressure we were talking about onto London.
Yeah, London, you know, are falling back a bit. Like, our Stoke players are pushing forward to go for a shot on goal, and it does go in. CD Velix gets the first goal for Stoke in this best of 3, and hopefully that is a good sign. We could see a draw. We could see them come back for a cheeky 3-2, 4-2, whatever it is. Amazing in the side of the net, and, you know, that was just grand to see. Hopefully, do you think it's going to be a pullback?
I could easily see one coming, but honestly,
Well, does that go straight in? As we see another one from CD Vix, just tapping it in, using London's own tactic against them.
I don't have to say anything else. It's just literally just spoken for me. There's the comeback.
Have London seen, they're scoring goals and giving back? Are they giving us pity goals? We'll have to find out, as Haribo is on our screen right now. See, do Stoke get another one? They go straight in for that kick. It does go off, but it does go quite close to the goal, and unfortunately Technics gets that hat-trick, which means that Stoke are yet again on the back foot. And we're going to have to see, can Stoke pull that back, or London's going to cruise easy? They've got the lead, defend for the rest of the game.
I can easily see Stoke pulling it back. We've already got 2 goals in like rapid succession, and I can easily see that happening as long as we actually kind of learn from our mistake, and that's a demo right off the bat.
Yeah, so going for that demo and pushing us aside, Stoke player Burkini going straight through, but Haribo is going for that aerial defensive play, just stopping it getting any further and going to other players. They're pushing straight in that goal again here from London. That goes just in. Haribo giving that final blow in the wound, possibly 4-2 up. 3 minutes left to go. London still might not be winning, and Stoke can still score 2 or 3 goals in that time. A goal per minute is possible.
That is true. We could Stoke could easily bring it all back. We just got to see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. The kickoff does come straight through. London again on dominant hand, but the Stoke player here, Chen on ice, coming straight through and just knocking it back. Something to do. Corey the Gamer is going for this area play, something London haven't been doing for a while in the first game. But maybe feeling like, okay, Stoke are picking onto our tactics. And a nice one there from Bikini going straight up into the sky. CD Venex coming through, just showing what pressure they have, showing I'm the big boy here. I'm going to make sure that your goal is pressured and put a little bit of sweat on their foreheads.
Yes, and some odd reason London did push it back into their own half instead of keeping it in, pushing it into ours.
Yeah, so London are being pushed back into their own half, which is quite good for our players here on Stoke. It's going to go straight towards the London goal as the Stoke players just miss out on going for a cheeky goal there, leaving their goal wide open. But we see that I believe that Bikini was on the back foot there, just to stop it going through as Chen on ice is coming up to the ball, trying to hope for the best. Bikini supporting them, getting that ball past them where they've had a little fakie there to see who's getting the ball. And then CDL Vix is going straight up, pushing the ball forward and, hoping for a miracle, hoping they can just catch London off guard. As London push for another mistake, and Corey the Gamer has got their goal. So we have a team hat-trick now. Each player has scored at least 1 goal.
Yeah, and to be honest, with how Stoke players are playing, it seems like they're not really noticing when London are actually pushing into us.
Yeah, Stoke are really relying on the offence now. So where they were going for only defensive plays last game, I think they're trying to think our mistake was defending, let's go for straight out attacking. Bikini is pushing up, getting the ball in a nice aerial position, trying to push as we see CDL that's coming through, leaving the goal wide open though, as Corey the Gamer has a free reign to push onto our side of the field and see how it goes. And it does get tapped up, goes over, but are we going to see the classic play from London? And it is the classic play.
Yes.
Go up above, tap it in. It's something Stoke have to learn and learn again.
Yeah, and from what I can see here, it feels as though we may not even get the chance to learn it. Looking like we could potentially not even make it to another match in this.
Yeah, Stoke have to hold out for a hero. They're going to score a goal every 30 seconds to get a draw here. But at this rate, London is doing the exact same thing. And, they are going to be taking this game possibly. Of course, you can always hold out and hope. The impossible is never impossible. It's a non-zero chance. But London pushing straight in on the goal again. It does just go past. But Haribo is exploiting that mistake. But we see Chen on Rice really stopping that and just making sure there's no goal going in, pushing towards London's goal. This could be a nice little tap in. It could disgruntle London's defenders, but they just push forward on a complete open goal. This is it. This is probably all she sang. Game, set, and match, and curtains possibly for London at this point.
Yeah. Honestly, there needs to be a miracle for Stoke to even get 1 goal, I feel.
Yeah, like to get that 1 goal, it could be a disgruntlement. If we get a really nice Bobby Dazzler of a goal, we could, disgruntle them and make them go on the back foot. But London going straight again for those corner plays, trying to get it in the air. We see CDL Vix, possibly my man of the match for this game, pushing it through and just trying their best, getting it towards the goal with Bikini, but it goes straight back on themselves. And this could be a nice tap in for London, going for that same mistake. You know, Corey Game are just missing it, but Technics is trying to, you know, get through that corner, situating themselves perfectly, just jumping around, doing some somersaults, and that's something you mentioned earlier. As a goal is wide open, Haribo misses it though, and that leaves it great open for Chen on right to push it towards CDRVix to see if they can get it towards the goal, but of course it is pushed back again to that corner, and it's just going to be a back and forth tussle now. And do you think that either team can take this on as 1 minute comes down?
To be honest, I just see him just constantly doing this, really. I don't see anything else happening.
Yeah, a little bit of tic-tac play, you know, just getting it back and forth. You know, London doing it for defensive play to stop it, you know, stop it from going to their goal, get closer to this goal as possible. Stoke just doing it because maybe they're just trying to find a way to get it towards the other goal. But, you know, with 30 seconds left, they can't really get those 6 goals. They need to take the lead. Nearly an own goal there from London. Possibly a BM play in the making, just to try and be like, we've won the game, let's give you a goal or two. And, you know, going really close to getting a goal there. And we do see a goal there from CD Evlix. You know, a conciliatory goal, just to be like, hey, you know, here's some points going forward. Yeah, we're playing, we're here, we're having fun. You know, the fun never ends.
No. But with like 24 seconds left, it's going to, like I say, I have no belief that there are going to be any more goals. There is, it's going to be pointless.
It is going to be a back and forth play again, you know, like I said, those tic-tac plays, you know, going to and from each player. Haribo sitting around a goal. We do see the Stoke players are being very oppressive on the opposing side of the field, though, with no count, though, because 8, 7, 6, you know, again, they're counting down. This will be all she sang, all she counted, as curtains will be folding in, and London will be our victors for this best of 3, as that last little second ticks over. And here we have it, guys, and all the viewers at home, London takes that crown for our best of 3, and are currently 2-0 up in this Varsity.
Sadly, yes, but what they played brilliantly. I noticed so many times that Stoke, we just didn't have that finesse to get the goals from chances we had.
Yeah, like with the chances they had, you know, they really were pushing, and the goals we got were really good goals. Like that first one, where just from kickoff, we were like, it was like London are dispersing, just gonna go straight through.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know that was why CD Evlix got my man of the match, because
to be honest, I think most of all of London players could easily be my man of the match. They all played phenomenally and near perfect.
Yeah, well, I'd say if I had to pick a man of the match for each team, it would be CD for Stoke, and I want to say probably Technics because of that early on hat trick, that goal in seconds of starting the game.
Yeah.
You know, Haribo was up there a lot with
Yeah,
them.
I was going to say mine would be Haribo. I see him doing a lot of chances at the goal. Most of them did succeed, some didn't, but he was always there.
Yeah, he was always there. Where Haribo was missing, you know, Technics was scoring. And, you know, and saying about scoring, we're going to have a nice score and transition over to our hosts.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you, James. Welcome back. It's us lot now. So, yeah, unfortunately, we fell a little bit short there in Rocket League. Obviously, you guys did see a bit of a issue with our scoreboard there. So, just to clarify, it was a London victory there, but it said Stoke, but London actually won. So, falling short of the final hurdle is unfortunate. But, again, close games.
It was disappointing.
Disappointing, yeah. But there was closeness.
I got really excited because I thought we were doing well.
So did we.
Yeah.
We've been sold a dream.
Okay. Do you want to talk about what we're moving on to next?
Well, yeah, of course. Obviously, we are going to be moving on to TFT as our next game, so that's definitely going to be an interesting one. More intricate one, similar to, obviously, a 3D chess game of League, I believe is the best way to...
It's just a rip-off of Dota Auto Chess, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just Auto Chess with League characters.
Didn't it originate as Auto Chess?
It did, yeah. It was originally a Dota 2 modded game.
That's all my TFT knowledge, baby.
I feel like there's a sore little taste in your mouth there from that, Josh.
No.
Is there something you want to say about Dota? Your main game?
I
Your
mean,
love?
My
your dream?
Absolute
your
despair
fantasies?
that I don't get to play it today.
L.
Because I was really prepared.
L Bozo.
Ratio.
Me and Josh had this conversation.
No, shush. No.
Me and Josh.
No. Okay, right. No. You what? Can't say what you want to say.
Me and Josh.
No. Right. Okay. Anyway, right. Enough about Dota. Don't see that. There's a reason Dota's not on the schedule. It's because of you, right? That's the only reason why.
That's fair.
No, it's not. It's because no one in London plays it.
No. It's because of you.
It's because I'm too good.
No.
Yeah.
Too good.
Too good.
Too good.
5,000 MMR is average, just above.
You
We
see the
have at
time?
least 20
Like,
something people
like,
watching.
yeah,
You
Ben
can't
was
just
pushing
lie
us,
to
wasn't
me.
he?
No. You see the time? I'm still looking for when I actually asked about what rank you were.
Is
so,
this because I made a dig last time?
Yeah, you've asked for this. You've dug at me so many times. Look, I've got all this built up. Every time he's done it in lecture, it's been built up for this moment. Just little picks.
This is good distraction from us getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, pretty much. I was just trying to distract you lot so you didn't realise that we got battered in Rocket League.
Handy.
Obviously,
Yeah.
TFT is our next game. So, again, there's a bit of hope. Maybe, just maybe, we could be a bit better in that.
Yeah, although
Find a victory.
Although when we said we need 4 players, they didn't realise that we needed 4 players.
Oh. They didn't know we needed 4 players.
We might have 2 good TFT players.
Who knows? Well, with that,
Oh.
we're going to head to a very nice break. We'll see you after that.
Robbie. It's definitely Robbie. There's no way Robbie, that man there, sitting there like this, owns a DDR machine.
They're really hard to play.
I love dances.
They're so hard to play. Literally. Yin Yang.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like Yin Yang.
yeah, we're
Yeah.
gonna say that's. Just looking over, thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yin Yang probably.
Okay. Feel free to run us through your thinking as well.
She said it during a lecture last year.
I think I remember this.
Thanks for the 3 point, Brand.
I have a really good memory, okay?
Robbie. It's definitely Robbie.
Ying Ying.
I'm gonna change mine to Yin Yang actually.
Come on!
Okay,
Give me something here!
I'll go with Ying Ying then.
Yeah, I'm going with Ying Ying as well.
That's so Ross.
What?
Lego Robotics.
What, like Bionicles?
No,
Lego
there's-
with motors.
There's like you can like code like
Oh,
big
what?
blocks. You can like buy
Yeah.
like it's like they give them like engineering and IT schools.
They call it Robic. Lego Technic. Whatever.
That's a thing?
Yeah.
That's sick.
You get like different like
Yeah.
big blocks.
And
like, a
look
motor.
at his smug face. That's got a smug. I've just won a robot Lego competition.
I'm thinking Chris for this
It's
one.
between Chris, Ross, and I also thought Maddie might have done it, just from a general sort of thinking. But the more I think about it, the more I think that Ross was one of those. I feel like Ross is one of those people where he'll go into the Lego store and spend like a ton of money,
like $1,000 just on Lego,
on just like the Death Star or,
I feel very
or something
good
like
right
that.
now.
So I'm gonna go with Ross
Do you have a Death
personally.
Star?
So
No, I
yeah,
have my
I'm going
Lego
Ross,
back in
but
my
I
head.
think I'm wrong. But I think so.
I think I'm gonna go Josh. Josh Jack. Yeah. Very smart.
I'm gonna give my answers last now, so I don't.
I feel
like,
Chris.
accidentally
I feel like
confuse
it's either
because-
Josh or Chris, so I'm gonna go Chris.
I'm gonna say Ross.
I'm gonna say Josh.
Dan Bull?
Dan
Bull
What?
made this. Okay, so
Phil
now
Cook.
it's just swapped
It's Phil
from
Cook.
who has a song called Everyone Hates Blank Blank to who knows Dan Bull.
The fact Dan Bull made it makes it so much better.
Josh Ferguson.
I'm gonna go Ross. I feel Ross. Yeah.
Mainly because that seems factual that everyone would hate him.
There you go.
Thinking I am wrong with one of my previous ones for that reason.
I'm going with Robbie. I think I'm
I'm
pretty
gonna
sure
go
it's Robbie.
with
I'm
Tom then.
pretty sure it's Robbie.
I think this one.
Wait.
Is,
You go ahead, sorry.
I think this one is Ross, but I've already said it, so I'm gonna go with Tom as well.
I'll stick with Robbie.
Chris.
What, Chris Lee?
Chris Lee's.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, it is Chris Lee. It's
probably Chris
He
Lee.
told us in lecture.
Because he's also only shows up when there's problems.
He did tell us in lecture too.
Did
That's
he
that's
actually?
a big giveaway.
I'm going Chris Lee's. What do
Yeah,
you
it's-
think?
It's Chris Lee.
Because like Tom Evans is quite a common name because Evans is quite a common name.
That's
But
also
then-
very true.
But then you guys said that Chris has brought it up, but I've already voted for Chris on one. I'm gonna go with Tom just because how common his name is.
Ooh, I can hear myself. Is this good? TFT, TFT. We like to play some TFT. Ooh, this is gonna be great.
Good old
fun.
yodels.
Yodel.
Jongo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing now? Obviously, as we saw, another defeat in the Rocket League. But I have one little thing to tell you before we get into our next game, which will be TFT. Of course, as we previously mentioned, we were going to be doing some Smash Bros. Ultimate. Unfortunately, due to some time constraints on both our end and London's end, we are unfortunately going to be having to drop what was originally Smash, but is now Gang Beast. But with that, we have got some TFT coming up. How are you doing, guys? Obviously, I've got Lottie and Tommy with me. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's exciting to be up here and not on the casting desk. I'm here with my son. It's very exciting to be here. We are honoured to be here.
We've both got like our children with us. Like, it's
absolutely.
Really
this is like feels like I'm just taking my child.
Take your child to work day. Yeah, it literally is. It's quite impressive. Whereas Tommy's got.
You two have your kids, and I've got my annoying nephew that I hate.
Yeah, he's got a nephew with him. Like.
I hate this thing. This creature.
Don't be mean to Psyduck.
Poor Psyduck. What's your favourite Pokemon, guys, whilst we're on the topic? Because we're talking about it now.
Meloetta.
Meloetta?
See, I'm very basic. Togepi or Mimikyu?
I like Ferret.
Of course you do.
Ferret's cool. Anyway, enough about Pokemon. Unfortunately, that's for later. So, we'll save that for later. But we have got TFT today. And, well, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, we are currently 2-0 down. So, definitely need to get back into winning ways. Especially because our staff games are going to be next. And from what I've been hearing from the staff, especially on our end, they are very confident heading into some of the games, especially Garfield, Kart, and Golf with Friends.
Golf with Friends.
Golf with Friends is definitely going to be an interesting one to see. I'm excited to see how that gets on.
You see, the name TFT makes me realise I'm an absolute idiot.
I'm not going to lie to you, I thought it was originally Team Fortress 2.
I thought it was Team Fortress 2.
Everyone keeps doing this.
Yeah.
It's been terrible. Can we get a better way to differentiate these two games?
It's not my fault TFT is nothing but nerd chess. It's the irrelevant.
True.
It's League's
Wow.
irrelevant cousin.
True.
Wow, okay.
No offense to our casters or any TFT
Any
joiners.
TFT players,
All
but
offensive.
Lottie on slander today. She's on smoke.
I will. I'm sorry. It's just nerd chess. It's
Can't do that.
Colourful nerd chess.
Yeah, you mentioned we're going to have a bit of a change from our
Is chess
casters.
not already nerd chess?
It's more nerdy chess. Even actually,
It's nerd chess with a little bit of RNG and just hoping that you get the right item.
first round is the only RNG. Remember, we've had this discussion before.
Multiple
Only
times.
the first round is RNG. The rest of them are not.
So
Therefore,
it's inconsistent chess.
it's inconsistent chess. They are wrong.
So
Definitely not directed
stupid
at anyone.
nerd
I'm
chess.
looking at you,
It's 1D
guys from
chess.
London.
It's 1D
hello, London
chess.
people. Thank you for this.
Thanks for that, guys. Anyway, yeah, you mentioned our casters. We've got some lovely new faces. Obviously, we've got someone who doesn't really show his face too often on the cast. He's one for the background most of the time. He's our producer normally, but he's getting his show on today, and he's actually going to cast for us with that.
Very much the esports tune. I will do nothing but sit behind a screen, and I respect that. I respect his
But
efforts.
the difference is he doesn't play games. He learns how to do our production. So that's obviously his job. But we're not getting into game just yet. Getting things sorted. But Rocket League was definitely a close one, as I previously.
Don't insult. What's his name?
Your child.
I can't say his name on screen for PG reasons. We'll just call him Fat Frick.
Oh, I was. I always just call him what his actual IKEA name is.
Jungle Skog.
Jungle Skog.
I thought it was Jargon Stinker.
Jargon Stink. I think that's like a set of chest of drawers or something like that. Not entirely sure. It's not quite the same. Most of them are pretty accurate around that.
I'm sure if you read IKEA furniture backwards, it'd start floating.
Wow. I mean, you're not wrong.
Like enchantment.
Yeah, I think that's what she's trying to say. It's basically enchantment table. But it's important we win this game. I think that's clear and quite obvious.
We need
being
this
2-0 down right now to the London campus, which we've been slandering pretty much all day, which
But that's fine.
doesn't look great if we don't win a game. So TFT,
Yeah, within our rights.
We have our reasons. We're definitely
You guys live in London. That's literally
they deserve it.
That's
They went to their uni to be a player. We went to our uni to be production. And with that, we're going to head over to our casters, Ben and Cole.
Thank you very much, Nathan. I'm Cole and I'm here with Ben.
Hiding normally, but I'm
Yeah.
finally on the screen. Finally come out to play.
Yeah.
To actually do something.
Bring your gaming strengths to our production.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can give you enough insight into this next game.
Yeah. It's just
I'm
been,
not used
yeah.
to this at all. This is going to take a little. This is a weird position
Yeah.
to be in.
Just give it a few and we'll be all right.
There you go. Fair enough.
So coming up for this patch, then I've got the Gizmos and Gadgets patch.
Yes,
the
of
half
course.
set.
Half set. It's been out for a decent time now,
Yep.
so I'm going to expect most of our players to have already gotten quite used to it, gotten their strats and their comps down. Obviously, not all the players will be as experienced as you might expect, as the way the format works. We'll probably have a couple more stronger ones, then some who are just going to hopefully maybe wing it, see how it goes. But no, it should be interesting. The format as well. Of course, we should discuss how it works. We've got 4 players from each team. Then they'll battle it out, and then whoever, depending on the positions, will gain points. And obviously, which team gets the most points after that game will be crowned the victor for that round.
100%, and with a little fact sheet and maybe cheat sheet we've had, we know with an innovator player.
An innovator player, do we?
Yeah.
Is he? It's
a very luck-based.
It is a very luck-based thing, especially in the case, obviously, with TFT. You tend to want to go and play in with what you've got, necessarily not so much what you maybe are good with or what you know. Obviously, you just got to see with the maybe some lucky drops. If they get some innovator plays, it might go very well. But at the end of the day, if they don't roll any innovators,
and the traits as well, because you need the extra innovator to get at least the dragon.
Exactly. So we'll have to see how that goes. Hopefully he can pull it out. But we'll have to just wait and see for that.
So as our TFT connoisseur, what's your favourite comp to run?
See, I tend to like to go for the physical characters. So I don't like the Yordles, obviously, in most of the majors. So it tends to vary. Namely, I try and sort of base it around sort of some of the more melee ones. So Fiora, I've been enjoying quite a lot recently.
Very good, the Challenger type builds.
Challenger, Fiora stuff. But then, of course, sometimes a bit of Sivir, something like that. Just try and take a bit more of a step back. But, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? It's we'll see what the other players think and what they find are just as good. But,
so now with gadgets and gizmos, the traits coming in, is there any that you think or find a little bit broken or maybe underpowered even?
Well, I think personally, like I said, what I find is very different to what other people might find. I prefer things that are going more towards that physical traits. I think definitely things where you can get multiple options off of them, definitely are massively advantageous. I think either that or just obviously standard econ pieces. One of the econ pieces I'd say to look out for though is the low roller one.
Okay,
Well, obviously, normally you're inclined to try and gather up as much money as you can to gain that interest and gain that econ. In that, it almost tries to encourage you to not do that, which you would think might be okay because it does give you some extra gold. But at the end of the day, it tends to feel like you just end up losing out in the long run. And it tends to be a bit of a trap, I found. Personally, and just general, I think the community has agreed. It's a bit of a trap card.
Fair enough. And I think, from my perspective, at least with the gadgets and the traits, I believe, the Orn Forge, where you get the ornament items.
As I was saying, anything, very powerful items. And as I was saying as well, any of these traits that give you options and allow you to be that in a flexible position. Ideally, you don't want it first round, obviously. If you can get in the second or the third traits, then that is exactly where you want to be. Once you've kind of got that comp down, and you can kind of then find a very powerful item that fits perfectly well into your comp, that can be game changing, quite frankly.
That'd be really good to find out. We're just getting the lobby ready.
The lobby is just
as we are talking through what comps we might like to see.
I think something else will be interesting will be to see what kinds of traits we're going to get, the rarities. Hopefully, obviously, we go through Prismatic. I think they added that, haven't they? They've added it. It's pretty hard to find. But I think there is a chance of it.
Something we're fingers crossed for.
Fingers crossed. Well,
as we get into our first carousel.
So exactly, the first carousel. First item as well, it tends to almost sort of explain what kind of builds that players like. Obviously, again, more magey characters are going to go for those rods and those tiers, whereas maybe if they're going for a more physical build, they want those swords, those gloves, those bows. But we'll have to see.
Fortunately, I think 2 players got random items.
Yeah, maybe they're not quite so sure. Ooh, what's this?
Already got an egg.
What's
something
this about?
We're not sure about as possibly a new addition to the patch. You see the Cassidin start with the crit glove. Great item to build into things like the Giant Slayer, I believe.
Giant Slayer.
And
I mean, an interesting thing about the crit glove is obviously you think being crit and sort of tends to be more physical damage based, it would be great in that. With that BF sword, perfect for IE. However, Quick Glove can also go into Dual Gauntlet, which is again very powerful for a mage build. This of a mage build, so this is very. Look at that stuff. This
unreal luck, to be honest.
I don't think you'd want anything more.
Which is not being gone for.
No,
so
it's
maybe moving towards, well, the Darius, so maybe the Syndicate type comps?
Yeah, well, to be fair, he might be hoping to get some gold from these minions and then building it up there. The Darius, like I said, is very strong. Another thing as well is you might not necessarily want to build it up straight away, just so it tends to make it a bit quicker. So that's their general strategy.
Definitely got some great front line. And the Gnar.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't seem to be taking it, though. He took a bit too late. Mercenary Hearts. Now, this is an interesting one. This is obviously a big gamble play. Gaining that heart, if you can get Mercenary early and you can get those losses in and that loss streak, and you play out your cards right, this could definitely be the beginning of a very strong build and a turnaround. However, again, Ancient Archives, again, that option-based one. He can take that Ancient Archives and he can just sit on it. He doesn't have to use that straight away.
Yeah.
He can see how his build takes him, maybe wait for the second carousel.
Yeah.
And then from there, maybe pick something that will definitely play into his hand better.
So they've gone for the back foot, I believe it was called.
Yeah, back foot. Again, a more versatile, open option. Again, this kind of thing you do want to go for in those earlier rounds.
Yeah, very stats-based.
Very stats-based, things that will benefit pretty much any team. You don't want to lock yourself into a conference
no,
as early as this, but we'll see how they all play.
Yeah.
Here as well, the Alawi going for the Bruiser Striker. Very strong early build. Maybe thinking about win streaking.
Yeah.
Which would be interesting to see. We'll see if he levels up here as well to try and maintain that win streak.
Yeah, they've got the common start of the Rek'Sai and Jarvan as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's very common, especially when you want to go into those, like you said, Bruiser or Striker combos.
Very easy ones to pick up. As you can see, only two characters needed for it, so it's easy to get. And again, those stats early on, just that raw damage and that raw health. Abilities aren't as powerful at this point, not until you sort of start to level them up and give them the items that can really utilize those abilities.
As we've got a Singed Assassin on this board.
Well, that's something I haven't seen before. I can kind of see it though, to be fair. Getting that Chemtech in the backline, he's going to cause a lot of trouble. He's going to be hard to kill as well. Those backlines are going to be messed up.
Big explosions.
Yeah, as well. If they maybe... The nice thing about the Singe backline is a lot of time a counterplay might be to put someone who's going to defend your backliners. The Singe will just grab them and flip them straight back to the front line.
Yeah.
So that could almost be synergistic with his other ones. And back here again we have the Bruisers. He's just decided to go straight for only Bruisers, it seems. He swapped out that the other striker.
The Jarvan for the Darius.
Jarvan for the Darius. Or is this might be a different player actually. He's just got an almost identical comp here. Oh no, it is the same.
Ah.
That's interesting. How did that?
Something we've...
No, there was a different player. I just can't read. It was just a bit confusing as the scenes changed there. But yeah, that was a different player who's got almost identical. He's just decided to hit for more for the Bruisers. Hasn't found his Jarvan yet.
Yeah, I guess not finding it on the board
early. No, here we go. There's an awful lot of Dunbars there. I don't know if you know. Some Chemtechs. It's obviously giving him a bit of a thought. Which way does he go with that? Again, here as well, Rek'Sai going for... Rek'Sai is an interesting play, considering he hasn't got any kind of synergies at the moment. Maybe he's just going for solid characters, which is
the
never
back foot player.
Yeah, exactly, back foot player. Never a bad option with something like back foot, obviously. Not quite holding out, it seems. This his opposition having a lot. It was at 3 Chemtechs at least, and
the Tryndamere.
And a Tryndamere, which then will get the challenger from the Camille, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, that's the 2 stacking there.
Yeah, so that's again another very lucky, quite a strong opener as well.
We now have the Zappies Blitzcrank there as well.
Yeah,
in addition to his comp.
Blitzcrank's an interesting character as well in this. It can really make or break a fight. Obviously, if you've got a set of frontliners, the Blitzcrank's not going to do too much. He's just going to reshuffle them around and they're not going to care too much. But obviously, if you have something like these more range sort of carries, I might say, something like a Brand, the Mages, maybe even a physical based one. If you can pull them to the front line and get them all up in the mess, they're not going to last very long, and they're not going to get the damage out that they need. That sustain.
It's definitely maybe the Blitzcrank as well, using there for the tank too. It's a little bit, even though you've got the 2 Bruisers, the 2-star Bow Alawi.
The Misfortune.
Probably going for what? Titan's Resolve?
Probably not on the Alawi. I'm thinking at the moment the Alawi isn't doing much. It might just be there because it's the stats, and I'm guessing Alawi was probably his starting character. He didn't have much choice in that. I can imagine that probably getting sold relatively soon as he starts to sort of flesh out his comp, get those traits in together.
Caitlyn there with the ability one-shot in the Darius.
Yeah, I'm guessing
kind of saving this round, really.
Did he?
Because there's
get
another
cancelled?
one.
Oh, what? I don't know what happened there. That might have been a bit of
I believe they had Thrill of the Hunt. So when Caitlyn got the kill, got the heal off Darius, and was able to stay alive. Now, second round of Carousel here. We take the Negatron Cloak there for the first pick, and a recurve for the second.
obviously just explaining as well for those who may have not seen this before. In the first carousel, all the players do pick at once. However, the later on carousels, the players will release 2 at a time, starting with the bottom players. So obviously, if you're falling a bit behind, you get a first preferential to give you a bit more of an advantage. So in a way, almost coming first isn't always advantageous. You get to keep that health, which can be a nice bumper for later on. But yeah, you'll get later carousel picks, and it'll be a bit tough to kind of find those key items, which is ultimately what the carousel is very useful for. Find those key items to really just finish off and round off what you've got.
And something that now that we hadn't known at the start is getting close to being opened, the egg.
Yes.
2 rounds away.
Yeah, I think but both of us, we've both played a decent amount this set.
Yeah, a reasonable amount, yeah.
However, I'm guessing in a bit more recent times,
Yeah.
this has been a new feature. I'm not entirely sure what it is. It seems they all get a dragon egg, which was obviously from the previous set.
Yes. The draconic.
Yes, from the old draconic sets. I'll be interested to see what's in it.
A lot of healing there from the job. And
yeah, this Thrill of the Hunt is becoming very strong. Again, with the Striker and Bruiser combo. So powerful in that early game. Just lets them keep on that sustain. They don't really care too much about those abilities. They're just going to keep hitting and hitting.
And that's a very big win there for Digital Panda. It's 5 units still up.
Yeah, WizX is definitely losing a bit too much health, I'd say. If he is going for a loss streak, you obviously want to try and keep it as close as you can to lose as little health as you can. But yeah, he's taking some massive hits now, all the way down to 72 HP. It's not looking great for him. He needs to find something.
Well, Corey there, losing his first round of the game for him, now down to 94 HP. Obviously, originally still on 100 there.
Again,
just moments ago.
That's going to be rough as well for him, obviously, with his win streak. So obviously with this as well, it's, as you lose or win, if you continue up a streak of either one, you gain extra gold. So obviously it gives you more of an incentive to really go all in or just really lay back and not spike too early. And with that, now he's lost that streak, he's going to have a lot less income, which is going to be a bit more of a struggle for him.
Just hope that as a player he'd kept that money and keep the interest down.
Definitely. But that's ultimately the problem as well with win streaking. Is you always need to spend that money to make sure you keep on top of winning.
Yeah.
So it is that real struggle of a balance there, and
very much that coin, the one side and the other.
Flip. Well, hopefully it looks like here at least that that WizX has finally won a round, which is good. It's finally saving some of his HP, which would be a bit of a sigh of relief, I think.
And a possibility of the 2-star Camille takes it. We've dropped an item bag, is what that is.
Oh, okay.
The
and
egg.
a tome, it seems. An item bag and a tome for here. Is it a tome for everyone?
Yes, yeah,
it is. So it seems that all the players do get 2 items and also a tome of traits.
Possibly with this one as well, an item removal.
Yes, very, very well seen. Yeah, an item removal.
So I guess it's just based on luck.
Yes, item removal I think is an interesting one. It's something that can be quite impactful, especially if you maybe are going for a comp that has both a stronger early mid game carry that you would maybe want to transition to a 5-star. Tier 5 yellow one that's on the yellow units, which obviously you won't be able to get until later on, and you definitely need to put those items on someone else to make sure you get there. But if you want to keep them around, then that item removal can be very strong for that.
That's a lovely blue orb there, a Morgana and the Syndra, making the Morgana 2-star.
Yeah. Also, that Syndra is, again, you got nearly a second 2-star Syndra, so that 3-star Syndra is looking pretty likely here, which is not bad.
It's maybe something they're looking for the Debonair Master.
Who do you think they'll be going though for the Debonair Master? It'll be an interesting choice.
Yeah, I've seen obviously the brand used very well. It's very heavy AP carrying. Depending on obviously what comp you're going, it balances out where your damage is. Draven again, I've seen as well, going for the AD side of the brand. It's a very good carry. I mean, it all sort of just depends on what damage they want out of their comp.
Exactly, definitely. I mean, obviously, even within that, if they want an AD thing, Tan's also a good option. His pure damage as well, actually.
Yeah.
Will be very strong against if anyone's building more of a tanky team and more of a stally sort of style comp. You'll be able to just tear through them and not really care too much about that armor in Magic Resist.
As I believe the Singed Assassin player has changed it onto a Vi.
Has he now? Okay.
I think, unless somebody else has got the emblem themselves.
Yeah, it does be interesting. There's a lot of players that is not being amazing on it, but yeah, it seems that Zappies is doing pretty well at the moment. He obviously lost I think it looks like his first round, but since then he's been going on a pretty strong win streak, alongside also Digital Panda. They're both having having quite a good game. I reckon. Do you reckon they have some high contenders, or is it a bit too early to say at this point?
I think at this point onwards, I would say, is where we see the sort of mesh of where the leaderboard's going to lie. And, well, yeah, like you say, Zappies and Digital Panda having their streaks now is a very good position to keep that gold at a high level and keep it sustained so that they're not falling off late game.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But as we discussed earlier, obviously, they do need to spend at least some amount of gold to keep up that comp.
Of course.
But it'll be interesting to see how they balance that out. Yeah, WizX just sadly not quite clutching that round out. It
did start to look good for him at one point.
It did start to look good. I think that Vi just kind of got that ability off, got a very strong AoE, and just sadly took that for him.
He has taken 7th, though, over Simple Zan.
True. Also, just saying about how Zappies was doing so strong. Sadly lost that round. But yeah, now on to the second augment. This is a good set, actually. Again, it's quite nice. Nothing particularly crazy. However, a nice set of things. Sort of open options.
Yeah, and already having the Celestial Blessing takes the back foot there. How do you think they'll work together as the two augments that they've chosen?
Considering the Celestial Blessing is probably the better option. One of his options before was another set of healing and health, which is not necessarily what he needs. He already has a Celestial Blessing. He needs something to get him some more damage and some more to push the pressure on his opponent. So I think obviously again, almost though again with that, the Celestial Blessing works well with that back foot because it will make that Celestial Blessing better, being able to deal more damage, gaining more life back. It's a pretty. I think it's definitely given what he had already, it's probably his strongest option.
Weak side top lane here, just checking on his items, seeing what he can make, and see what the best options are for his comp.
Yeah, as we can see, discussing earlier, that Challenger Chemtech build is definitely getting fleshed out now. He's interesting to see if he definitely tries to force it. He obviously has a Tryndamere, which is a key aspect for that build. However, he only has a Tryndamere 1. He hasn't found any other ones yet, which could be interesting, because as you get into late game, if he can't find anything else, he might have to try and transition his carry. If he forces that one Tryndamere, it is strong, don't get me wrong, it is very powerful, but it's not going to be able to maybe take on some other players who have managed to find their 2-star carries, find their possibly even 3-star early game carries. It's not going to have the stats. It's not going to be able to keep up.
And as we saw there, Cho'Gath, unkillable even at this point in the game.
Yeah, he's only going to get worse. Getting some more items on him, getting some more health from his ability, it's just only can get worse. But
having that Titan resolve as well.
Both damage and health and stats is always good. But yeah, now on to the third carousel.
Karzik's taken there for Wizix is with the cloth armor.
It is interesting to see that it seems most players are going for the physical items. There was only 2 sort of major items here. I say that as both major items do get picked up. Cast's Curse as always. But yeah, it does seem, looking through them as well, there's a couple challenges, and there tends to be, I think there's at least 2 other Chemtech players. Definitely this sort of physical brawlery kind of style is the main priority. I suspect this is most likely going to be because there is an assassin player in, and as soon as you try and put in mages against an assassin, unless you can have that strong front line, you're going to struggle. And as you can see, the assassin is going all in. He has 5 assassins up on his traits.
As it's going to be top as it's Zappies with the Ash carry there on the back with the Rage Blade. What other items are we looking there for the carry to continue?
Again, with the assassins kind of build, it'll be interesting to see maybe a
Banshees.
Banshees?
Or
No.
Trapclaw.
Trapclaw would be good. That is a very good option actually to try and deal with the CC of if any of the assassins or the abilities. But
Silver Claw. That's what Silver. Claw.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes. Yeah, we both think of the same thing. We just got the wrong items
every time.
But no, yeah, something I think definitely to maybe flesh out the damage. The like you said, the Rage Blade is good to gain that attack speed with her passive. It definitely helps. But yeah, she needs something more just to get that damage out. Obviously, the Syndicate helps with that. Don't get me wrong, but again, to elevate that even further is a main thing. Maybe an IE.
Yeah.
I'm unsure about the thing with IE is just raw damage, but it doesn't get you much else. The survivability is not helped at all. And again, with these assassins, survivability is something you definitely need.
As we're seeing our first 4 cost units come in now, so the Alistar there just at the start. I wonder what sort of comps with the 4s as well they're going to start to make, with this starting to sort of bulk out and get their meat and potatoes of what they really want at the end game.
Exactly. Depending, again, as this point where the 4s are starting to be seen, some players who may be on the edge, who haven't maybe fully committed. Obviously, Syndicate 5 player is going to be probably holding out on that Syndicate 5, but maybe some of the other players who are kind of more in a more flexible position might see a 4 here or there, and that they could easily slot in and do a little transition too. But as we were saying, actually, the IE, he has gone for the IE. I mean, obviously, if he has another broadsword already on the bench, which is going to be very, very good for maybe... I still can't remember what the name of the item is. It's a sword... I know how to build it.
And what?
Reses.
Oh, GA.
GA. Guardian Angel. There it is.
The cloth armor.
Yes, cloth armor. Sword and cloth armor. So that is a very strong option. Again, for a carry, if they get jumped out by the assassins, then that's kind of the thing what you want. He has now the attack speed. He has the damage. He has even got someone there to protect him, hopefully. And
the
with
front
GA,
line of that Morgana as well.
Exactly. And with the GA, hopefully that will round off that Ashe to be a pretty formidable force.
Yep. As we're starting to get towards the middle of our game, we've got our lowest players on 44 or so. Digital Panda having an absolute storm, getting the right balance between spending and saving.
Oh yeah,
with 96 HP and
8-game win streak, 50 gold.
Yeah,
I don't think you could ask for any more at this point.
No, that's a
level
strong
6
point.
Yeah, level 6. He could probably argue. There's an argument to be made. He levels up now after this. Just keep that streak. Getting to level 7, you obviously get that chance of the tier 5 units that maybe you can look forward to. But again, he's also got a very nice flexi comp here. He's not committed to something.
He's not committed any items to champions either.
Yeah,
only the Gnar.
Which is very impressive, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that he's gone this far without them is... it makes you a bit worried almost, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm a bit concerned for the rest of the players.
And it's great for Stoke at this point. I believe Zappies and Digital Panda being on the Stoke side. That's top 2.
Very
that's
good.
7 and 6 points.
Forget it's almost about Stoke versus London here. But yeah, both of them on top there is exactly what you want. I mean, there's not much else. I think if you get those two, it doesn't matter too much what else happens, as long as you get at least another player getting some points.
Yeah.
Should be pretty much in it.
So we have to hope that Wiz or weak side top lane can start pushing up a tiny bit more to at least confirm the win.
I mean, I think
if it
definitely,
happens.
Even though we say those two obviously are two Stoke players are at the top, you look at the leaderboard, top 4 are even relatively close. It's only 12 life between 2nd and 4th. It's not... That could be easily lost or gained within just a single round.
Yeah, it's a shame there. Digital Panda taking it on Wiz and giving him more problems with his health.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's never nice. Obviously, you never want to really match up against your teammates because you don't want to lose each other's teammates' health, but you also especially don't want to be matching up like that and just sort of, like I said, feeding them on that win streak.
It's very unfortunate. We now have the Braum and Leona.
Yeah, Leona, very strong one for that CC. Nice. It tends to be very often used as sort of almost an add-on to oh, actually, interesting here. Sorry, so I just seen he's got two BF swords.
Yeah.
2 long swords.
BF swords, yep.
Do you reckon he's going to go for a Deathblade?
He could possibly. I mean,
IE already is a bold play.
Yeah, I mean, knowing not the most about TFT, I've heard that the Deathblade not really the best item for anything but damage, really.
Exactly, and the fact that he already has an IE, which is again just raw damage, it'll be interesting. To be fair, I think at the end of the day with that Rage Blade, it might be the play.
Maybe.
I think ideally he might be waiting for this next carousel to see if he can get that cloth for that GA.
GA, yeah.
If he doesn't get that cloth, then that Deathblade I think could definitely be an option that's on the table.
Yeah, and I believe he had a recurve as well, so possibly Giant Slayer as well. But
That is
again,
true.
maybe waiting for that carousel to come around next round.
That's true. There is a couple. There's a large Cho'Gath, and as you can see here, there is a pretty tanky Bruiser team. So
yeah,
Giant Slayer, not a bad shout actually. Now you say that, and again with the Rage Blade, that does work quite well as is an on-hit effect.
Yeah, we have the second 2-star Gnar there, just popping for I believe it's Digital Panda.
Oh, look at this! He has one Nocturne away from a 3-star Nocturne on that assassin build.
Ooh, that's something very helpful.
That could be quite spicy.
Large power spike, I do believe.
Definitely. It does seem that despite everyone sort of trying to stay away from these mages, these assassins are doing pretty well. Well, that's until the front line comes back and helps that back line out.
Massive echo there as well, but not enough.
Yeah, sadly not.
As we see,
it'll be interesting to see how that assassin player goes. I reckon he'll definitely have some matchups where he'll be very favoured and others which he will not. He has gone for the Giant Slayer. He has not waited. Yeah, that Ashe is going for it. And also...
Can they
Can she
clutch
hold it?
up?
Oh.
Oh, so close. The thrill of the hunt there.
Yeah.
Coming in clutch for the Severe.
But yeah, as we were discussing, actually, that Giant Slayer has been picked up on the Ash. He didn't wait for the GA, which was interesting. There is one cloth here. However, he's fourth. He has a chance. There was a chance.
Yeah. Again, not many. The 2 major items on this carousel as well, and a 5-star Victor. Unfortunately, has the BF sword.
Well, it's not the worst.
Yep.
Sojin is on the card.
Oh, very true. Yeah,
and for someone like Victor who has a large mana pool, Sojin is exactly what you want over someone like a blue buff. So that is, I would say, a pretty relative thing. Because again, like I said, very large mana pool, quite difficult to get him off. If your team is obviously, the earlier you get it off, the better it will be for your team. The more you can snowball in that round.
100%. Definitely 3-tier items stacking on that champion.
Oh yes, definitely. So that's actually a second 2-star Ash. He's playing 2 Ashes. That is an interesting bout.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, I'm surprised. Maybe he just hasn't seen a sniper, but just adding a sniper in there just to grab that thing for the Ash. Considering that is his carry, that is an interesting play for him.
Yeah. Normally, you'd maybe go for the Jin secondary.
Yeah, Jin as well.
Yep.
There's a couple of Caitlyn. It's just an easy one that would possibly be cheap as well. You can easily swap out if you maybe goes to find.
At this point in the game with 19%, a little difficult to find 2-star.
That is true. I think well.
It sort of depends on your luck, really.
You've got me there. Yeah, I've got me there. Definitely on the luck. There's the nice thing though about something like snipers. There is at least a sniper on almost every round.
Yeah.
We can see here actually, Caitlyn is also even more unlikely as there is a 3-star Caitlyn on the other side here. But this is that was huge damage. I did not expect that at all. That was almost 20 damage there. Very
unfortunate. Maybe not getting the comp he wanted, or
Yeah, maybe just trying to force something. Ooh, prismatic. Here we go.
Another golden egg.
Golden ticket is not what you want right now.
So exiles and golden egg.
Yeah,
golden egg.
He's gone for the golden egg.
Well, that's that's bigger than the last one.
That's a big egg.
That
is a very big egg.
I don't know what chicken laid that.
Yeah, this is I think also a new thing that we have not seen yet, but this is a
new prismatic augment, I believe.
Exactly. It's interesting he's kept this tome. Do you reckon he's holding this out for Syndicate, or maybe an option between Syndicate
what
or Bodyguard?
Other syndicates is he missing?
He's missing the Akali.
The Akali. Yeah, that would create 7. So maybe that is what he's waiting for.
Wait, was Akali removed?
Akali, no, should still be in, I believe.
I think
from
over.
memory.
I didn't see him.
I believe. What are the 5-stars now?
Well, that's the problem. The matter does change. The updates do come, and we are sadly not quite as prepped as we probably should be. So it is what it is. That's Solitude. Solace item there is. I think out of all the more useless ones, if it's not part of your comp, that is never a bad one to complain about. Obviously, only needing 1 to gain some benefit, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Ideally, you want those spatula items to be something that you've got to really push them over the edge. But again, having that Solace is never something to complain about.
Well, that giant Cho'Gath now, 3 items, Titan's Resolve, Warmogs, and there's a health bar there that I can't see his other one, but there's a Mouse with Rabadons and Shojin on the backline, just healing unbelievably, really.
I mean, as
Nart doesn't quite get it.
No, Nart does get it.
It went that way. Did it not?
No, he. Oh. It was this Nart. I think because they were rotating around the board, it got a bit confusing. Yeah. But no, the Nart did clutch that out for there.
Yeah.
Unexpectedly, to be fair. I was not ready for that. Oh, here we go. Here's a Xayah 2 as well. So this Syndicate build is getting close. The problem is do you reckon he can get it there in time? He's got 3 champs now.
Yeah.
2/3 of the way.
It's going to be close.
It is going to be close. He has been losing health, and his streaks haven't really been hitting the same as the earlier on.
As we see our first 5-cost Zeri.
Zeri, for the Donbar, I mean...
Yeah.
The Donbar assassin... I mean... could he have asked for anything else?
No, it's your best next option is probably Draven, and even then...
I don't...
Is it really an option when you know you can have the Zeri?
I honestly think unless you're going for him to get that 2-star and to make him your carry, I mean, you're mainly playing assassins.
Yeah.
Donbar is not your main thing. Zeri is, I mean, pretty much, she is an assassin. It's like, I don't think there's anything else. That was incredibly lucky by him there. It's interesting to say he went for the golden ticket there.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. The free refreshes
this late into the game.
Yeah, it's...
I mean...
Maybe he's wanting the 2 to 3 star 5 cost, maybe? Or 4 cost?
That is true. I mean, the only thing with it is... obviously we weren't able to see what other options he had, but surely there'll be something that would be able to be a bit more impactful. That those kinds of things where the abilities and econ are much nicer to have in the early game, where you can make full use of them throughout the match and throughout the rounds. But this later on, I mean, there are still 7 players in.
Yeah.
All of these players will be getting points. As mentioned earlier, it's a cascading point system. So first place will be getting 7 points, second will be 6, and so on, all the way down to last place will be getting 0. So sadly, Wizix has not scored any points for his team, but everyone else left will at least get something, which is...
As we have 2 players at execute range at the bottom there now.
Yes.
Holding on for dear life.
It is... I mean, who's...
It's as simple as Zen and Weak. It's the 2
Side
Stoke
top
players.
It is.
Oh goodness.
Oh dear.
That's 3 out of 4.
That is 3 out of 4. It's that's not good.
That's not great. Yeah,
That
that's for points with our cascading system. It's not the best.
No, that is not ideal, is it? It's
in our carry we trust. Digital Panda.
Digital Panda and Zappies as well.
Zappies. Oh,
Yeah.
so maybe
I don't know.
Zen is not.
I think
it's just
Zen.
weak side. I think I may have got that wrong.
I did think so, because yeah, Zappies and obviously Digital Panda are both on the Stoke side. So I mean, first, second, 6th and 7th. Do you reckon that's winnable? I haven't done the maths on it. But I think
first, 6th, first, second, 6th, and
I think
last.
that is still that's a win, isn't it?
That's 13.
As long as we didn't. Oh wait.
6 is.
Oh no, yeah, because we got 0 points already. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be tight. I reckon.
It'll be very tight. I think it's 6 is.
Oh, interesting. We were talking about that sniper thing earlier.
Yeah.
He's gone all out on those snipers.
Yeah.
He really has. He's put back on that second Ash, and also, like we said before, has that Jin, and has even gone for a Misfortune.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's looking for a third sniper, to sort of finish that off and really elevate that Ash, but and obviously just keeping that slot open. These golden eggs getting close to being popped. Not quite there yet. Obviously here out in first, Digital Panda is going to be quite comfortably popping that egg, and he is again. He kind of that open team we were saying about earlier. He's pretty much just kept what he had and just upgraded it. Added a few more. He's got his 4 strikes now, 4 bruises. And I think earlier he had 2 and 3 respectively.
Yeah.
And he's just sort of kept this a bit more of a broader team, but really just focused on the strikers. That raw damage
can't quite catch the win though.
That was a big win streak that he's lost as well.
I've seen this Warwick build many a time in my games.
It was very meta early on in this patch. It was,
as we see Silco, a non-champion champion in TFT.
Very true. Yeah, Silco is obviously a unique champion to TFT. It is he is not in league from the TV series Arcane.
The hit Netflix
show Arcane.
As we get to the carousel with full items and spatulas items.
Yeah, with all 7 players, this is quite surprising. This tends to be around the top 4, at least 6 players. All 7 in. I mean, obviously, Rising from Ashes clutching in there with 8. He had a very nice loss to keep him in that. Zappies as well, I've just noticed. All the way down in 13th.
Wow. That's a major drop from his starting high up on 98. Yeah.
I think, obviously, at the moment, he's selling the Ash. He would not sell the Ash.
2-star, surely not.
Surely not. He's gone with the Jins. That seemed a bit.
Put Silco on to start the top half
I think
of his comp to be more tanky, obviously.
It definitely seems as Zappies at the moment is just not hitting those 3 stars. That is going to be his ultimate power spike. Whether it be the Morgana, whether it be the Ash, whether it be even the Syndra, who he hasn't put much in. Having that as a 3-star is a massive power increase onto those abilities. All 3 of those champions have, well,
great AoE, basically.
Great AoE, exactly. And so having that buffed up is huge. But as you can see here, he is clearing most of the team, and he is now holding that Zyra. To be fair, that Zyra still on the front line.
Does the Thriller of the Hunt get Digital Panda the win though?
The Sivir.
Oh, the Sivir turned it around again. Zappies is very low.
Oh, this Sivir, that attack speed.
And no one still going out.
Oh, dear
no.
Lord. Yeah, that Sivir though. That is the definition of a carry right there. I mean, I don't think you could have asked for much more.
As we see Renata Glass, again, a new addition.
Interesting. Zappies has 55 gold. He is not spent it. He's on 6 HP. He needs to spend this gold right now.
Oh,
what was that?
Wait!
We
there
just
was a
lost
3-star
there.
there.
Was a 3-star.
He collected his
Morgana. He got the Morgana.
Okay,
and Zyra as well. He's one away from
massive tank for him there.
He needs to just pick this up and just keep rolling.
He needs to just go.
He just needs to keep rolling. If he can get these 3 stars, this will be it. Why is he saving the money?
Oh,
This isn't-
it's so confusing. You're
Why
on
is he saving
6 HP, man.
He just needs to spend the money. You can't spend gold when you're dead at the end of the day. He needs to spend this money and just get it on.
Is he winning though? It's still
I
a 1-star
really hope so.
brawl.
I really hope
How
so.
much can the 3-star Morgana now do?
She has got this the embrace. Is this Seraphine's embrace?
Yes.
The
Yeah.
Seraphine's embrace to gain that health.
Can the
Giant
snipers
Slayer,
do enough to
I
keep
mean,
him alive? The CC,
hopefully-
the E, just gets the extra damage. Zappies is now out with 48 gold. Oh no!
I'm speechless. Honestly,
It's crazy.
I
Absolute
don't know what to say.
madness.
Why?
Just before
levels-
was he waiting for the dragon round?
Even then, like you need to
You need to
live.
make it.
You
Yeah,
need to
I
make
mean,
it. You
yeah.
cannot spend your gold if you're dead at the end of the day. There's no point saving the gold for a round. You're not.
No, that's
involved in.
3 Stoke players out as well with the weak side top laner going down too. Oh no!
Digital Panda though.
Digital Panda, in we trust. Oh
I mean,
goodness!
I think if that's all 3 Stoke players out, I don't think we've got.
Yeah,
the
I
same
don't
I mean,
think-
despite Digital Panda hopefully getting a victory here and getting an incredible item there. I don't know if you just saw.
Yeah.
That
The-
the upgraded thieves gloves.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
This on a Kaiser as well, which just nicely rounds out that mutant.
Yeah.
Again, a very very strong character, just a late game character. You can just
And
slot
a
in
late
items.
Nico's help as well.
That could be
Wow.
big if he can find another Kaiser there. Having that 2-star Kaiser really bumps up that power on
And
her.
definitely puts him towards the upper 2.
Oh, yeah, I don't see
For
much
sure.
else that he's going to be wanting to. He's already got everything else to level 2.
Yeah.
He's on 72 gold. Is he looking at leveling up to 9 here? Do you reckon?
I mean, possibly. It's not something we saw in the earlier half of the patch, I believe. It's something
No,
that people thought was not really worth that much, because with 8 champs on the board, you had enough damage and tank to sustain throughout.
Yeah, and at that point, honestly, investing that kind of gold into that Kaiser.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, just one-shotting the rest of the champs that were on the board. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
I blinked and I missed it. That was incredible. But no, yeah, sorry, we're discussing. That 80 gold is a huge investment. That is
definitely.
Obviously, that is 40 rolls, which can get you much higher stats. I think in his case here, though, it's interesting to see. There's not much else. He has his comp pretty much in. He hasn't really been going for 3 stars other than that Gnar, one of his main carries. So honestly, I think in this case, it's not a bad choice.
Yeah, I mean, he's just upgraded the Kha'Zix to 2-star with the Nico's help instead of the Kaiser, so maybe
That's
not
true.
finding it because he wants the level up.
He's just going
to
go
make
for the
sure
more
he
secure,
can get it.
Going for that secure play, going to start trying to maybe just get wins in, starting to deal the damage to try and kick out the.
Kaiser
other
has been
players.
knocked up though, so only just starting combat now.
Hopefully, though, with that death blade, it can. With obviously her missiles are based off her damage. I mean, the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, the
That
Acathian
Gnar-
rain just.
Yeah,
just gets rid of the rest of them.
The Gnar,
and that's a knockout.
They are just both. Just
yeah.
unstoppable. I mean, I don't know what else to say. They're unstoppable. The Onyx Spark as well, and the Dragon's Claw with that taunt.
As
That's
we're
a combo.
coming down to, I believe,
Is this the top
the
4?
last. It's definitely top 4, but I think it might be top 2 even.
I mean, if we could have a quick.
If we could see
change
the
any other-
leaderboard for the players now.
Be interesting to see. I think you are right. Actually, looking at the mini map, we can
There's-
only
yeah.
see 2 of the players on.
I mean,
What
it was
happened?
such a close game. I believe
This game was been, yeah, like I said earlier.
London players took out London players and Stoke players took out Stoke players, I believe. It's a very anti-team game.
Yeah, not ideal. Well, that's sadly the problem, obviously, with these kinds of games, where it is technically you are playing for yourself, but you're playing for a team at the same time.
Yep.
You can try your best not to hurt your friends, but that's
Yeah.
ultimately how it comes down to. But yeah, obviously, the amount of 3 stars I'm seeing on the other side of that board, that 3-star Cho'Gath.
Both players having a reasonable amount of health. We obviously have Digital Panda here on 83. The Acathian Rain coming down, doing us so much damage.
Yeah, we saw that, obviously, that Sivir earlier. Carrying, I mean, he's just don't get anything. I think so.
Yeah,
I was
I mean,
about
well,
to
the-
say
the
earlier.
2 carries of
the 2
Sivir
carries,
and
oh,
Kaiser.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but even then, the Sivir is, as you can see on the damage board on the right.
As we're coming into what might be
10k
our
damage.
final carousel. 2
Well,
players
yeah,
left.
To be fair, yeah, 2 players left. It will almost certainly be our final carousel. Obviously, there's a couple single items, so if the players have any leftovers that they want to finish building. Most likely they're going to go for full items, especially ones if they like the look of. That's
another
Sojin will be interested to see what goes on. Oh, the Silco. Oh no, sorry, the Renata. The Renata.
Yes.
That does make sense. That's again, she has a very powerful ability that will hopefully sustain that front row to make sure that they can hold out for that Civ and the Kaiser to really go to their full potential and to deal that damage. As we saw also in that last round, I don't know if you noticed, the Civ wasn't doing too much at the start.
No.
As she was building up that Rage Blade, it wasn't as impactful as you thought. That Cho'Gath, I was worried, was not going to die.
Yeah.
His health bar was not moving, but now, hopefully with this even tankier front line, if all he has to do is stall out long enough for that Sivir and the Kaiser to get their abilities in, to get their attack speed up, and to
now
just
the
really
Kaiser's
go for
moved one in because of Locket.
Mm.
Has got caught and stuck in the same place.
She's jumped somewhere. I think she's died, but it's always hard to see with this size of a Cho'Gath.
There are no golden items, so I believe she is down. So we have to see how this Severe might carry the game at this point. She's just going.
She's just going. This Kha'Zix
the pizzas are going.
The pizzas are going, but the Kha'Zix is jumping.
Oh
wait, who's behind?
He clutched around. The other Kha'Zix on this side.
Oh, this side's
Severe
Kha'Zix.
gonna dodge the eat.
I think the Celestial Blessing is just gonna.
Oh,
he hasn't quite got it. That was so close. This is the ultimate problem here. As you saw, there, the Severe's items very strong for this attack speed build. That is exactly what she likes to do with those bounces as well. But the problem is, it's all AOE with that Spark.
Yeah.
And that Rage Blade. It's single target and pokey AOE. Not ideal for against a big Cho'Gath like that. You really need something like a Dragon Slayer, even just something that's more raw damage.
And the 3-star now comes out. The roll down is, can he catch the 2-star Kaiser?
Considering that last one was so close, will be interesting to see. I also just noticed
he's holding the 10 gold, so
yeah,
he's maybe trying to. Yeah,
he is on the
Digital
help.
Panda here is holding.
I like Jongo, as we can see now, though, is still on 39 life. This round will not finish the game straight off, and as we've seen, it's been very close. So who knows how many more rounds we might be going on for this?
Yeah.
But I reckon with this new Gnar, it will be definitely a bit of an easier, more comfortable fight for Digital Panda.
Yeah, still alive on that full HP bar with the Eye and Bramble Vest. And I guess the Mutant, we haven't seen what trait the Mutant got throughout the game, unfortunately.
Sadly not, no.
But Kaiser with the 2 AP items... Okay, it's not that Kaiser.
No. It seems that the Sivir is again similar situation. That Gnar,
it's very, very close.
Yeah, that Gnar just wasn't quite able to get it. I mean, obviously, we aren't able to see the I Like Jungle's perspective right now, so it's quite difficult for us to see if he gets many upgrades. We just have to keep an eye out on the right if he does level up any of those champions. I mean,
just rolling. Just rolling and not getting every other 5 cost but Kaiser.
Yeah, it is quite unlucky. I mean, something like Galio is a tough one to add into a comp. Obviously, having that Colossus trait, meaning it's not so... you can't just swap him out for a single character to get those traits in back. But
luckily, we have a creep round here for Digital Pandas to try and think about what he wants to do next.
Exactly, a little breather, a little step back to just think about it. Save that 10 gold, get a little bit extra interest.
Keeping the Malzahar, maybe thinking 7 mutants?
Maybe so. I'm not sure what other mutant he'd put on, though. That's the only thing.
He's got the extra on with Gnar.
He's on 5 out of...
Oh, he would need Cho'Gath.
Yeah, he would need Cho'Gath. But again, with Colossus, that's an incredibly difficult thing to slot in. And also the Cho'Gath 3 from his opponent, taking up all of those Cho'Gaths. It's an unlikely attempt. I mean, he has now the 2 Kaisers as well. He has enough life to sort of buffer it out.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if he can hold out long enough and he gets that Kaiser 2... And
something you haven't even mentioned, that's 2 Colossus. Alistair as well. Very tanky, and even though it is the Cho'Gath as well, there's a lot for the carries to get through on Digital Panda's board.
And as you can see here as well, that Alistair jumping in the backline.
Yep, slowing,
he's just messing up all that damage. Those 2 carries. I mean, they are still both alive, which is a massive improvement. As
Kaiser getting away in the Cassian raining.
The Kha'Zix is struggling to kill her. The Celestial Blessing is just holding...
The Spear of Shojin and a Stone Plate.
I think this will be it, yep.
That's the win on Digital Panda's side, but can't quite take out I Like Jungle.
Surprisingly low damage considering there's a lot of 5 cost there.
Yeah, very true. I mean, the 2 tanks, Alistair and Cho'Gath, just eating it all up for breakfast.
True. Yeah, it does seem to be interesting though. Do you reckon that was maybe more because the Kaiser was repositioned, or maybe because they had better Thieves' Gloves items?
Well, now the Kaiser's in the Socialite spotlight. It has given her, I believe the first one's more damage. So maybe the items were the difference with the Golden Thief's Glove now having, I believe, Godfist and Warmogs.
Warmogs, yeah.
Definitely something that's going to keep her alive.
I mean, yeah, we'll keep her alive. Not quite great for the damage, but to be fair, the fist is pretty nice. It gives you like a bit of tankiness, gives you the extra damage as well. It's kind of what she wants. Again, the more she attacks, the more abilities that she gets off, the stronger she gets. So all she really wants to do is stick around.
I mean, she's not dying at all, really.
Exactly. And that is meaning more attacks and more missiles coming off of that ability. The Sivir is getting attacked by 2. Cho'Gath loses interest though.
Also stays alive as well.
She survived a Cho'Gath eat.
Nah, dealing with Rek'Sai. Is this the end? Can you get executed on 18 HP? We'll find out. It's staying alive.
Is that on 1 HP? That has to be.
That is
1
HP. Oh
He's
my
still
goodness.
holding it out.
1 HP.
my
Oh,
lord.
the Kaiser!
too! But he hasn't got any money.
It's the last round.
He hasn't got any money. Well, to be fair, he has the health at least. He has the health to survive. Even if he loses this round, he has locked it in place. He can get
2-star Mouse and Alistar on jungle, so we could see another round here.
We might see another. This is going to be another carousel.
Oh wow!
Another carousel.
And we said the last one was the last. Oh wow!
Lord.
Here we go, ladies
Proven
and
wrong
gentlemen.
again. There's not much of a composition change up here. Both teams are keeping it out. They're just trying to roll, finding those characters.
There is a reposition for I Like Jungle, now moving his backline to the other side of the board.
Ah, that is true. Trying to maybe stay away from the Kaiser.
But I think the Kaiser's got lucky with items again. Deathblade for full damage and Sunfire.
I mean, I don't know what happened here. Not much. Maybe I guess just changing that backline was enough. That was detrimental.
Maybe the Golden Thief's Glove items was just what helped Kaiser stay alive every time, and
definitely
being a little bit more tanky instead of more damage favoured.
That was an exceptionally long TFT game. There. Played clearly by some very experienced and well-versed players.
Definitely.
It's an exciting match to say the least.
Definitely.
I think obviously Digital Panda there almost certainly being the MVP. Getting out on more than 50 HP is a feat in its own right.
Yeah, 100%.
Mastered his build.
Keeping that health at the start very high, and then throughout just continuing that win streak. Like you said, maybe the best possible way to win a TFT game?
Maybe. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Obviously, not too sure on what the points are. I don't know if any of our production staff have tallied the points on.
As we are getting the scores in our ears, I believe Stoke got 10 points.
And London got way more than 10, apparently. So, as you said, even despite Stoke winning that, not quite enough.
Maybe
to really
a rethink of the rule set.
Wow, maybe we have to rejig the rule set for next year to try and be more advantageous to us. But it is a shame, obviously. I think definitely partly on the case of Zappy's side. He got quite unlucky with those syndicates. He was so close. He finally got that Morgana, maybe too late. Probably as well should have just spent that money to try and push for those.
I think it was something we were very both shocked about. Not spending like
a dead man's money is no man's money at the end of the day. Not the most useful to play
for TFT for sure. So even though Digital Panda won, do you have a player of the game?
I think honestly, I think Digital Panda still, like I said, it's just he played it masterfully. Every time he had a problem or any time he started losing, he managed to not spend too much gold. He kept his econ high, pulled his team back around, found a comp that was strong against pretty much everyone there. Even despite against that Cho'Gath, still got through.
Because like we said, there was a little bit of a wobble there maybe at the end with the Cho'Gath being that tanky. And now we are ready to give it back to the host desk.
Hello guys, welcome back. You now have us. It's an unfortunate... Oh, hello. What's this sign in the background saying? Come here, come closer, come show us. What is it? Oh!
Miss you, Robbie. I like the sentiment. We really do.
You know what, Robbie? We miss you. You are very missed. Yeah, please come back.
You, Robbie.
Robbie, come back.
You know what? This is who drew this? Was this Elliot?
Yes.
This is very pretty writing.
Is it? I can't.
No, it's not. It's absolutely horrible. He needs to work on his handwriting. But
he's an esports student. They all kind of have janky handwriting. Thank you for the sentiment. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you for bringing the light of truth to us.
Yeah, thanks for the sign.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think, you know what, this little message about Robbie pretty much sends us perfectly on what we're going on to next. Obviously, as some of you may know, Mr. Blazy Bard Robbie Trickett did leave us here as students to pursue his dreams as a Smite Procaster.
Of course,
And
anything
well,
Smite.
luckily for us, our lecturer spent his final day with him, and we're going to see the vlog of his final morning here in the UK.
Wake up. It's time for school.
I don't go to school.
How you feeling, Phil?
Tired.
So, it is the 17th of May, I think. It's about 6:30 AM. And I had all the lecturers stay on last night because today is somewhat of a big day, at least for one of our lecturing staff. Robbie, who does all of our on-air stuff and is now the self-proclaimed dad of all our level 5 students, is flying out to America for the first time to cast a official Smite Pro Masters tournament, which is pretty big for him, for us as his friends, because we're all quite proud of him. So we're gonna go take him to the airport now, which is gonna be fun. I've got playlists prepared for when he leaves so we can celebrate. How are you feeling today then, Robbie? For the second time.
Deja vu. How many times are you going to get me to answer this question?
Well, the alarm went off on the last one, so it stopped recording.
Okay, I'll do this again. At the moment, I'm feeling tired, but there's a linear, right? So there's a graph, and if this axis is distance, and this axis is stress, so that this is distance in relation to the airport, and this is stress. It goes like that way, you know, like it's just a straight linear graph upwards, like that. That's Is that good enough this time? There are no flights today.
No matching results in Manchester to Atlanta.
I've been
No
duped.
matching results.
I've been duped.
You've been done.
Apparently.
Give you an idea of
Just some early morning entertainment.
typical days like studying esports.
We start every morning here with a viewing of the day in the life of an esports student.
Makes sense really because the lecture You're already making it happen again. Can we just not watch it?
Baby Phil.
What you gonna cry? Below gonna out here. You gonna pants?
Robbie just got a really cute message from a student, and he's really sad.
I'm not really sad. I'm very happy. There's a difference. That I'm not even crying. Go off. Go away. Wallet. Oh, where's my wallet?
Oh, recording me now.
Oh, where's my wallet?
The dog. Okay.
Oh, where's my keys? Where's my phone? Where's my keys? Where's my phone? Where's my passport? Where's my phone? Where's my keys? Right, you remember that?
Yo, it's Steven Seagal.
Yo, Steven Seagal? True.
Let's look at the state of Phil's car. It is a tip.
What about the hoodie?
Oh no, I have no zip hoodies.
You look after them when I'm gone.
I will.
We're
Oh, no.
someone with no boxers on.
What's your least favourite part about Robbie leaving?
Yeah.
I can't wait for all the things we can do without it.
It's gonna be so good.
Yeah.
We're gonna go camping, we're gonna go pub, we're gonna go everywhere.
DHO! 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 Oh, he's faster than you.
How you feeling? 17 minutes.
Yeah. My phone, I got my headphones, I got everything in my bags.
Understood.
Do you want some grit salt for your journey?
POV Robbie hug. POV Robbie hug.
Bye everyone. See you later. Have fun on the flight.
We'll see you never.
Thanks guys. Really lovely send off. I love you all too. Deeply. Wow.
We're getting communication from Robbie, who was super prepared and told us that he'd sorted everything, that he didn't validate his NHS up, so he might have to wait 24 hours for that. He managed to get through to the GP.
Which is insane.
Which is insane at this
He's
time
so lucky.
in the UK. So we're waiting to find out if Robbie even gets to go. We'll keep you updated.
So, I saved you guys all the boring bits of having to go through security and everything. Through everything was perfectly fine. Definitely didn't have to faff around looking for a document for an hour, but that's okay. I'm currently looking for a wee bit of scran before I head on the plane. So, okay, bye.
Who's that lecturer? It's Robbie! 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 Who's that lecturer? It's Josh! Who's that lecturer? It's Ross! Who's that lecturer? It's Phil! Who's that lecturer? It's Ross! Who's that lecturer? It's Robbie! Who's that lecturer? It's Phil! Who's that lecturer? It's Phil! Who's that lecturer? It's Maddie! Who's that lecturer? It's Josh! Who's that lecturer?
I hope you enjoyed that little segment of Who's That Lecturer? I think we had fun here just guessing them. Good job to production on that, you know. Well done, Benito, obviously.
Shout out to Benito.
Shout out Benito for that.
Shout out.
Great content, and hopefully you got most of those right, but at the moment, I think our players are struggling to find the right tactics to get the victories. Obviously, we technically won TFT, but we didn't win it. You know, Ryan got the win in the actual game, but not the actual point system thing, doodad. Which is a shame, but we'll take the moral victory.
Absolutely. As for we are on the moral high ground.
Moral high ground,
yeah,
the moral
Up the
victory.
Stoke campus.
That's what we do best. Obviously, you know, at the moment, we are 3-0 down, and we're heading into our staff game. So that's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, our next title is, of course, the wonderful Golf with Friends. How do you think that's going to go, guys?
I think it's going to go good. I like Golf with Friends. Good game. I rate it.
It's
I do
definitely
rate it.
It's a fun one. Not a
fun
typical
one.
game you see for your esports titles, but a fun one to play with friends for sure. Obviously, kind of in the title, you'd probably expect it to be a game that you
What,
play
you guys
with
have
your mates.
friends?
I know
Play
you.
it?
Bro, right? You're forgetting. The only joke that people would make if it weren't us three on this set right now is you guys play Overwatch. Of course, you don't have friends.
Oh yeah, of
but
course. I mean, we don't have friends because we play Overwatch. That makes complete sense.
Watermelon waddlers go worldwide.
Watermelon waddlers.
We worldwide gang. But yeah,
Waddle we waddle.
it's definitely an interesting one. Hopefully, in this game, we might pull it back. Obviously, we've had a little bit of intel that Maddie is quite good at the Golf with Friends. She has
100% completion.
100% completion.
I don't think London know what's about to hit and getting hit.
Maddie,
Warlord.
yeah, she said that she got bored during lockdown and went, I'm going to have a 100% completion rate in Golf with Friends.
Played golf with friends without any friends.
Obviously, for the format, it's going to be 4 players from our lecturing team against 4 from their lecturing team. And of course, it's like normal golf. Lowest score is your winner.
I must say though,
golf scores it really weirdly.
It does, yeah. Like why?
I get the whole point in terms of like
being
you
under
are
par.
under par, as in like you're less shots than required, but like just like mean that they've got like more shots than they'd had. It's a very odd way to do it. You know, definitely interesting. I'm not entirely sure why it's done that way, but
well, we know how golf involves a lot of grass touching.
I mean, they can't do that. So
yeah,
I think
they can't do that down in the concrete jungle.
We definitely have the advantage on that sense, just being able to, you know, literally
grass.
go outside and touch a bit of grass, whereas they, you know,
concrete.
Concrete
I
and
love
smoke.
concrete.
Concrete.
Everyone's favourite. Well, you lot like drinking drywall, don't you? So
Yeah.
I guess
We are the drywall drinkers.
We are the drywall drinkers.
Drywall drinkers.
And we like eating watermelons as well.
I'm a waddler.
You're a waddler. We're a
Oh,
drywall
I'm a
drinker.
wanderer.
The Overwatch team.
I miss drywall drinkers. I miss them.
I miss Overwatch being fun.
Yeah,
You know
same
what,
actually.
right?
Yeah.
If London had had an Overwatch team together, they won't know what hit them.
They wouldn't.
I'm
no,
gonna be
they
honest.
wouldn't.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Hopefully, we are going to.
We're gonna roll them.
I mean,
I hope so.
I
I mean,
have full faith in Maddie.
yeah, this is like
as like
100%.
Maddie, our beloved.
Yeah,
In
as
Maddie
like
we trust.
woman to
In Maddie
woman.
we trust. Amen.
Yeah, woman to woman solidarity. London don't have that. London, if you can hear me, do you have any women in production? Do you have any women playing?
Go! The moral high
And I
ground.
think now we're
for the
about to head
boys.
over to our lovely, lovely casters.
We are indeed.
We are.
Hello, people.
Okay, everyone's trying to hello. Already starting the chaos early.
Oh, absolutely. Welcome to Golf with Maddie. Basically, this is the game where Maddie's going to carry staffs to the dub.
Yeah, Maddie's going to carry. Hopefully, you know, Josh and Phil could possibly, or whoever else we have probably a Josh on the team. We have a few Joshes teaching us. So, you know, someone's going to go alongside them. And, you know, golf, it's that game of getting the low scores, getting the low points. And, you know, for once, maybe getting those low points is going to get us the win.
You love to see it.
Yeah, you do love to see a bit of golf. And, you know, adding that extra chaos in, you know, get ready for those golf claps all around people because, you know, we're going to see some great deflections, some trigonometry, some brain power. You know, a little bit of salt. There's a lot of maps in the game called Salt with Your Friends, which is where there's maps that are made specifically to make it so if you can deflect off your opponents or your fellow players, then get points and then just go bonkers. And, you know, hopefully we see that. You know, I can see in my peripheral vision there is one of the maps, so hopefully that isn't just a practice round, and it does look very chaotic already. So hopefully we can keep track of it as well.
And as the host was saying before, Maddie does have a 100% clear rate. Maddie does have a 100% clear rate on Golf with Friends, and as we can see, already starting off with a hole.
Yeah, starting off on the hole, so we can see that most of the players are hovering around that par. Okay, we got some players on 4 to 6 range, and we see the chaos is ensuing as, you know, players are slowly pushing off. Nearly a hole in one there, which would have been a great start. But of course, going straight up again and just missing. And one thing from my history in this game of Golf and Your Friends is small inclines are horrible. Because if you hit too hard, you go over it. If you hit too soft, you kind of go, woo, woo. To the people at home, the production just saw me do a really big ramp with my hand, and yeah. But
I was gonna say they do what? Sorry.
And they go woo, woo. But yeah, so we have the Staffordshire London Ball who's gone for the matter of going under the ramp. So I believe I have played this map before where it cheeses you into thinking, oh, I go over the ramp and go in the hole and get it under.
A smart and safe and very efficient manner. As we can see, we have the Sonic loop here. I kind of want to see what London are going to do here. I mean, I'm just looking in terms of matchup-wise, we have the experience overall.
Yeah, so matchup-wise, we have got those players. We've got Maddie, and I believe Maddie is going by the name... But Maddie is going by the name of Madness, so of course fitting very with the game, and of course their name, Maddie of Madness. It's like that Doctor Strange film that just came out. So yeah, so we're gonna see Madness, with their experience, is second, and Otin is on the top, which is Phil. So Phil is the top dog right now, showing to Maddie as a little bit of rivalry within Stoke, showing, hey, Maddie, you say you're the best, but I'm gonna take it. As we do see a deflection.
Unfortunate out right there.
Yeah, and then we see Madness go for that hole-in-one. So Madness, instead of going for that chip, is just going, I'm going to ignore the ramp and go straight over. And hopefully, get it in. And we just see, just missing the ramp. And there's a case, everyone's kind of sat at the bottom, trying to get in. And then we do see a Wonder Ball's going. I believe that is one of our London players that has made it in.
Indeed. It's absolutely great to see someone like Phil in the lead, who you wouldn't expect to be in the lead in the first place. I mean, when you look at player experience, obviously, you don't expect Phil, with all this talk about Maddie being the top dog here, you never see it coming. So it's always good to see. Oh, and as we can see, a little bit of a deflection from the ball there, just right avoiding the hole.
Yeah, the deflection, maths and science comes into this game a lot more than you think. We have Matt here is just sitting in front of another player, so really forcing the pressure. There's a lot of them bundled up in that corner, so if we have deflections on, that's going to hit. We just see a player does just jump right over the edge there.
And another out.
And we see Maddie and Matt sitting there, 7 strokes there going in, so quite over par. Yeah, Maddie really falling behind on this map. We see Matt jumping in there, Maddie and still missing it. So maybe in quite an anecdotal sense, the teacher is becoming the learner.
A very unexpected, outcome here. I mean, you expect Maddie to, since she's 100% in this game completely, to know basically every single hole as they go.
Yeah, and if you see the jump there, so Staffordshire London going second, and Maddie jumping straight to the bottom with how hard that hole hit them.
Which is quite insane. I expected to see one person only at the top of that leaderboard, and I expected that one person to be Maddie.
Yeah, being told, oh, hey, Maddie, 100% in this game, that's quite hard to do in golf, bear in mind. In order to 100%, you've got to essentially get a hole-in-one each round. And, as we see, a bunch of people are spawning in, so it's failing about that hole in the middle is what's causing the stress there. Sorry, I had a bit of a hardware issue there. And just hovering around that hole, again, golf with your friends is one of those games where, if you see a hole, golf is all about aiming for the hole, but sometimes the hole you want isn't the hole that you hit. A lot of maps will cheese you with a little hole in the middle being, so enticing.
And yeah, another outage right there, as we see. But I suppose the way to do this is go all the way around, but it's such a specific and tight thing to do. The best thing you can do now is just try and chip it over.
Yeah, as we do see just here, that's a great shot there, chipping over. I do believe that was one of the London players though, so boo to that, I guess.
Oh yeah, boo to that. Oh, never mind. It was an awful play.
Awful play.
That was one of the worst plays I've ever seen.
RNG frame.
Yeah. That was kind of cringe.
Kind of see the Matt here falling in that hole again. So it's a little. I like how the map designer has made a little death trap there, really causing the players to have to think about if I hit it too hard, I go over the edge. If I hit it in the middle, I could go in the hole there. So you've got to find that weird quarter 30% mark to nail it.
Really, what makes it a casual and solid, somewhat of a rage game.
Yeah, as you see, Matt is probably raging really hard, just tickling the edge of the hole there, and falling in. It's sports isn't really sports people's thing, so trying to get that aim, and we see it goes in. So hopefully these players, if they're playing in the shooting games we have later, they have really good aim in that, better than they have in this golf.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope so. A lot of comparisons can be made with golf and shooters, I suppose, as with anything. But the wall rebound's quite nice there. Hopefully looking to go straight in, but definitely not. But a very straight and clear shot, as we can see here.
Yeah, and we see Tom, who is playing as Cave, got a nice, I believe that was either 2 or 3 holes. And we see that one. Matt comes hovering in. Matt having a bit of better luck on this level. I was going to say page, I don't know why. Because of, the layout on paper here. He was coming in, rolling down the hill softly, didn't get quite the right bit of power on it, and they go full shot. And then Phil just comes out of nowhere and knocks it right in the hole.
Overtakes Paper, as we like to see.
And Paper, just not finding the hole at the right time. And we see that it's a battle at the top here. 1 point between first and second. Joint second, actually, I believe. I've been seeing that table again. And just going round and go right back on themselves.
Just a really unfortunate turn of events there. It's so hard to predict where you're going to go when there's a giant pillar in the way.
Yeah, like in these sort of maps, because of how the engineering and the physics works, if you hit something round, you're going to curve with it. And sometimes if you hit that curve thinking, oh, I'll just go in it and deflect off, you go in it and come out the other side. As we see our lovely pink player there, does get it in. I believe that is Maddie playing with the pink ball. And then, everyone follows suit. Of course, Maddie is crawling up off the bottom of the table. And we have Staff Union sitting at top, Paper sitting in second, and Phil is also dropping. So the Stoke teachers are really falling behind on these later levels.
But you do like to see Maddie climb up and up, because the 14 shots that Maddie had earlier are not doing Staffs any favours, as is fairly clear. Going for the specific kind of tight shot here.
Yeah, and they make it over that hole. It could be 2 shots, and it is an eagle.
That is a nice eagle.
These maps here, I love these because, the ramps are kind of concaved. It's got the point at the top, which you can try, and if you can wall ride that little point at the top, that's amazing. But if not, you can try to catch the dips at the right angle, and it goes all the way around. A lot of these maps, I've had a lot of rages myself on these maps. I don't know if you've got any experience with this game, but the fact that you just it can go straight ahead, or because it's curved, it just goes on and then flops.
I do love this stage, because if you know me, you know I love silly little gimmicks. And this stage is the personification of a silly little gimmick. You have a stupidly tight thing to get over at first, and if you can't get that, well, look at that. You're kind of stuck on the lip there, and that's just an extra shot that you don't want to take.
Yeah, and we see the Cave, Tom has gone right over the edge, so he's kind of hitting this bit of the ramp and going too far, and because he's landed on the bottom of this wooden stump, he does get it in eventually, but, really far behind there, as we see that Matt has taken place in the bottom space. Maddie is still in that 4th place position. A lot of them are tied on points because these holes are getting more and more complex. And we're now into one of these ones I love, where you can either go all the way around the map, but in these maps, if you hit the targets in the right position, you will bounce off of them and actually get a hole in one. I have seen it done before. All of our players are taking their shots, so maybe we won't be able to see it today. As you see Cave, Tom, going right over and getting to a shortcut straight to the hole there. And if he hits this right, he will get it in free, which will be on par. And it does go straight in there, so a nice little par there. Staff Uni London filling up behind. And we see Matt, following suit, trying to get their way around. And I believe that is all of our players in for this hole. So that was quite a quick one. That was one, oh no, there are still some players who didn't quite make it. Matt and Paper falling behind.
It was quick, and it was also quite safe. They played it somewhat safe. They weren't doing any elaborate bounces. They were just going straight to the hole. It's just what they needed, what they wanted, and they got it.
Yeah, they got it where they wanted. Of course, this map is a bit of a trickster because, most often in Golf Your Friends, if you see what looks like a shortcut, it actually isn't a shortcut. But, this one pulls a trick, and players were going a long way around, and they've seen their peers being like, oh, they're taking a shortcut, they're now taking that shortcut, and they're just going to be like, hey, I'll take this. I may lose some points or I'll try and go the long way around, but if my other teammates do better, we can work it out. As we see, Matt is straggling behind here, and are you liking what you're seeing so far? Matt really struggling on these simple holes, but he's doing really well on the tactical holes.
At first, trying to make it up the hill and failing, that is not good on the record. And we can see Maddie climbing up. That 14 was not doing her any favours, but slowly and slowly climbing, proving to us that 100% completionist record.
Yeah, so, showing that, hey, I may have lost those 14 points at the start, but you could lose 14 points anywhere, as we follow them with the little pinata on their ball through, and we see Paper has taken a different route. Matt knocking, and, showing maybe a bit of salt here, because they're falling so far behind, or maybe helping their fellow London teammates by getting some hits.
Oh,
you see a nice bogey there. That was really good from how far away that was.
Yeah, what you really love to see here is just the precision of some of the shots. That bump helping Maddie out quite a bit, actually, and not doing Matt too good, since they were a lot further back, behind, of course. And Cave, unfortunately, bouncing off the wall and having to take another shot there.
Yeah, so Cave having to hit the wall and, is falling back onto that ramp, which then causes it to fall back further and further, which is why a lot of these map builders, will have like little bumps and curves, be like, oh, you thought you got to your thing, here's a little bump. As you see, Paper does go over those bumps and uses it to his advantage to kind of slow down the ball. Cave taking the bottom spot now, but Maddie, another lecturer here at Stoke is pulling the weight and coming back up to the top of the table.
Paper was struggling quite a bit there, as you could see they had a lot of outs. Of course, which in this game, having an out and resetting back to your original situation, it's devastating. It's mentally taxing because you just want to get it over with, but it never ends.
It is devastating, and sometimes if you do find an out, sometimes it is if you get locked. Sometimes you get locked in a position like this, especially on a ramp map. You have to like knock yourself into the right spot, and then knock yourself into another nice spot, and we fall straight in the corner here, which is really off-putting because it means that you have to take another shot. Another player, Tom, falling in the corner, but Tom is in the bottom of the table, but can pull it back as Paper is falling behind on shots here. Phil going straight down that ramp, getting a nice, comfortable pocket into that hole.
Oh, and Paper taking an accidental tiny shot.
And taking a tap, and that's the thing that you see in this game because it's based off of pushing your mouse back and forward and dragging it. If you accidentally knock it at the wrong time with not enough power, you will get those fake out shots. And we are on the I always get the name of this game.
A little bit of pinball.
It's like pachinko or something.
Pachinko?
I don't know. It's like it's. They used to play on like 80s TV shows, and I guess it's kind of picked up. You sometimes see it at the 2P arcades, of course, coming from the coast. I know a lot about those.
This map does look very RNG.
It is very RNG, so you got to pick the right slot, falling straight down that gap again and again.
The downhill is absolutely brutal because it speeds up the ball no matter how slow it's going. Look at that speed it just picks up. Maddie's shot is so slowly, and then all of a sudden just
smacks against it.
Yeah, just completely. Oh gosh.
Of course, the studs in the way don't really help, as we see. Oh no, just hitting that end stud again and falling into the devastating pit.
Straight away. It's because that one right at the end, just blocking the way entirely. It's always there. Of course, it's.
And we see a little sad react there from Maddie, 100% player. She is not doing too well. Of course, the physics of this is going to push you towards and down the hole again. Sadly, not the right hole, obviously. Of course, we want to have all the best holes in this game. And she's just trying to work out the right angle to go at. And she finally makes it and goes straight in. Oh, no. Goes over the dip and then doesn't get it. 9 strokes. Maddie is definitely falling down the table again.
At least it wasn't a 14-shotter, but Maddie right on the bottom again. Phil remaining fairly good, but Staffs Uni London ultimately doing very well here.
Yeah, Phil is doing very well. Only 1 point between him and the table topper.
Oh, but as you can see, someone flying straight over there.
Yeah, someone's going straight over the rest of the game, and Maddie stuck in a puzzle again. For someone who's got a really good ranking on this game, they're really falling behind. Maybe it's the nerves, of course, because you got the competition to it. But or it's just like a fake out, like I'm going to do very bad in the first couple goes, then when it comes to the end, bam, gonna go salty comp, gonna just knock you out of the way.
And I believe the person that just flew right over was indeed Phil, who got a par.
Phil got par, and Staffs Uni London is failing to get it in from here, meaning Phil can take top dog of this table, which means that the Stoke campus will be in the lead and can have more points to their name and possibly take their first win of this varsity.
Oh, definitely. The more shots that Staffs Uni London take is the more dominance that we get. But with Maddie, succeeding and then failing so hard on some of these holes, it's tricky because being the most experienced player, there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, and we did just see one of my least favourite parts of this game is the rotating holes, which is, if you hit it at the wrong angle, it doesn't go in. We see, I believe this is Phil, actually, because surpassed that. Paper just sneaking in before him, but he's got enough hits to get it in on par. Matt, if he'd have gone as frame earlier, would have knocked Phil out, and that would have meant that, there'd have been a bit extra power. Cave gets it in, slotting it in. Tom kind of, saying we're going to... Oh, no, Cave not actually going in. I missaw that. Is going to settle in. He's probably going to be like, hey, I'm going to take it slow and steady. If someone slips up, someone slips up.
And we love to see Phil doing so well here, representing exactly what Staffs is about, and that is winning.
Winning and, having fun as well. We are the home of esports, and esports isn't just about the winning. It's about the, the having fun, the building teams, and, we're doing that here. We're building our little rivalries through golf, and in such a chaotic way.
With the esports team who touches grass and has fun.
Yeah, Well, we're currently maybe this is why London.
Yeah.
Maybe London can only because there's digital grass. London have a bit of advantage. We're so used to that natural, fresh green grass.
Yeah.
Whereas like this digital, usually it's artificial grass and artificial grass in God. That's a tongue twister if I've ever heard one. you know, maybe because we're so used to nice Hanley Park and like the Peak District not too far away. You know, we're used to that nature. And London, like artificial. We're good with this.
Yeah, they're used to the AstroTurfs how they are in London. They can't replicate the real thing.
Have you seen that hill they built in London where like you pay like a tenner and you walk over like just a fake hill in like the centre of London? Yeah, it's supposed to be
a tenner to walk over a hill.
Yeah, it's like some sort of environmental scheme. But that's enough of dissing London, obviously. But you see, we have Phil is going for a nice orange shot here, going full power just to jump over this gap, and we see he does get it, goes too far.
Completely overshoots it. It was a bold tactic, but it is not gonna help in the tie with Staffs Uni London so far.
Oh, and he does. He bounces off of the post. That would have been a great shot. It wouldn't have been a hole in one, but he does fall 3 short of par, which could push him down into. He's still top though, 57. And you know, I'd like to see Matt scoring 1 point for no reason in particular.
As we can see, 7th placed, of course, tying on that round, keeping him right up there all the time.
Yeah, so you know, just these points matter, and we're going for a map with a roof here. And honestly, you know, we can see Tom is taking a shot. Phil and Maddie are sitting back. And we could see, you know, they're probably way in at time as Phil goes right over, but right into the lake. Could he get the jump through? He does not get a jump. It's one of those maps that resets when you touch water, it seems. Which, you know, is kind of annoying because there's sometimes a situation where you can bounce off the water to ricochet in, but, you know, some map designers don't like fun. But we see they're stuck on this little ridge here, meaning they have to go through the gutter and then down into that hole. Tom falling through. Staffs Uni London failing to get in the hole. We're seeing a spaz out here from Phil because he's not, you know, he's not going fast enough and he's being slowed down.
Not the happiest of boys.
Not the happiest of boys. His ball's not going in the hole. He's not happy. And of course you're going to laugh at that. So while Tommy has a breakdown, I'll just carry on. So we see Staffs Uni London is stuck on the top of the ramp there. Phil was able to just kind of ricochet off, just misses the hole, but that's okay because he's comfortably in the lead. He goes 1 over par, gets that bogey. And if you know anything about bogeys, it's a good thing because, you know, Dick and Dom love them and they're from up this side of the country as well.
We love Dick and Dom. Dick and Dom, they're great comedians. In my opinion, better than Sam and Kart. But anyway, back to golf.
Back to golf. But yeah, so Staffs Uni London, who was the table topper, is starting to fall behind and giving Phil that amazing lead, 61 points to 64. So it's 3 points between them, but in golf, those points mean everything. I've seen people, you know, score, you know, hundreds of points and still win because, you know, that's just the nature of golf.
So for this stage, what would you say the strategy is? Because I'm noticing a lot of water here.
Well, I believe it is a case of hit the ramp on the right place, hit this pier, and then go over. Or it's a water jumping level that's actually letting you touch the water. It seems they are allowed to bounce in the water in this one. And it's a big case of hit the right angle on this the ramp to try and get it in. As it goes down, there's a slight incline, and Phil nearly makes it. Maddie gets it into the hole though. And the rest of the players are stuck at weird angles. Phil might accidentally hit Tom, but Tom moves out of the way and gets a nice diagonal shot there. And Phil can easily climb up this hill, and if he can get it in before Staffs Uni London does, he's going to be great. But Staffs Uni misses the hole, jumps over it, and Phil taking his time to wait for this shot and goes down the ramp
goes back
again.
Down the ramp, and he's even further away now, so now he has to readjust, go in for a slight shot forward. That's just going to be an extra shot there.
And
Only
he misses it
we
again.
never know when he's going back downhill. No!
So Phil might be losing his lead here, but it wasn't that big of a lead anyway, so he can easily get it back, and he goes up and he does get it in the hole.
And there we go.
So a double bogey. So Phil could still be in this. Phil is still in this for 66 points. Nice points for Staffs London there.
Constantly tying straight with Staffs Uni London.
We're on the last hole here. Can Phil take it?
We need to see Phil do this. Phil being the MVP here, which is an upset, which is surprising. I didn't expect this.
Yeah, but, you know, maybe Phil has had a bit of secret practice. Maybe Maddie was lying to us. It was actually Phil who's like the top dog, and you know, just trying to, you know, make the London players think, watch out for that Maddie player now.
Maybe Phil's been getting a little bit of coaching. They've been trying to purposefully salty sabotage Maddie, and Phil snuck in from the sidelines, and now he's the main threat. But as we can see, just bouncing on water here, not doing the best.
Yeah, so letting Staffs Uni London get that lead. Staffs Uni London also taking a couple more shots though. Phil landing right on the edge of the bollards here, and it's going to go straight for that hole. You can see it's just got to not hit one of these minecarts that's going round. Oh, it looks like we're playing Minecraft now, apparently. And you have to, we're gonna go, and he's just aiming. He's trying to get the angle perfectly, waiting.
You do not want to see him hit that log. If he hits that log, that's an extra shot. And Matt comes in with the sabotage.
But Staffordshire London is also off the edge, so Matt actually sabotaging his own player there. But Phil's gonna run off the edge again.
Phil's gonna go again. Phil, no, what are you doing?
Phil going for a table topper to just table hoverer, but Staffordshire London is also falling behind Phil.
Another
Phil
close one, and he goes over again. Phil, what are you doing? How is he simultaneously the best player and also the worst player at the same time?
So he's getting a nice angle on this, so he's got a nice clear view of the hole, and if he doesn't hit the minecart, if he gets that sweet spot where he doesn't fall in the water, he doesn't hit the minecart, he's got to time it and strength it perfectly. He goes right up and he lands on the edge here. This could be a close game. Of course, I believe he is the last player to go in, unless there's someone on the other end map who has fallen through. 8 strokes to get it in.
8 strokes. A little pop-off from the production team there, as Paper is the only one left.
So Paper doing it.
And as you can hear, we're not in the mud.
Yeah, we have our good host Nathan there.
And Paper's going straight back off.
And Paper's going off. Paper is falling off, which could mean points-wise we are going ahead because it's a we are going for a table-based point system. And Phil takes the top of the table.
There we
with
go.
5
You love
points.
to see it, baby.
Oh, Phil has won. So apparently, I've heard from production. So I believe we have gone and won this round of Varsity. So
a little golf clap. A little golf clap for it all.
Golf clap, guys.
Everyone. Golf clap.
Golf clap. Golf clap.
We have to be sophisticated here.
Golf
It's
clap.
a gentleman's sport.
We have the man. We have the man himself here. Oh, we're on camera. We're too busy cheering on Phil. But yeah, so Phil just how'd you feel, Phil?
Phil, get over here. Get over here, Phil. Phil, get over here.
No, we're not going.
He can talk on mine. He can talk on my mic.
There he is.
Right, Phil's gonna have my mic, and he can say words.
There you go.
Phil,
words.
what was going through your head when making those shots in that last hole?
Oh, that last hole! I thought I dropped it honestly. It was kind of metagaming because everyone was like, "Do this much, and I just.
You got
I cracked it
griefed
up
at
a bit.
one point by someone.
Yeah,
Paper.
David or Matt. David.
Yeah.
They both hit me off.
And then Cameron managed to absolutely fumble the bag.
He really did. Yeah, it was so close.
Embarrassing for a man that does sports. That's very embarrassing.
I mean, he plays rugby, so he's used to
Exactly.
tackling. So.
Very embarrassing.
Yeah.
As a
Big
rugby player
pose.
myself, I feel like I would have outdone it. I feel like I would have outdone it.
You say that, but the pressure was there. We were expecting Maddie to do really well.
Oh, we all were. We all were.
Yeah, we all were expecting that.
We just like, I guess the pressure got to her.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway.
Caster's curse, probably.
Yeah. Gaming champion. You can have the headset back now, Nathan.
And we now have a very meager golf clap for Phil, just out of.
Yeah, well done, Phil. Thank you for the first victory.
Well done. Congratulations.
No sweeps in this building. And now you're back with us.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello there. Welcome back.
So what do we have coming up next?
I believe, London have misdone their scoring.
Oh.
We were under the impression it was not a points-based because
only
it's
who came
golf.
first.
It's golf.
Whoever came first wins.
It's golf, my man. Guys,
Intriguing,
you know what? We won.
We won. Well
done, guys.
Yay!
Come on.
Up the skog.
First point up the Dingleskog.
We love the Dingleskog.
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 Side duck. The thing
Inside
from PG tips.
crack duck.
Come on, it's on the screen. You can see it there, ladies and gentlemen. Golf with friends to the mighty Stoke. Now, also, fun fact. Now, this is where we're about to get a little bit more technical. Because London have forfeited Garfield Kart as well.
They have indeed.
Which means that we have also got points for Garfield Kart. So
Give it up, boys.
For the
Give it
points
up,
on the
boys.
Garfield Kart. The lecturer's carrying Garfield Kart.
I must say,
oh, go ahead.
as terrible as drivers are in Stoke, like for Garfield Kart, London is still exponentially worse.
Oh yeah, like they fully get like properly stuck on that M25
Oh
every
no, I'm
time
from
they
London.
drive.
Don't you worry.
I think the main thing here is that lecturers are carrying us. We're getting carried.
They were scared. Definitely. Of
They were
course.
scared of the Maddie Garfield Kart.
Lecturers are absolutely carrying, as they always do. So good
Thank
job.
you, lecturers. Very good.
Exquisite
Very good.
taste
Not
from
even
them.
here.
But I think with that, I think it's a lovely time for us to just calm it down, a bit mellow.
Very
Recollect,
zen.
yeah.
Breathe in.
Let's just, you know what?
And breathe out.
Are we having the flower meditation hour?
Yes, of course we are. Welcome to the flower
Go on then,
meditation
let's
hour.
keep it going, bro.
Please breathe on in. Hold it. Breathe on out.
There you go.
Perfect.
How much calmer do you feel now?
That is perfect, Elliot. And
Good.
now we've got some Garfield Kart. We've been waiting for it, and now we're just going to have it as a little break.
As a little break for the time being.
So you guys can watch some of this go on.
Hell yeah.
Whoa! Hello, hello.
I believe we're on.
And we are on indeed. Hello, hello. How are you doing?
I don't know. I just love lasagna.
I love lasagna. I hate
love
Mondays.
lasagna.
I hate Mondays and I love lasagna. What more could you ask for?
Mondays are the worst.
Mondays are the worst. Mondays are a useless day. Can we just get rid of Mondays?
We could get rid of Monday.
I would love to get rid of Monday.
But what day is Garfield supposed to hate now? Tuesdays? That doesn't sound right. I hate Tuesdays.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that doesn't actually sound that right, actually.
Monday's got to be something. There's got to be some kind of bad day to balance out for Saturday.
Okay, instead of getting rid of Monday, can we get rid of Tuesday? What's the point of Tuesdays? Like, for real?
Karaoke night at Amber Lounge.
Yeah, but that kind of sucks, though.
Whoa! Don't you dare disgrace karaoke at Amber Lounge.
I'm disrespecting it. You're hearing it right here. First ever, live footage of me saying it's kind of boring.
Live footage of me first time saying I hate my co-caster.
I hate my co-caster. Yeah. Who is this person? Why
Do you
am
know
I
what
here?
I hate more?
Who?
Mondays.
Ah.
I hate Mondays.
You know, I'm gonna say this right now. Then I hate lasagna.
What?
You heard me.
What?
Co-powder. Mold. Seethe.
Live feed, everyone. My co-caster hates lasagna, and I bet you love Mondays too, don't you?
No, I love Mondays. Monday's the best day of the week.
You're wrong.
Honestly,
You're wrong.
I love Mondays so much. Monday is such a great day. You wake up, you go to work. What more could you ask for? What just chilling at home on a Saturday, going to going out for a nice drink with your friends. No, going to work and working an 8-hour shift. Hell yeah, yeah.
There's a reason I love Monday. You wake up. And that's it.
I was very concerned then. I was very concerned for a second. I didn't know if you're gonna finish that or not.
No, I did finish that.
That was very scary, actually. I didn't like that.
No, I did finish that.
You
I
did
thought
finish
I'd
it.
just
Took you a while.
menacingly stare you down.
It took you a while, yeah. Well, I mean, in the meantime, we're just watching some Garfield Kart in the background.
And
There's kind of like a little like ad break for the time being.
And as we can see, Maddie having some prior experience apparently as they finish the race.
Kind of cracked, honestly. They're going for they're going for Garfield as a character. Who would you main as a character on Garfield Kart? Who would you main?
Now you see, if I knew all the characters in Garfield, I am somewhat of a Garfield lore connoisseur.
Okay, so you would pick Garfield then, I'd say.
I'd pick psychopathic, murderous cat Garfield, because in the comic book Garfield's 9 Lives, Garfield actually goes feral and is owned by an old lady that isn't John, and actually mauls her to death. Yeah, Garfield's dark.
Anyways, new conversation. So, you know,
Garfield, am I right?
I love Garfield.
Oh, I'll hate Mondays.
This is horrible. What's going on? I feel so bad for anyone who's like watching right now and just wondering what.
I'm sure they'll love it.
About.
I'm sure they'll love it.
I'm just concerned for like their health, honestly.
You care about the viewers? Kind of cringe.
What? I care? No. To the people who are watching right now, actually, we love you. We're actually just joking about. Do not worry.
I love Garfield more. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Someone save me right now, please help me. I don't like this. This is scary.
But as we can see, the UFO going right ahead of Garfield, who
But-
is in the classic John's Pizzeria cap.
The John's Pizzeria car. What? Where's that from?
Another fact about Garfield. Garfield was actually born in an Italian restaurant. Not John's Pizzeria, but it links. Born with a lot of stray cats.
Is that actually real?
That's actually real.
Is that actually real?
That's actually real.
How do you know it's real?
I watched a 47-minute long video of the Garfield iceberg. I was prepared for this.
You
When
became way too prepared. All I know for Garfield Kart is like Mario Kart, but Garfield.
When I heard that I was doing Garfield Kart, I got so excited because literally the day before I watched that video.
I'm very sad that it's just the staffs, who are playing this game.
We get the win by default.
I mean, we
though.
get the win by default. So,
A much
do you
deserved
remember?
win.
I hope people in chat remember that sign that we showed up. You know, it maybe said, London. London.
What, the Robbie sign? I said nothing about London. I don't know what you're talking
Wait,
about.
on my trip,
I think.
I forgot.
What are you remembering?
I don't remember actually. I don't remember anything.
Did you forgot?
I forgot.
Oh, damn. I forgot.
Oh hell no! What the
I remember
hell?
it saying, "Rest in peace, Robbie."
Oh,
bless his soul.
Oh, we're picking character finally.
Oh, we going right
don't
to
have any
John,
more
are we?
characters. There's no Odie. Bro, I like Odie.
Odie's a dumb dog.
It's a good dog. I like the dog.
Popular Garfield theory. Odie is actually secretly a genius because we do see him do some very smart things. Apparently, he's purposely dumb to sabotage Garfield at times.
How does that work?
Well, they act dumb to sabotage Garfield.
But why would you want to sabotage Garfield?
Because Garfield's so rude to John. Poor John.
Also, side note, the best time is 1 minute 37 seconds. I could probably get faster than that. I probably could.
I reckon with my extensive law knowledge, I could do better.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I could do amazing.
Like, where the drift's at? Come on, you got a drift, fam.
Yeah, what's going on?
Well, now, are we playing Mario Kart Wii, but we just like,
Mario Kart Wii with no drift challenge?
With no drift? Impossible? Gone wrong?
What, is this some kind of time trial? With a spaceship? Who's in the spaceship? Because that seems like
That's
a
a
little
good
bit
question,
of a...
yeah. Who is in that spaceship? I wonder.
I don't see that as fair. I mean, if I was in a... If I was racing around in a Ford Focus and someone came along in a spaceship, I'd be a little bit angry.
I think I'd be more concerned than angry that there's a spaceship. Wouldn't you as well?
For some reason, I think it'd make me more angry. I don't know why.
It'd make you more angry than anxious that there's a UFO.
Yeah, because I'm here trying to win this completely normal race and a UFO comes in. I'd be annoyed.
So it's just like F1. You're watching F1, you're watching Lewis Hamilton, race around the track, and out of nowhere, UFO comes over. So you would be angry that
I'd actually
Lewis
be pretty
Hamilton...
hyped at that. I mean, okay, imagine yourself as Lewis Hamilton in that situation. You're in first place, you're doing it, you know what I mean? Oh, your mechanics are there, everything's going perfect, and then a UFO suddenly enters the race and takes it from you. You'd be annoyed.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
You'd be annoyed.
I think I'd be terrified for my life.
Realistically, what is a flying ship supposed to do to you? Actually, scratch that. There are many things.
There are many things that a UFO could do to you. Have you not played any video game out there? Have you not seen the stereotypical, oh, it's got some beams under the spaceship and it lifts you up and you get taken to the aliens, ooh.
I have seen Destroy All Humans.
I have not.
And
what the hell?
Oh, Destroy All Humans is a good game.
What the hell is Destroy All Humans?
It's a game where you destroy all humans.
It's just, you
You're
destroy...
an alien. You're an alien. You
and you destroy all humans.
By very quirky methods. As we can see, a character change here. We might be going to crazy dunes here. Oh no? Oh no?
Ooh, city sticker. That's a good map. I read that map. Oh, never mind. We're going to the dunes map. We're going to what's the map called again? Dry Ruins for Mario Kart Wii. There we go.
Cheeseland.
No, we're not playing Cheeseland.
Cheeseland's so
Why
goated.
is there no Cheeseland map on Garfield Kart? You'd think there would
should
be,
be a
wouldn't
John's
there?
Pizzeria land.
That'd be kind of cool.
No, it's Luigi's Pizzeria. What am I talking about? It's Luigi's Pizzeria, not John's Pizzeria.
I was gonna say, yeah, I don't think John owns a pizzeria. That'd be very weird.
I call myself a Garfield law knower, and I don't even
And yet
know
you're
the
getting
name
it
of the
wrong.
pizzeria. I should be ashamed of myself.
You are. I'm ashamed of you.
I should be ashamed of myself.
I'm very ashamed of you.
I'm so sorry, people at home.
Please get your facts right for next time. Please,
I know.
fact checkers.
Well, next time I'm commentating Garfield Kart, I'll make sure to
Okay, thank you.
get everything right.
Yeah, you better.
It has been absolutely disgusting and just an insult to the Garfield community that I ever did that. I formally apologise.
What am I doing here? I may have killed him by accident.
Yeah.
I'm just like, we're just sitting back, we're just watching Garfield Kart. I mean, what more could you ask for right now as we wait for London campus?
I mean, we're in the same seat as the viewers here. We're just having fun watching.
We're having fun watching
big
this.
Garfield Kart.
What's the score right now, actually? Is it London 3, Stoke 2? I don't remember.
I mean, I think it's a tie because...
It might be a
it
tie?
might be...
Well, we won Goal for Friends,
We
literally
won
just
Goal for
then.
Friends.
We got this.
Did we
got
win
this.
TFT?
No, we lost TFT.
We
I
lost
think.
TFT?
We lost TFT, we lost League of Legends, we lost Rocket League. Okay, no, so it's 3-2.
God, remind me why don't you? And then
Well,
we win
man,
this one by default.
Well, we do win this one by default, but I was excited actually to commentate over Garfield Kart, you know.
And you still can be because you
Well,
get
we
to
still are.
commentate with your favourite person. Me.
No, Garfield.
Yeah, no, I prefer Garfield
Yeah,
to
I
you.
prefer Garfield, yeah,
I prefer
same.
Garfield to you.
Yeah, who even are you? I don't even
I
know
kind
you.
of hate you.
Dude, that UFO's kind of going crazy right now.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that UFO.
I'm
not
a
fan
massive
of
fan of that UFO.
I believe we are just watching time trials, but it's hype because it's Garfield, baby.
Why can't we play like? Why isn't there like no like Mario Kart Wii?
Are you slandering Garfield Kart?
Yeah, I'm slandering. I'm slandering Garfield Kart for Mario Kart Wii.
If it wasn't awkward, I'd tell you to get off the set.
Well, okay, then I will do.
No, don't go.
Okay, fine.
Please.
I'm gonna stay.
I need someone to lore dump to. I can't just lore dump to the audience.
You can.
No. I cannot solo cast
No,
Garfield Kart.
no, you can. You can. I believe in you.
Elliot, no. You can't do this to me,
No,
Elliot.
I believe in you.
Elliot, no.
You can commentate over Garfield Kart. It won't be that hard.
The chat loves you, Elliot.
Oh hell no, he's
The
going
chat
to.
loves
Oh
you.
hell no, which way is he going? He's going to the lead pad's way. This is good. This is kind of mad, bro. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. This is so scuffed. What is going on?
We got told by one of our gracious hosts to just start making car noises.
Meow.
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 What noise do you think Garfield's car makes? I reckon it's just a repeat. What do you think they're playing on the radio currently?
Music sounds better with you. That's what they're playing right now.
See, I think.
But I can't sing it because that's going to be DMCA.
Oh, absolutely. I think Garfield's listening to the Garfield show opening theme trap remix.
I think he's listening to Playboy Carti. That's who he's listening to right now. He's got a whole lot of red on.
Yeah,
He's a
no, I
vamp.
think you're right. I think he's listening to a bit of 100 gex.
Oh my lord.
Unfortunately.
Oh god. Is he a drainer? Is Garfield a drainer? Is that in the law?
Yeah, that's part of the law.
It's part of the law.
Yeah, it's part of the law
He
by
loves
Garfield the
Blade
Drainer.
and Echo 2K. Actually real.
As we can see, a little bit of jank from the map here with Garfield just popping right off the side somehow. All of a sudden, I started commentating the actual game. Who wants to hear
Wait,
that?
we're actually commentating the game? Are we not just like trash talking?
No.
What, you actually want to commentate the game? Alright,
No,
fine then.
no, we're not
Round
commentating
3
the
coming in right
game.
now. Some great turns coming in. Here comes a big corner. Gonna do a drift, and no, unfortunately not. But they are going very fast. 1 minute 55 on the time. But right now, boost pad going over right now. Just going, picking up speed a little bit further.
And as you can see, Garfield is currently in a car.
On
Who let
God.
the cat drive?
On God. For
On
real.
God. Garfield is driving, he's schmooving.
Please nerf that for next patch. Please do not let cats drive. Thank you very much.
You should let Garfield hover above the ground like Crazy Frog. Do you know there's a Crazy Frog kart racer for the DS?
Is there?
I owned it.
Crazy Frog had a racing game?
Yeah, Crazy Frog just used to float above the ground. It was cursed.
I know that like Sonic and that like them franchises had like a racing
That's such
game.
a
but,
goated.
like,
That's such a goated
Crazy
racing
Frog?
game.
For real?
Yeah, Crazy Frog. Basically, every franchise has had a racing game at some point.
I mean, you're not wrong actually. Yeah, 2 minute 39 on the time, by the way. Kind of clean. Kind of
goated. Kind of goated.
Kind of quirky, I would say.
Pulsing it down on the timer.
I mean, they're still not as good as the other as
UFO.
though. I mean, come on, 9 seconds ahead for real.
Maybe the UFO is just that good.
Maybe the UFO is actually just like, I don't know. Maybe the UFO was me.
You're
was me.
playing and commentating?
Yeah. Can you not tell?
Oh my lord. That's insane.
It is kind of insane actually.
I wish I could play and commentate.
Beat the silver medal.
So this is for the space hat. Oh no, oh no.
No, we're doing the Grand Prix.
Grand Prix.
Oh, God.
Single race. Ugh.
You gotta do 100. No, not 50. Yeah, 150.
Yeah. And obviously I'm going
Thank
to the
you.
lasagna cup.
I mean, you gotta go to the lasagna cup.
Well, I love lasagna.
Is there power-ups in this game? Why is there power-ups in this game?
They should choose lasagna. I love lasagna.
Can you stop saying that you love lasagna? I think I understand that.
Do you not love lasagna?
It's okay. It's kind of mid, honestly.
I love lasagna.
Lasagna's okay, but like, I would say it's mid.
Realistically though, I did genuinely, in reality, I hate lasagna. But I don't want to tell that to the Garfield fandom. I don't want them to know.
Do we have any Garfield supporters in chat?
Any
Do we have,
Garfield supporters in chat?
I
Yeah.
was thinking, yeah. Does anyone here like really love Garfield? Is that a thing?
Anyone else a Garfield lore knower?
We do. We might apparently have some Garfield enjoyers in the chat. You know what? I respect you boys.
Fun fact,
Respect you boys.
Garfield's love interest in the show is actually a stray, unknowingly, because they look like a very clean cat.
Damn.
Yeah.
What the hell? What are these? Why is there a magic wand?
Because items are on now, baby. We've gone back to the items, magic wand, and I want to see what it does because I have never seen the items in this game.
I have never seen anything in this game. I'm just some top tier driving right now.
Wait, Elliot.
Yo.
What's that in the very far right of the UI?
And number 6.
No, that's lasagna.
What the hell's lasagna? Oh yeah.
I
there's
love
Oh, gee.
lasagna.
Okay, whoever's driving, please get better. What are you doing?
I know what's going on. I think this is Josh driving because as we know, Josh did crash his car in front of the Stoke Stadium.
Is
like
Garfield,
an idiot.
Is Garfield just a metaphor for Josh?
Is Garfield a metaphor for Josh?
I think it might be, honestly.
It's what the loss amounted to this entire time.
It actually has, yeah.
We all knew.
all knew.
Garfield was Josh all the time.
For real? On God?
I thought Garfield was the friends we made along the way.
No, unfortunately, no, I guess.
No, fortunately not. God damn, imagine.
Can you actually use your power-ups, by the way?
Yeah, I know.
I just kept them.
I'm seeing a total lack of... Oh, and falling into the spring like an absolute idiot, like a buffoon.
Still 6th place, come on.
This is definitely Josh.
That is definitely Josh
This is
playing.
Josh. For goodness sake.
Oh my lord.
Oh
my lord.
God.
This is embarrassing.
Where did Josh learn to drive? They're not even drifting the right way.
We are so sorry for the viewers at
Oh,
home.
no.
This is actually hurting my soul.
You know what? I'm glad we're not going against London right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that London kind of
I'm glad
left.
we won this by default.
Yes.
What is going on?
Yeah, I'm just more confused than anything right now.
As soon as they start drifting, everything goes
Goes
so
downhill.
bad.
Oh hell no.
Oh no.
This is so confusing.
This is the worst.
This
How
is-
can you
this is
mess up
actually the
Garfield
worst.
Kart? How?
They clearly aren't like you're getting lapped by someone who's already finished the race.
As a Garfield
come on.
super fan, I am triggered and insulted
This
by
is
everything that's
painful.
going on.
This is just painful. I'm just sitting back and enjoying this race right now, but I'm not really enjoying it.
I was gonna say I'm not enjoying it. I'm looking at. And Josh just failing us.
1 point only.
And we know it's Josh.
We know it's Josh.
We know it's you, Josh. Josh, we know it's you.
We know you're racing right now. You're not a good racer.
We know how bad you are at driving.
You are very bad at driving.
I think. Oh, we go into the London home turf here. The city slicker, the concrete jungle.
The concrete jungle. Is this London?
Yeah. It
Oh
must
my
be.
lord, it's London.
I think we're just rubbing it in their faces. That
I think we're rubbing it in the faces, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah, that the backs out. You know, we kind of say,
Well,
look at us.
look
We're
at-
playing
yeah.
on your turf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like us driving down to London right now and just going to them saying, yeah, you're a concrete jungle. Why would you want to live in a concrete place?
Yeah, as we know though.
Do you like eating concrete? Do you just bend over, just grab all the rocks and pebbles and start scranning them? Is that what you do?
I do. I mean, I'm not from London, but I do that. Do you not?
So are you secretly from London then? Are you a
No,
spy?
I'm a proud
no.
Manc.
No, I think you're a Londoner. You are a Londoner in denial.
Personal insult.
It's
That's
a bit of a
personal insult.
It's a bit of an insult, but you know what? You should cope harder. They're actually doing a lot better. They're actually doing a lot better though this race. 3rd place already.
It's probably because it's not Josh. They've probably looked at Josh's performance and said,
They probably switched
"What
him
on earth
out.
are you doing?
They switched
What
him
are you
out by
doing?"
far.
I'm assuming this is Phil because it's not as clean as how Maddie was doing. It's not as god awful as what Josh
Is
was
Maddie
doing.
like a top tier Garfield kart racer?
Well, Maddie's good at racing games.
Yeah, true actually. That's such a good point.
But to be fair, we were saying Maddie was good at golf with friends, and as we saw beforehand,
We
Phil
saw
kind of
before,
took the lead
yeah,
with
it
that.
was not the cleanest performance that we would have expected, honestly.
Yeah, Phil kind of took the complete lead with that. Which
That is true.
You love to see an underdog story.
We do love
You
seeing an underdog
to see
story.
it.
Oh, for real, actually, for real.
Yeah, so maybe golfing friends was a blessing in disguise.
Maybe it was.
I wonder what that.
I
pie
mean,
does.
you know, people at home who are watching right now, like you heard the screams from our room when we won. You heard how happy we were. We all were. At the end of the day, even if we don't win any other game apart from golf with friends, at least you know that we cheer on our team no matter what.
Joe's quite insulting me in this
What?
Garfield game. None of them have used items.
That's a good point. Yeah. You
None
saw
of
the pie.
them.
You got a pie and a magic wand.
One of the key functions.
You have a new magic wand. What are you gonna do with it?
I love pie. I don't love it as much as lasagna, but I
It
love
depends
pie.
which pie we're talking about. Like it really depends. Either way, when we head into a short break, so stick around.
No
and
more
we'll catch you boys.
Garfield.
Yeah, no more Garfield. I do apologize, but please do stick around. And of course, CS:GO will be coming up next.
Hey, hope you're enjoying the stream. Stick around for more.
Well, yeah. I mean, James, you've said it already, but I hope you enjoyed the stream. I guess. Thanks for sticking around. Obviously, I'm joined by James and Tommy. James, you
me.
spoke without your mouth being open.
Yeah, I'm kind of magic.
That's quite impressive.
How did you manage that?
I don't know either.
Can
Don't
you teach
ask.
me your ways?
I don't know how to teach you. Yeah, I am so sorry.
Yeah, it's definitely an odd one for sure. Not entirely sure about that. Obviously, we'll have a look at the schedule because we have got a couple of more games on the way. Obviously, CS:GO Wingman is going to be our next title. We saw some Garfield Kart. It was apparently changed for whatever reason, but Garfield Kart. We'll say we won because we actually
by default
we played the game. I guess is
Yeah.
a way to say it. So good job, good job, lecturers, for doing that. Well done once again. We've got some points. But yeah, obviously CS:GO Wingman's going to be our last lecturer game, so that's definitely going to be an interesting one before we head to some Pokemon and Valorant. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's been a very long day, hasn't it, guys?
Yeah.
A little bit, but that Garfield cart's refreshed me. Now, I love that Garfield cart. Do you know what I also love? Lasagna, baby. And I also love Garfield.
Do you love Mondays as well?
I hate Mondays.
But
don't talk to me about Mondays.
What's wrong with Mondays?
Don't mention the M word ever again.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
You're making me angry. You don't want that.
Yeah,
You
we
won't
don't
like me
want
when
that.
I'm
We
angry.
definitely don't want that.
That's it's not ideal.
You don't want that. You don't want that. I'm scary when I'm angry, especially when it's to do with Garfield.
Do you know what? I've just realised what Jungle Skog looks like, because he's a recurring theme in these broadcasts.
What does Jungle Skog look like?
He looks like Bear in the Big Blue House, but if he wasn't blue.
Yeah, well, the
It's his
bear
face.
is blue.
No, but like Jungle, if
Yeah.
the bear wasn't blue, he would look like Jungle Skog. Like, look at his head. You know, like the mocap. I'll reenact it. It'll be like. It's Bear in the Big Blue House. You might have a future career, my floppy man.
Currently he's not got the house though. He's Bear in the Big Blue homeless.
I
Bear
mean-
in the Big Blue streets.
Bear in the Big Blue streets. That's-
I could see that as a TV show.
Bear in the Big Blue streets.
Yeah.
Oh, that's made me chuckle.
I kind of love that.
Huh? He's lost. He's trying to find his home. But yeah, we have obviously got Cisco Wingman on the way, so that'll be an interesting one. Obviously, we have got the almighty Joshua Ferguson and Josh Jarrett, the Joshes, in that for
double
us.
Josh.
The double Josh. Can they beat the Cisco Sweat Matt Huxley? And from what I've been told, I got some interesting facts. Their other player, David, when they were playing in a staff fun game for like lecturing purposes, went 0-18.
Fun fact about that, I actually casted for that. So it was actually for my broadcasting assignment. I witnessed how the CSGO team is.
Now, what is your prediction then, Tommy? If you've seen how it goes, give us some info. Give me a fill in.
If we're talking staffs, the most experienced player on staffs is Robbie.
Well, he's not here, so that doesn't work.
There we go. Well, never mind. So
So your insight you were about to give me was a
Rob?
guy who we've literally watched a leaving vlog for.
Yes.
Right. From what I know, Joshua Ferguson, he's listening to me say this as well. Although he won't admit it, he's silver. He always tells me every week that he's gone up in rank, but he never has. He's still silver. And whenever he played with Robbie, he would be throwing Robbie's game. So hashtag blame Josh.
Yes.
Josh Jarrett, on the other hand, is quite good at this game. So I trust him a lot. And oh, hello. What do you want?
Go to.
He's
Five
got.
Nights at Fergie's.
You've got a very peanutty breath. Oh right, that's what it is. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to the casters, and Josh can go back to playing the game that he's meant to play.
Nice one. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you're having an amazing day. We certainly are. And welcome to CSGO Wingmen. We just previously saw some Garfield Kart. That's a little bit of an ad break. But now, finally, we're getting some actual proper games. And of course, I'm joined by my beautiful co-host, Cole. How you doing, my good sir?
Elliot. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Gonna be great. Of course, we do love a good amount of CSGO Wingman. So, what do you think about CSGO to begin with?
Wow, I like me FPSs for sure.
You like FPSs?
Yeah, I definitely started out when I was younger, COD, and moving on, and then I got brain cells and moved on to another sign. And yeah, I agree with this statement.
I do agree.
Phil is our top winner.
Completely agree. We do love Phil in here, don't we?
Top dog.
Phil is top dog. So you were just basically saying that CS:GO was kind of like one of your introductory games.
Yeah. So I started off with Call of Duty, and then I grew a brain and decided that tactical shooters were better. And so I took on Siege and CS:GO and recently with Valorant as well.
So what's your opinion on Valorant recently? Cause
Valorant recently, I think there was a little stop there where we had the Astra Breach meta, and it was a bit samey and
a bit boring after a while, I would say, definitely. But nowadays with current Valorant metas and all that stuff, how do you think about Valorant?
Yeah, I think it's a really good game, and it's a lot more gunfights, and it allows more as we're into game.
Into our first game, we do have Josh and Josh against Paper and Matt. We've got 2v2s. Gonna be very good. No,
as we see the snipes coming out.
Man's getting a little bit of practicing, can't blame the man. He is going for the AWP. We do love seeing some good ARP gameplay. Hopefully we see some quick shots here and there.
It's the CSGO, as we've heard from Nathan, Sweat. Taking his, practice there with his operator.
We do love
I'm
the
talking about
operator.
Valorant, and I've
we
said
talk about
operator.
Valorant too much. I do apologise.
I've messed it up.
We've messed up already.
Oh.
Cannot believe this. Either way, going to the first round, we are on Inferno. Probably my favourite map out of CSGO. What do you think about this map?
Well, from my few times of playing it, yeah, I like it. And the corridor towards, I believe it's Banana, with the
I think so.
wall. And
yeah.
It's, the original Stewie 2K play.
Absolutely. We do love seeing those amazing gameplays. So hopefully we do see some today, as well as London are just sticking by point A, playing very defensively. We do see Stoke coming on in on the high ground.
Yeah. Here we've got the two default pistols there. Lovely shooting and moving as we hear the first shots fly out.
The first shots are coming now. Maybe a good fight going to be happening now. And Josh down already on the side of Stoke Paper with an amazing headshot coming out. And Josh by himself right now have to do a 2v1 situation on the point A.
Josh Ferguson there just taking the first death of our wingman section.
He's going in.
Josh Jarrett takes half health, little bit off Paper, takes the knife out.
Knife, unfortunate for him. Paper getting the two beautiful kills right now. London are currently up 1-0.
Yeah, Matt there taking the USP. Very comfortable, probably seeing as that's obviously his preference in this situation. As we have, London.
London do have the first point. The graphics are a little bit messed up on the top. Do not worry about that. London is on the left-hand side. Stoke is on the right-hand side. So just remember that for next time. Josh J coming out with a submachine gun right now,
showing off his really cool red skin.
Beautiful skin.
Not heard yet. Paper hasn't heard. Taking some damage. Not any.
Right now jumping on straight on in. Unfortunately, getting picked off straight away. Gunfight coming out once again. Josh J falling extremely low, and once again London taking another point on the board.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate there that Josh Jarrett couldn't quite get what he wanted out of his submachine gun there.
Josh Ferguson going very aggressively in these team fights. He's just going to go straight on in. He's hoping for the best, but I don't think that's the best play he could possibly do right now.
Yeah, Matt switching up his position, gets his gunfight straight away, and the round's over in like 2 seconds.
2 seconds? How long was that? World record?
I mean, it can't have been that long.
I can't believe it.
Both kills came in pretty much straight away, and we're still waiting for a Stoke kill.
We are waiting for a Stoke kill. Not have any kills on the board just yet. The win chances at the top, 73% on the London side, 27% only on Stoke side. So might have to pull out a miracle here at this point.
Got the shotgun out from Josh Ferguson and the UMP from Josh Jarrett.
Go for the AK-47, a very big staple gun within the CSGO community. Everyone knows the AK-47, how much power it has. Able to burst down people in just a matter of seconds, just like that right there. Matt killing Josh Ferguson, and right now Josh Jarrett just by himself on the high ground. Taking a little bit of gunfire here. Gets the kill. Gets a kill.
Stoke's first kill.
On the board. Super happy. That's what we want to see. But Matt doing a little bit of a flank right now. He knows, and Josh Jarrett falling it down.
As we get a bit of music there for the MVP from Matt.
Very nicely done. But we did see our first kill on the board for Stoke-on-Trent. So
yeah, Josh Jarrett coming in clutch there, and from what I know of the Josh duo, the player that's had less experience.
Player has a less experience, yet gets the first kill. Flashbang coming instantly out. Gunfire going out right now. Matt getting a beautiful pick.
And Matt still wins, but Josh Jarrett comes in with the trade.
Beautiful trades on both sides. Josh Jarrett a little bit low right now, only 73 health. Going in for the gunfire, and Paper again, a beautiful kill once again with a little bit of, a little bit of BM music. That's what you want to hear.
Yep. As those soundtracks do get into people's heads, as I personally
They do get into people's head. The win chance is, it's decreasing a little bit here and there, but right now London with a 5-0, it's a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, and full utility now coming out from Matt. Still got 2,800 left over as we hear some shots come out from short.
Gunfight going on right now. Josh Ferguson getting a beautiful pick on the Paper. Maybe a little bit too aggressive on the board. Here comes another team fight going on right now. Matt having to fall back just a little bit past point A. And a beautiful pick. The first score on the board for Stoke team.
That's beautifully played. I think the best strat there, or that was used there, was They paired up. They took down the slightly weaker player, I think, as I believe it's David Cummings on paper. We heard previously about the showcase match for the assignment, as we see a smoke come out on short.
On short, yep, just playing a little bit more aggressively. Here comes the good fight once again. Josh falling down instantly, and it's going to be a 2v1 situation. Spoke a bit too soon. Matt found down to 10 HP, but beautifully able to get both picks off.
Yeah, I think it's just learning the positions, and it might be a little bit difficult for Josh Jarrett, as he's not really played the game that much to understand every angle or every corner.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it might give him it might take him a little bit of time to, fully understand the matchup right now. We are going 6-1 right now. London are clearly more dominant within this match, but maybe if you give it time, Stoke might have to pull this back, at the last second.
Josh Jarrett gets taken out, but he gets some trades back onto Matt as David's taken out.
David taking out Matt on extremely low HP right now. Josh Ferguson does have a little bit more HP, and there we go. Josh Ferguson gets a pick onto Matt. 6-2 on the board.
So we've got a possible 3 rounds remaining as we're going to get the swap.
Swap coming on the board. I mean, we might be losing, 2 points to 6 right now, but do you think that we can maybe put us back? Do you think maybe an underdog story could possibly happen?
Definitely possible. I think because we're only using the A site on Inferno here, the short and long side, it's a lot easier to set up. If you don't know the map, it's definitely a lot better to just sit in a corner like we see Josh Ferguson doing here.
Absolutely.
Josh Jarrett hasn't yet. He takes the 1v2, Josh Ferguson gets the kill.
Coming out right now. Josh Ferguson, beautiful headshot onto David. Absolutely clean. And takes another board. Takes another point on the board of Stoke.
As we get double shots onto the bomb there. We see Josh Ferguson picking up the main primary for the counter-terrorist side here. And the UMP for Josh Jarrett.
The UMP, very good weapon. Unfortunately, I may have spoken a bit too soon. Josh Jarrett falling down straight away and back to a 2v1 situation right now. Josh Ferguson just hiding inside the house. They might not know he is there. This is a great positioning from him.
Luckily enough, as a defender, you have to wait for them to come on. And as we see, shots coming out, taking down David, who had bomb.
Falling down already, but I don't really think the bomb in this, in these matchups is that important. I would say I think it's just more important of getting the kills. Because I don't really think that we're going to see a bomb play coming out here. Matt falling extremely low. Josh Ferguson getting another pick on the board, and here we go. Maybe the Stoke on Trent. Maybe the Stoke comeback is finally here.
We have brought this back now to 6-4, so 2 rounds in it.
Absolutely beautiful, doing extremely well right now. Josh Ferguson definitely showing that he is, he's a very experienced player. He did previously say that he was a go-to player, but maybe props to him. He knows what he's doing right now.
He's definitely playing his best now, sitting in the hell part of the back of A. A little push here from...
Good fight coming out right now. Josh Jarrett getting a pick onto David, and once again, Stoke, beautiful defense, amazingly well played. A little bit of BM here. We do love the teabags. I'm so happy to see that.
Yeah, well, it's just great for Stoke here, winning their ones basically.
Absolutely, we've pulled us back from a 6-2 to a 6-5 right now. Just 3-4 wins in a row coming out for us right now. Absolutely amazingly well played.
Yeah, and we see the AK coming out from Matt, one of his most used guns.
Definitely looking very beautiful. Just trying to shoot into the into the smoke area. Josh Ferguson gonna pick onto David. Great pick on the board already for the Stoke on Trent side. And Matt just by himself with the AK, just trying to play very defensively. Just trying to get on these corners and maybe try and get a pick or two right now.
As we see Jarrett there sitting on site, Josh looking over towards apps. I don't think they know where he is. Josh Jarrett now checking towards where he is. Matt gets the 1.
And Matt gets the 2. 2 beautiful headshots back to back. London take around 7-5 right now on the board.
That slows down the momentum a little bit, you might think, as we had a Stoke sort of comeback coming on.
We did have a Stoke, but who's there to say that we don't have another comeback going on right now? Maybe London just got a little bit, maybe they got themselves a bit of a lucky win then.
Josh Ferguson gets taken out, but Josh Jarrett gets 1.
Come on, Josh Jarrett. Josh Jarrett, the man, he did it! Beautifully done. Josh Jarrett just running off into the sunset. Super proud of him. Beautiful comeback.
Absolutely. For someone that's not played the game very much,
there's a
he's
very
still got
beautiful
some
double
skill.
kill. I mean, hey, a double kill. What more could you ask for? Who cares if you don't play the game that much? You got yourself a double kill, just on the board straight away. Absolutely beautiful. Oh!
Something I seem that Stoke might have caught on to. The London side like to go, from their side left, the long angle.
The little long angle, yeah. But right now, map, doing a little bit of map geometry right now, doing a little bit of parkour is absolutely great for the London side right now. As they're kind of cornering Josh into this corner. Spoke a bit too soon. Josh Ferguson going down 8-3. London taking back another win on the board.
Yeah, as we get to match point now.
London, all London need just one more win on the board, and they have won the series. But who is there to say that Stoke might be able to pull back, a 2-point lead and maybe win?
Yeah, a little bit difficult with the eco. Josh has a fuse kit, I guess, with the money.
Josh Ferguson.
Not that it matters.
Getting very aggressive on the ball and just going straight down. Josh Jarrett just in his little house.
We'll see if Josh Jarrett can clutch up a little bit of damage onto Matt. Matt takes some shots.
Going out.
Josh on 15 HP.
Here comes the Molotov coming out, and the bomb is actually going to get planted. Something I wasn't expecting. Yeah, 40 seconds on the board for Josh Jarrett right now. He has to pull back a double kill and defuse the bomb at the last second. Never mind, spoke too soon. Matt with a beautiful knife kill, and there we go. London have taken this round. Congratulations to London. Very well played.
Very, very well played. And I have to say, Matt, very good player.
Matt,
very,
clearly
very
the MVP of this map. Just clearly knowing what he was doing, those angles that he was having, the gunfights that he was happening, just the headshots that he was getting.
And I think
well played.
Very good leadership, probably coming from Matt. Obviously, we can't hear the comms, but as his rank is so high, I believe probably I gelled that very well.
I would not be surprised. But you can't also fault our side. Josh
absolutely,
Jarrett and Josh Ferguson getting his picks here and there, and even that little bit of a comeback that we had, the four rounds win that we were having right then. You can't fault that either way.
And you always like a game that's very close.
You do love a game that's very close.
Like Grand Canyon wins aren't like what everyone wants to see. So
you don't want to see a game.
It's good that it was close.
Yeah, you don't see a game that's a complete steamroll, because at the end of the day, that's just a bit boring. You don't want to be sitting in your chair, sleeping, dozing off as there's a 16-0 victory. You want to see those close games, those close gunfights, and just what we saw right then was absolutely perfect of what we just saw.
I definitely think the knowledge of Josh Jarrett not being a grind at CSGO,
he's not a CSGO player, but he still got
well.
Yeah, he still got value from it either way, and can't fault both teams. Very well done to London, extremely well played from Matt and David. But of course, at the same time, we cannot fault Stoke-on-Trent, and I think with that as well, we'll be heading back to our hosting desk.
Oh, do you want to say something? Come on.
I just wanted to say that London are super lucky that we have a super successful member of staff that's currently casting in America and unavailable, because otherwise we would have crushed that.
True. I agree with that.
You're not wrong. Oh, thank you.
Robbie being decent at CSGO, as well known, but yeah, unfortunately he is in America. But that headshot from Josh earlier.
Oh, Josh Ferguson, he's clean with it
nice.
at times.
It was nice.
He might actually be the rank he tells me. I might actually believe him from now on. Previously I always thought he was telling me lies, because Robbie would always tell me that he was, but apparently not. He might actually be able to click heads.
He has improved a lot since I last casted for him.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, unfortunate once again. Apparently we're technically losing very badly, but I'd argue we're not, because you guys agreed to schedule with me. Up the staffs in Stoke.
Yes.
But with that, I think it's time we just take a look. I think again we just bring it back down. We're coming back to our students. We're going back to a game which we're going to be very, very confident with our Pokemon. We have the wonderful Connor, who's been helping our team with that, and also very competent players anyway for Pokemon. So we're definitely hopeful for that at minimum, and then also for Valorant as well. We're definitely hopeful for that. But with that, we're gonna head to a small little break just to change things up, get everyone ready for Pokemon.
Hey, hope you're enjoying the stream. Stick around for more epic games.
What does the duck say?
London, this is something you can't do. It's touch grass. It's very nice and fluffy. But you don't have that, because you're a concrete jungle. Unlike us. But we're just better, so hey-ho. Plus L plus ratio.
I love playing games, me honestly, but something I prefer so much more is recycling. Funny looking duck. Stupid. You know what? That's actually a pretty decent room. I'll let them off for that one. Who the hell is this? Who is this person? Who are you? Get out of here, I don't even want you. Stupid campus. Looks absolutely terrible. What is this mascot? What is this? What? Is that an elephant? Is that a bull? Terrible. Ugh. London? Don't care at all. Terrible.
To actually have you on the casting desk, because this is your specialty, isn't it, Pokemon?
Yeah, Pokemon is kind of like one of my specialties anyway. Like, I kind of dabble in like a few Pokemon I've been playing.
counters, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. Took my hands without an alibi. Smoking gun, you got me on the run. We know that will come. We're out up till dawn, but how can I hide it without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. Took my insides. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive. Going around like monsters, playing with the monsters. They brought me alive, but got no alibi. It's a lover's fight without an alibi. Took my hands without an alibi.
Oh, we got the music still.
It's a good song. I'm enjoying this. I think we all are.
Little disco party for the boys.
Oh,
there we go.
You could have
It's
faded
gone.
it out.
That was a good jam though. Good bit of music.
Good
Well done,
vibes,
man.
especially with all the stuff going on.
With all the complications. Obviously, we are back. We have got Pokemon. We have got, as you can see, they're in the background. You can, if you move out of the way, our Pokemon's getting set up because of a lovely monitor. But we're doing what we can. We're getting underway very shortly, and we're enjoying it. Obviously.
Yo, it's Blazy Bard.
Yo, it's Blazy Bard at Phil. Phil, well-known Blazy Bard man, but
Phil, top Smite NA Procaster. It's crazy to have you here.
Whoa,
You've flown back in
it's
a matter
Connor.
of minutes. That is unbelievable.
Hello.
Big up Connor for setting this up.
Hi, Phil.
There
we go.
Oh, it's me. Follow me on
It's actually
Twitter.
right. It's Walker, Lolly, and James. We're back.
Yes.
I think we're just waiting for some technical issues with Pokemon. So you'll
Setting up rules even though you guys didn't have them.
you'll have our pretty faces for a little bit.
Yes.
How are we finding today, guys? Obviously, everyone. You guys have done a bit of everything at the moment.
I
so
can't
both
believe
have-
Stoke has got the 6-0 lead. It's crazy.
Yo, 6-0 to Stoke. No way. Nah.
Yeah.
On a real, how have you guys found it? Obviously, both of you have done a bit of hosting, a bit of casting. How
I
you
really
doing?
enjoyed it.
Casting, good. Carrying league, absolutely.
Oh, she's on smoke. Well, we can have a quick gander at the schedule for current. We're gonna have a look at that. So obviously,
Spicy.
at the moment, we are seeing London with a total of 3 apparently, but I'm not sure about that. Well, I'm not sure. We'll find it out some way or another. But yeah, so obviously they took League, they took Rocket League, and they took CSGO, as well as and TFT. I can't count. I really do struggle with counting from time to time. And yeah, so it's 4-2. I can't count for whatever reason. I can't read. Obviously, yeah, 4-2. We won most of the staff games, so that just proves that our staff is better. Big up Phil. Well done, Phil, once again.
Staff's uni staff.
Staff's uni staff.
London has nothing on Stoke.
No, yeah, Staff's uni Stoke staff.
Yes.
I have to clarify. Well
Oh,
done.
absolutely.
The main gang, and well, the guys in the front are our two Psyducks are waiting in the
Psyducks
cast.
and the poor PG
And now,
Tips monkey.
I mean, I feel like we haven't referenced it all day. And this is kind of something which I really don't know if viewers have seen, and now I'm going to mention it, and they're going to see it, as Connor scoots past once again. He's still got his hand in his mouth. Now, I don't know why this is, but it always seems to be a recurring thing with this PG Tips monkey, that he just ends up with his hand in his mouth.
He had a cigarette in it at one point.
Don't smoke, kids.
Yeah,
Bad
please
for you.
don't. If you're underage and watching this, please do not smoke. Smoking ruins lives, and it's expensive.
Even if you're overage.
Even
well,
if you're
that
overage,
also, but
that as well.
I'm not one to control the adults, considering I'm like barely 18 myself.
That is true, but by the looks of it,
we are actually ready.
Ooh,
battle's going to get underway, so we're going to head over to our wonderful
player
cast.
cards.
Indeed, but we're going to...
Hello everyone, we're here for some amazing Pokemon gameplay. It's a game I'm very excited to cast over because of course it is my main esport. And I'm joined by Phil, who isn't actually Blazy Bard. He is EVU's Tackle, a very thematic name for this game.
I am, yeah. I'm using the Blazy Bard tag as just a sort of stand-in, you know, seeing as the man himself can't be with us, so I figured I'd bring that in to take should be good. But here we see Grimmsnarl versus Charizard on the one side, and then also Charizard and Regulecki on the other.
Yeah, so both players going out with a very fast offensive lead. Of course, the opposing player is opting to Dynamax, possibly going to be that Charizard. It is that Charizard, so that is going to have the effect of the G-Max Wildfire, which means our players will be taking chip damage each turn, and it is a very strong Pokemon. So I have to see if our player here from Stoke will connect and use Light Screen appropriately to take less damage. You see Electro coming out, so it's going to slow the speed down of the Pokemon. Charizard taking a hefty chunk there, so I have to see, and it will be underspeeded now actually because of the effect of Electro Web. So this could be a turn 1 sweep for the opponents from London.
Looking like it, yeah. It's a very, very strong start from London. You know, putting their foot in the door straight away and setting the pace, it seems like, for this match.
Yeah, so the Max Rockfall coming out there, just going to get that Charizard. It's 4 times weak, even with that Charty Berry, it's going to drop. And it's putting our player here 1 Pokemon behind to see what the Grimmsnarl goes for. It could be going for a Spirit Break because of how Prankster ability works. It's only go fast with its status move. The Spirit Break is going to be very good at weakening this Regieleki, meaning it's going to be doing less damage because of the special attack job, and because it's very fragile, it takes loads of damage, which means that a Pokemon can come in safely, and we can see a light screen go up, and we see some nice sweeping action happening.
You'd hope so, yeah. I mean, Regieleki down to just under half health thanks to the Sandstorm there. Chip damage, as you said, coming through. Could be clutch. We'll have to wait and see what comes of that. Looks like the Gastrodon is going to come out. You see the leftovers as the held item there. A mainstay in the Pokemon series, the leftovers, but you know, Gastrodon is one of those Pokemon that you see time and time again, just as that tank, as that really hit points healthy Pokemon.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that's been really good in this format because it has the ability to just absorb the attacks from Kyogre and other strong water types. And you know, it can just go ahead and do big damage and sweep in return once it gets special attack boost. If not, it just sits in front of a Zacian and then takes loads of hits. And that's what we like to see in this format with Zacian Kyogre being so dominant. Of course, in this matchup, it's a bit of an iffy because there might not be any water types in the back, and there is just a long sweep coming on from the opponents as we see the Dynamax is coming out.
Dynamax.
And quite possibly, it could be Ivy's Pokemon. Of course, if it is the Grimmsnarl going big, there will be less openness for status moves because of the Max Fairy. Of course, it's not the G-Max Grimmsnarl, which will activate G-Max Snooze, which will put Pokemon to sleep.
That's good. I mean, if the Pokemon's asleep, they can't do anything, which is always good for your team. Anytime you can stop your opponent making moves is obviously going to be a good thing. As, you know, we see the withdrawal of the Regieleki here. What do you think is going to come out in place?
Well, I didn't get to catch the team's in-team preview, but we do see a Groudon coming in, which is going to be very beneficial for the Charizard with its solar power. Because of how it works, it'll get boosted damage whilst in the sun.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good team working together here on the one side. Grimmsnarl, that goes down. Is that a feint?
That is definitely a feint. So Grimsnarl, even though Dynamax this turn is going down straight away, so a play that our player could have made a bit of a better call on. They could have thought maybe I could have gone big with the Gastrodon, got a lot of damage off. Ice Beam coming out, it's going to do a bit of chip damage. Unfortunately, you can't freeze in Sun anymore, and then the effect of GMX Wildfire is just going to proc, and then this is going to be a slowly chipped away Gastrodon as it counteracts with its leftovers.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really looking good for the Stoke player here, but we'll see if they can bring it back with a Zacian.
Yeah, Zacian's one of those Pokemon that is super fast and super strong, but then it's also facing against a Pokemon that has access to Fire-type moves, a Pokemon that has access to Ground-type moves, and that's going to be a lot of damage going down if they can call it right.
Remind me on the typing here? Is that Steel?
It is Steel Fairy,
Steel
and
Fairy.
it is one of the best Pokemon in the format, because if you just saw there, it got the attack boost, which means that, you know, it's going to do a lot more damage if possible. Behemoth Blade does double damage to Dynamax Pokemon, so I have to see if our players work around that double damage effect and just try their best to, you know, exert as much pressure as possible and try and reverse the sweep here.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do, because he's currently 2 Pokemon down, which obviously anyone who could do basic maths should probably know that that's not a great scoreline at this point, especially with the Dynamax Charizard still looking very healthy in terms of hit points and position.
Yeah, so the Charizard is able to just sweep. It's going to go after that Zacian, knock it out because it is weak.
Away.
And then, you know, a critical hit just for that extra salt on the wound. You know, that roll might have mattered, we don't know. And then it's just going to be a sitting Gastrodon here, which is going to, you know, it can take some of these hits, but if we see like maybe a max overgrowth from a solar power from the Charizard, it's going to do a lot of damage. Gastrodon just holding on, and it's going for Ice Beam. If it is just Groudon, it could do a big chunk. It is, and it is going to do a fair bit. We can't freeze in Sun, and it could be, it's revealing a Citrus Berry. So no Assault Vest with good knowledge going into game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Gastrodon is doing everything it can really, but it's just unfortunately being outclassed by the 2 Pokemon on the other side. 2 very strong hard hitters in Groudon and Charizard, especially when it's Dynamaxed. Leftovers come through, do a little bit of restoration, but I don't think it's going to be enough at this point to carry the Gastrodon through it.
Yeah, I don't think the Gastrodon's going to have the pace or the power to get through this. It is a very good courtesy of the player, though. They are testing the waters, trying to find out. Maybe they're thinking, hey, these Pokemon are super effective, and it's the way through. Game 2, I believe we are switching up players, so it's going to be like a relay, and Blast Burn will come out. That will definitely grab the knockout, and Game 1 will go to London, which means that Stoke have a lot to catch up on, you know, and of course we'll be relaying between players, and it'll be a fresh mind, a fresh view. So hopefully the player behind has taken in what's gone wrong, and will then be like, hey, my fellow teammate did this, I can do this, which is better, and you know they can just pursue that victory and take us to a game 3.
Hopefully, yeah. It seemed like the Stoke player unfortunately just didn't really get started in that. They made some good decisions, I think. It was good to see the shiny Gastrodon as well. But yeah, unfortunately didn't have much to do when they're actually on the field.
Yeah, it didn't have much to do. Like, again, Gastrodon usually comes in those matchups where you see a strong water type like Kyogre, because it just kind of sits there and then takes those hits and retaliates in return. If not, then, you know, it's a sticky situation because it's fairly fragile in front of these big hitters like Charizard and Groudon, because they're doing lots and lots of damage and just ruining the flow of play, because, you know, they're going to get that pace, they're going to get that steamrolling effect, and that's really going to hinder what our player can do. Again, our second player can learn from those mistakes and can learn, like, hey, you know, I can do this. Maybe they're going to bring the Groudon plus Charizard lead themselves, which could be a very big pace changer if our opponents lead with the Regieleki, because they can just click Precipice Blades, and a Regieleki can do nothing to a Groudon.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that leads on to my next question nicely. What are you expecting to see going forward? Would you expect to see that sort of mirror matchup, so they can use their opponent's strats against them, or is there any other matchups that you think we might see?
I think, you know, players are going to shovel it up. Maybe they're going to go for a bit of a salty comp. This worked first, we'll go for it again.
Okay.
You know, so that could be a benefit. I can see in the team preview, just from my glance, that we're going to have a Calyrex lead possibly, which is very powerful if that gets rolling, because you can just Electro Web, and it's going to be faster than everything after that. And its ability, once it gets a knockout, it gets +1 special attack, and it can get 2 knockouts in one turn with its Astral Barrage ability, which means it can get +3, +4 like in 2 or 3 turns, which is very powerful, and it's a threat that our players will have to keep in mind when going forward.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, stat boosts in Pokemon, any VGC competition, can be really, really important if you play it correctly. I'm not sure how common Trick Room and moves like that are nowadays. Back when I was looking, you see them every so often, and it just really flips up the competition in terms of stat boosts.
Yeah, so like Trick Room is a very common thing. A lot of people have the joke of like, oh, everybody hates Trick Room just because, you know, people go around and don't look at. We see the Grimmsnarl Charizard lead again, so both players opting to just, you know, have a look at what's going on. Maybe they're going to recognize, hey, I can go for a light screen, weaken your damage, and then, you know, going from there. And of course, with the light screen, Charizard might live, and then it can, go big itself and then do a lot of damage. Or players are hovering over the switch, so it could be going to this Gastrodon to, absorb that Electro Web, and that'd be very beneficial, especially with that light screen up, because they'll be taking those hits, and they can go for like a Earth Power into the Regieleki, and just take it out. Or if they really want to, they can go big with it, Max Quake, get some special defense boost, and they're going to be a very big tank coming into that Calyrex if it's in the back.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the most important thing here for the Stoke player, personally, I think, is just to survive this first round. Get their footing, get ready, set up properly, and just move forward on their terms rather than just reacting to what London does. We do see the Dynamax Charizard come out straight away again on the London side, so we'll see if they can pull off the same thing they managed before, or if Stoke can recover from it. They do have the Gastrodon, like you said, so that is different, and they do bring up the light screen, which is what you pointed out last match as well, that they should have done.
Yes, the light screen is very beneficial. It doesn't affect the Gastrodon. Unfortunately, it does not miss the Grimmsnarl, but Grimmsnarl having that prank stability really doesn't mind, because it can go for a Thunder Wave later to slow down that Charizard. Unfortunately, in Generation 8, you can't Thunder Wave the Regieleki just because of how electric types work, and of course it's already fast as hell anyway. And, the Max Airstream is just to make sure that it's a bit faster, just in case there was a Thunder Wave there. But, taking things comfortably because of, bulk and the leftovers recovery, it's just going to give Gastrodon a little bit of extra time on the field, and hopefully this turn it can go around and it can do a bit more than it did last game.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, a decent amount of damage this time, but nowhere near as much as we saw previously. So it'll be interesting to see what we can pull off now. And, last turn was a light screen and they switched out a Pokemon, so they didn't actually make any attacking moves. This turn you really need to start getting that damage in if you're going to have a chance of taking down these Pokemon, especially with the big boy Charizard up on the field.
Yeah, so Charizard isn't getting hit by these Pokemon, so it is the threat here, and opting, I can see the target Regieleki is what our player's doing. Maybe just trying to think, if I get rid of Regieleki, there's no speed drops, but then Charizard is free to just get its own speed boosts. So it is a very scary feature on the field, as Regieleki is going to switch out though.
Switch, interesting. Okay.
So whatever comes in here is taking 2 hits, I believe, from how the player targeted it.
Hopefully. We'll just have to see how this matchup works. What? Groudon. Okay, so Groudon again, straight away coming out. Hopefully he'll be able to tank these, or hopefully the Stoke player will be able to put in some good damage here. As we see the Drought coming through to boost the Charizard again. As we see immediately the Wildfire coming through onto the Gastrodon.
Yeah, and Gastrodon will take that comfortably. With its water ground typing, it doesn't take too much damage from fire types.
Yep.
Even with that sun boost or solar power boost, that light screen just makes it very comfortable. Spirit Break going into Groudon. Groudon doesn't mind. It's got a nice physical defense stat, and also it's not going to mind about special type either. We'll see how much this Ice Beam does, because it is going to be super effective, and this could take it to a point where its berry is activated. I mean, it's gone early. I believe that's exactly 50%. There it is. And that means that Berry is gone for the rest of the game, meaning that if they can get the Charizard in and Dynamax of that, there's going to be a lot of pace changes, because, their Charizard will be small, and, Stoke could steamroll from there.
Exactly, yeah, we could see the size switch on these teams here. Big to small and small to big, it happens. Gastrodon goes down very low to 18 health, does recover a little bit with the leftovers, but that's going to be difficult to stay around that much longer, to be honest, for the Gastrodon. Grimmsnarl, we see here, looking at the light screen again, potentially? Or will he go for the Spirit Break?
Well, he can't go for light screen again because they don't stack. I believe in the very old games they did because of how mechanics worked.
Yep.
But opting to go for a Thunder Wave into that Charizard, really slowing it down, and going for a Yawn as well. So that will actually fail unless the Thunder Wave misses, which it does. So maybe tactically going for that miss. The Yawn will now activate, meaning that Charizard in a turn's time will be going to sleep, and that is a very crucial status effect in Pokemon, because it just means you're losing turns, and that just gives your opponent the opportunity to just power the Pokemon up or just get a lot of damage down.
Absolutely, London will be losing turns, but unfortunately Stoke is losing Pokemon as Grimmsnarl goes down to a max airstream from that big boy Charizard. Groudon's Swords Dance just to boost the stats again, sharply raising attack, so that will be beneficial, I'd say, in terms of getting the damage down. We've said previously Gastrodon tanks a lot of hits, so potentially just coming out through that. But unfortunately, Wildfire's Flames does manage to sort of chip out that last bit of health for the Gastrodon as well. And we're in the same situation as last time, with the 4v2 London Stoke.
Yeah, so in this situation, Stoke have got the advantageous position because they have a Charizard coming in and they have the Zacian coming in, so a nice free switch, and Zacian's going to be that +1. Charizard could... it's a kind of 50-50. If their Charizard protects, then, our player can go ahead and take out the Groudon with possibly a G-Max Wildfire. If not, then, they can just try and knock out their Charizard with the Max Rockfall, which a lot of Charizards are opting to run these days just for the mirror match. So it's going to be, it does come down to a lot of 50-50s here, and this is one of the things that a lot of Pokemon players come to see. Will the player get the call? In tournaments we just had gone by, it came down to a player protecting on their own Earthquake, and it was a back and forth of protect, Earthquake, until one player slipped up, and our winner was crowned, which is, this team actually was in that tournament. I believe it was, a version was in the finals.
Interesting, okay.
So hopefully our players can, you know, replicate that.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, I hope we don't get the sort of protect Earthquake back and forth, because that wouldn't be the most interesting thing to watch. But I suppose it would bring the mind games into it. We see the Stoke Charizard growing massively here into Dynamax Swan.
Yeah, a big G-Max Charizard there, nice and shiny as well, showing off its nice black scales.
Yeah.
You know, adding a little bit of dominance. You know, where we might not be winning in the numbers game, we're winning in the swag game.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the Goth Charizard, Emo Charizard. This
Yeah,
one.
the Goth Charizard, and we are going to see that the HM power coming out. This should do. It doesn't even do that much because of the Chatty Berry. We could see a Max Rockfall in return. A Rock Slide as well, though, and it is going to protect Zacian. We have to see if there's a miss on the Charizard. There is not, and at +2, that is likely going to grab the KO, which means that it's down to this one Zacian. I've seen it happen before, but will we see it happen again? Zacian taking a sweep of the 1 versus 4.
Based on what we've seen previously in this matchup, I'm going to go with no. But you never know, as you said. There's a little bit of damage done through Wildfire, and the Charizard does finally fall asleep. Seems like ages since that yawn came through, but it does eventually have an effect. So, you know, Zacian, not in a terrible place. Obviously, you'd prefer to be have more Pokemon in the bank, but he does have the opportunity to hit Groudon, only 1 attack coming back.
Yeah, so Charizard revealing it's going for that sleep means that it was trying to protect, maybe thinking there'd be a target there. Zacian can take out Groudons. I've seen it before. Will it happen at this range? It does get the knockout.
Wow.
So that is one step in this reverse sweep from the Zacian. Just has to hope that we get the 3-turn sleep on the Charizard, which is also slowly being chipped away by its Wildfire. I mean, Solar Power, sorry. Which means that, you know, Zacian can probably knock it out from there. And depending on what's in the back, Zacian can take this.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I feel bad now. I said that Stoke might not have a chance coming back at this as we see the Calyrex coming out. But he made a statement taking out that Groudon very quickly.
Yeah, taking out the Groudon, like, Zacian just shows a Pokemon that once was very threatening is now being knocked out by, you know, an even more threatening presence. You know, Zacian is just swept through the meta these days. And of course, our player here is opting to attack into the Calyrex, 2-turn sleep on Charizard. We can only hope for all 3, which could be a nice win. Astro Barrage coming out, this could, if it's a bulky Zacian, might not take it out. We'll have to see. And that does very little damage because that light screen, and if it's a Sash on this Calyrex, it means it's staying around for another turn. If not, this is another knockout for Zacian.
Hopefully, we have a fingers crossed in this. Yeah, it does have the Sash.
Yeah, it does have the focus Sash.
So it sticks around at 1 HP. Charizard, thankfully, it's making like most of the production team here in the studio, and it's staying asleep for another turn, which I'm sure they'll be doing as well tomorrow. They've been working hard behind the scenes. But I wonder what we'll see here. Looks like the Play Rough is going to come through. Potentially against the Calyrex, I would imagine. Just to get that off the field, and he's going to hope that the Charizard, like you said, gets the 3-turn sleep just to keep out of the action a bit longer.
Well, we have to see what it goes, because Calyrex is naturally faster, and that will just kind of say, I'm going to go for an Astral Barrage and get the knockout. Charizard, you know, is probably going to wake up this turn. It still falls asleep, so it's going for the Protect, possibly, you know, just hoping for misses or anything. Astral Barrage, though, is going to come through and likely grab the knockout on this Zacian, meaning that London will take the set, and we'll be having another point on the scoreboard for this Varsity.
Yeah, 2-0. Unfortunate Stoke there. I think they just got a little bit on the back foot to start with. We see, obviously, Connor's gamer tag losing there, but he wasn't obviously playing because he's on the desk with me. But yes, Stoke did lose, unfortunately, which means London take another point. Pretty strong games there from the London matchup.
Yeah, London bringing, you know, they said that what was a tier 1 team when we were in the prep of this, and, you know, our players, I've spoken them through a lot of matchups, and this is one I haven't actually seen too often, so it's going over my head of having the Calyrex matchup. So, you know, it's a good idea from them. They've gone and mixed up teams, which is usually very common, slapped something different on it, and then gone from there. But it was a very good play, and it was great to see, you know, both players going at it with all they had.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good when you get the matchups like that, and they just throw everything at each other. We saw the Charizards come out quite a lot. That was good to see. I'm a big Charizard fan myself. Favourite is Squirtle, though. Obviously, it's got to be. But that was a very good matchup. Unfortunate Stoke couldn't make a difference, but, you know, next time they'll come back stronger, I'm sure. They'll prepare a bit harder. They'll get a few more sneaky moves in there, maybe. Bring out the Trick Room is all I'm saying. But we'll see what we get.
Yeah, we'll have to see what comes from it. If we, you know, hope we see Pokemon next season. And, you know, hopefully we can, you know, have other players on. Maybe, you know, have some Pokemon players come in and be like, hey, I saw Pokemon on Varsity, I'm going to give it a try. I know other games. I know a lot of people in our Pokemon society here at Stoke have got, a lot of roles on them, like Overwatch and stuff.
Absolutely.
But, talking about Overwatch as another game, we have to transition over to our hosts or some VTs for another game.
We're going straight to a break. Thank you for tuning to Pokemon, though. It was lovely to be on the casting desk. Thank you for having me, Connor. And we'll see you guys in a second. Serious.
That's fine. It was kind of like when Robbie was casting, he was saying something that
That's always good.
Jongo. Jongo.
Where do you want to go? Go. Let's go, Cole. Boys, the mics. No, you end it with me.
Yeah.
So it'll be me, you, and Elliot to end it. Cool. Right, I'm going to sit down here. That's not bad.
Oh fuck! I'm on the cable.
Yeah, Phil. When are Can you get the chest tags? Want to do it with the mic? What do you that's a problem.
Oh. Tom's gonna do it. That's cool. What a guy. I keep kicking the box. And and then it keeps changing my headset because it's in one ear and it's not.
I can't hear any. Right, cool. It's been a while.
Valorante.
Valorante. It's been a while with my Valorant, but I'll do my best.
Gongo pew pew.
Gongo pew pew, pretty much. Yeah,
Neon gets annoyed, runs, and goes.
They ain't playing the finger guns.
No, they won't be playing the finger guns. But they might use the shop boom and the knives. I heard they're definitely playing Arena. Yeah, we are.
Oh yeah.
Because Rockcaster going to play it, but then there's also someone on the team from the original lot that was going to play Arena. So, and there's a Sova and a Viper. Or... Sorry, mate.
No, I know. We'll see. I'll be in it.
I also can't hear Nathan in here. But
I can't hear. My mic is live. Needs it turning up.
Oh, low or live?
Go. Mic is on now. Welcome back, everyone, to this campus clash. I am again Connor Cashboy Johnston, and Nathan's going to do a bit of casting, so I'm now joined by Phil and Josh. Whichever way round you want to know them as, you can work out yourself. We'll just assume that's right on the bottom. So we just saw some Pokemon gameplay, and now we're going to change up the genres a bit, and we're going to go into Valorant in a minute. So how did you guys feel about what we've seen before this match? No, I can hear myself, but not you two.
No one can.
Okay, I'll keep talking. So we just saw the Pokemon. It was, it was a matchup. It was essentially a mirror match. So it would always been a 50-50. It is always in those cases. It was fun to see the game that I grew up with. Came into this sort of course with, get some nourishment from university. We had some a couple months ago with one of the UK's biggest draft tournaments. Hosted here, which got a fair few views, got a fair few popularity from a lot of the students here at the in like our unions across Pokemon Society and other affiliated societies, which is always great to see. Which means esports can continue to grow, which means we'll have more and more attribution to the wider university realm, and and all the other games as well. That really helped out with building up, because we've got that. Pokemon is about rivalries, and that really helped, build our rivalry of London. We're always a back and forth, and I know we've had some issues off screen, but we'll leave those to off screen things, and hopefully it all works out in the near future. Our microphones are not working yet.
No.
We're professional about this.
Oh, is that audio?
I think that's
we have
audio.
Lovely. Yeah.
Thank you, Ben.
Sorry? Now Connor's gone. Yeah.
Right, we'll have a conversation.
We'll have a conversation now.
So
yeah,
this is
like Connor said. I
Josh
mean,
and Phil.
this is all about Josh and Phil and Josh.
Johnny Depp.
Yes, Johnny. I've got a man bun. It's
Yep.
great. Connor was saying about the relationships between Stoke and London. This is what we're trying to do with this. This is what the students are trying to do. We're just trying to get that relationship working better, and it's really good now. We've had some really good collaborations.
If it doesn't deteriorate more after the competitiveness.
I won golf. Don't take this away from me.
We're having a replay.
Cameron. We're having a replay.
Yeah.
Ooh, I can defend my very short-lived title. Lovely.
Yep.
I'll take the bear.
I'll take Maddie's place as well, which means we've got a better chance.
So
Because Maddie, who practiced last night and all this morning, most of the other games were going on, absolutely sandbagged us into
She
death.
did, yeah. She's gone home now, so
We can say that.
yeah. The performance in golf with friends just threw her off, and she had to get some time out, I think. But it's all in good fun. We had a great time. I won golf.
I took like 5 rounds. No, I took 6 rounds of CS golf.
You did
with Matt,
really well in CS, yeah.
Which is quite impressive, because I'm a gold 2 and Matt's meant to be really good. So if anything, that's just embarrassing for him.
I thought you were silver, Josh.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Matt really didn't live up to the hype.
He didn't
in the
It's
CS matchup.
Really distressing. Sorry, Matt. I thought you were going to be better.
Yeah. I mean, David actually improved, I think, from broadcasting.
David's always had some scary innate skill, even if he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
Taken from that one game of Hive where he one-tapped us both with about
true.
10 minutes in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he had that one game, and we recorded a bunch of footage for one of the level 4 modules. He had one game where he went 0-18. Sorry to out you like this, David, but it did happen. You got a lot better, though. You really took it to Josh and Josh.
Josh and Josh.
Josh and Josh.
Yeah, Josh didn't do too bad either, to be
He
fair.
didn't, no. For someone who hasn't played the game in like a couple of years.
We just had like a mountain graph style curve of performance where really, really bad. Wow, we might win. No, we are actually just bad.
Exactly. And then we had the Pokemon, which, you know, me and Connor obviously casted. Not too... well, it was very one-sided, to be perfectly honest. But, I mean, it was a good matchup. Like you said, it was good to see Pokemon making an appearance here. It's something that we see quite a lot. I believe we're going to be switching over to casters for Valorant in a minute. But in the meanwhile, we've got a nice little trio here. I like what we've got going here.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want to talk about now? We've talked about the game.
Can we hear Connie yet? No, we
No,
can't
we
hear Connie
can't.
yet.
It's just us still.
It's
Okay.
just us still. Lecturer couch.
What do I talk about?
Why have we got 2 side ducks? Sai, says Nathan. Could we not afford any different Pokemon? Is that... But yeah, the PG Tips Monkey has managed to get his hand out of his mouth at this point. Character
not
evolution. Character evolution, we might call it. As Josh decides to just undo all of his progress.
No, I came up for a second.
We've got
Yeah,
Connor.
you're still there.
Yeah,
Oh,
look,
great.
Connor.
Yeah, so Josh just decimated the side arts on display
He
here.
really
you know.
did.
Well, this I'm not going to say the name of that one. It's probably not in TOS.
Oh dear. Whose hat is this, by the way?
That's my hat.
That's your hat?
Yeah, it's my comically small froggy hat. Because the story behind it is when I bought it, it had like different numbers on it, and I thought it was sizes, but it turns out it was age. So that's actually supposed to fit the head of a 5 to 8 year old.
Lovely.
And I know Josh was wearing that a lot this morning, so that means he has the size of a head of a 5 to 8 year old.
Make of that what you will, but it does suit him, I suppose.
Well, he does wear a lot of bucket hats, you know.
Both in age and fashion. But yeah, I believe, I'm hearing from the voice in my head, which is talking to me very nicely, that we're going to throw it over to the casters because we are into the picks and bans round. So, see you on the other side.
Hello, it is me. I've finally escaped the hosting desk. I'm now doing a bit of casting, and while we're looking at the map bans, I'm obviously joined by Cole. How you doing today, man? We're finally doing a bit of casting together.
Doing a bit together. It's been a long time coming.
It has, you know, we ain't really done too much. You know, our genres cross every now and then, so it's definitely an interesting one. But yeah, you briefly saw us there. You can see us on the Twitters. I love how your name ends in an underscore. Your name ends in an underscore, mine starts in an underscore. It's just like really pretty.
Yeah,
I think it just
perfect.
works really well. I like it.
Yeah, just start and end perfectly with nothing needed in the middle. It's great.
Of course, and well, as they previously said, we are going to get into those pretty map bans in just a short moment, and we're going to find out where we're going to be taking place in this Valorant game, and can we, in London's eyes, get our first win, I guess is what we're going to go for, but we're going to have a look at them now. So, straight off the bat, we're saying goodbye to Fracture.
I'm very happy about this one.
Who isn't?
I'm not going to lie.
Fracture is a map with a lot of different takes. You can play a lot of different styles, but most people don't enjoy it, and we see Split going quite early on.
Yeah, well, I don't know, the ins and outs of what players like between both teams, but Split being a very defender-sided map, maybe they think if they can get both sides going and there's no real favour to either, then they could maybe take the ban, and Stoke coming in with an Icebox.
I mean, yeah, Icebox is one of those maps where it's very, obviously, we've seen in pro play, it can be so defender-sided that you are at such a disadvantage if you don't win your defenders round. So it's a clear choice for Stoke, and also with the playstyle that we have with a lot of those smoke-centric players, Icebox doesn't really make sense as a pick.
Yeah, and I'm hearing that we possibly have a Sova player, and so, Icebox being very open, it's a little bit odd to see the ban, but it's obviously works better on a very open map like Breeze, and now we have Haven banned out by London.
Haven is definitely one of my favourite maps. I really love Haven and the diversity of composition which you can bring out. My main is a Killjoy, so you can lock down pretty much all of C and C Garage pretty easily. So
yeah.
I'm a little bit sad to see Haven gone, but I know for Stoke as well, they don't really have that well-known Sentinel player who's able to play across that Sentinel class. So it's definitely an interesting pick to see London ban that out when they could have played around that quite well, but it's going to be interesting where we are going to end up for this map, as we are looking at Bind going straight away. So we're going to not one of the maps that we first had added in. We're going to one of the latter maps of Ascent or Breeze.
I do have to say my preference would be Ascent. I have a slight distaste for Breeze.
I think
being a smoke player, there's a lot of open angles that I have to cover.
I think Breeze is very heavily dominated by certain characters, and one of the key ones as a smoke player is Viper. You can see the prowess that Viper offers you on this map. Wall lineups, your molly lineups, your grenade lineup. It's crazy. In London, do ban Breeze. So we are heading to Ascent.
I'm very glad.
I bet
Very
you are.
glad.
Again, though, Ascent, another map which you can see a lot more of those Killjoy-centric comps. KO's also very strong. Another character that I'm very, very happy with. I love a bit of KO, but it is going to be Ascent. It's going to be interesting, especially with the murmurs of composition which we've got from both of the sides. You know, we've heard a bit about the Sova, obviously, so maybe that would replace your KO. Then you've got a Reina coming out from Stoke, so it's definitely going to be an interesting take. Going to see how that's going to ultimately work, but we are going to get into lobby very, very shortly, and we're going to see who's going to be attacking on which side. What do you think is the best way to start, Cole? You know, it's always the key question. Is it better to start on attack or defense?
Funny for Ascent is that if depending on the comp, it can be either side.
Yeah.
I definitely have my preference towards the defenders, as it's a very chokehold map, but a lot of the ways attackers use mid to break that down, split the map in half and take control and stop rotates, it can be very good for both the attack as well.
Yeah, it's all down to that mid play when you're on that attack. That mid control is the key part of Ascent. That's why it's so open. You know, you can break into a site from different angles. You know, with these tight chokes that we see on Ascent, especially on B and A, you know, it doesn't offer you that opportunity, so you have to get mid control and take that duel in mid. So it's definitely going to come down to that duel in mid for most part, especially on the attack. But as you say, I think it's ultimately important that whichever team starts on the defense gets that momentum early, and having that will set them up for success.
Definitely, and I think with the Sova and the possible Sova we might have, it can also help with the mid play in the fact that getting information can get quite deep, but also can get just behind that half wall with the door and the bench, the Kench bench.
The Kench bench. What a great word.
It's a shout out to my league guys from the start of the stream.
Oh, okay.
There's a little Easter egg.
Are we plugging people? Do you know what? I used to want to shout out at home,
Oh,
Cole.
goodness.
Whilst you're doing
Oh,
it,
no,
you're
you
going
can't
to
do
shout
this
out
to
at
me.
home, Cole. Come on, give us
Mum, if you're watching, shout out to you.
Shout out to
Best mum.
Mumsy. Shout out to Mumsy as well from my side. Obviously, Mum, I know you're watching this, so thank you. But yeah, shout out to the Mumsies who are, you know, apparently a lot of people's mums are watching this from what I've heard. Apparently, fun fact, Aaron, our graphics operator, his mum has actually tuned in from hospital, so we wish her the best in her recovery, of course.
Absolutely.
So, thank you, Aaron.
Ooh,
Much
big up
appreciated,
Aaron.
bro. And
Aaron's mum.
also Lottie's mum, we know you're watching and enjoying what's going on here. But yeah, hopefully we're going to get into some Valorant very soon. What is the likely composition we're going to see here, Cole, on Ascent?
Oh, goodness. Well, like you said, the KO is a massive part of Ascent, and with the knife that uses, it's very helpful for information. And like you said, could be swapped out for the Sova. We had the possible Viper player, so Viper can break down sites very easily. It's really useful to have that wall because in old meta, when you had Astra, she would divide with her ultimate, and you could plant, and well, you'd get those cheeky knife kills through the wall as well. But yeah, it breaks down the site very easily and it allows for players to get on.
Yeah, you've got that smoke play opportunity with characters like Viper. You know, you can also see a bit of Brimstone and Omen. Both have seen some pretty good pick rate in recent tournaments, so definitely going to be an interesting way to take it. Obviously, we've heard a little bit about our Stoke composition, not so much on London, so if we knew a little bit about that, we could maybe weigh between the two, but from what we know with Stoke, especially if they're going to be opting for the Reina as one of their main duelists, who's definitely in an interesting place at the moment. She's definitely strong.
Yeah.
It's just how strong is the question. Like, does she outweigh New Jet? Is she better than the Chamber? Is the Chamber better on this? It's a very interesting way to play it with the Reina.
Yeah, I have to say with Jet and her change to her dash now not being instant, it's a very big change for this Jet, and so it's a lot more difficult to start that, operate a slight pick out of a corner or, you know, through sight. It's hard for the mobility of Jet not having the direct dash out of a line of sight.
Yeah, not having that ability to go for a wide peak and get away with it if you miss your shot is very, very opportune. Like, it offered so much opportunity to Jet players.
Yeah.
That was why she was so hard in the meta, because it was at the point where we only saw operators being used by Jet players.
Yeah.
Now we have Chamber, obviously with his ultimate being basically an operator, which is, I'd argue it's a lot better. You know, the firing rate's a bit more consistent.
Yeah.
Even the scoping of it, it's definitely a lot more playable and a lot more better. But it's going to be interesting. I do expect the Chamber as well, you know, especially in mid. That early round option of using your pistol, obviously, Everyone said it.
Yeah.
It's like a handheld Guardian. You just aim down sights, kill them with that, and I mean, there's your pick.
Yeah,
On pistol round, it's a free kill.
Definitely.
So it comes down to that mid battle. Maybe we see our duelist players go for the duel with the deagle. Maybe if they've not got a chamber, or maybe some chamber on chamber. It's definitely going to be an interesting take.
Yeah.
It's not something you often see on Ascent, but it's an option.
It's definitely something that we've seen come into the meta when he first came out, and we were all debating whether he was going to be that extra new factor in meta or strats and things like that. Definitely something we have to look out for.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely something that you've got to consider and worry about for the most part. You know, things are getting there eventually. You'll get to see our pretty faces for just a touch longer, which is nice. You know, look at Cole. He's a handsome chap. Look, I'm getting
just for you, mate. Just for you.
There's goosebumps on my arm right now. He's a pretty fellow. What a
Thank
beautiful boy. Obviously, you've seen some... you know what? Whilst we're here, Cole, we'll have a little natter about everything that's gone on. You know?
I think that's not a bad idea.
I think we say some thank yous. Obviously...
definitely.
Just to reiterate, because I don't remember if we did completely, but obviously we are going to redo Golf with Friends, so you'll see one more game after this. Originally, it would be Valorant to end the day, but Golf with Friends... it's about the same scale, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, you know...
There's the same level of competition between the two, so... Definitely going to be an interesting one. But yeah, as we said, we'll say a few thank yous now. We'll save a few more for later on. But obviously, we want to thank everyone who's tuned in.
Yeah.
Of course,
absolutely.
you lovely folks at home, whether you're watching it on your phone, on your tablet, on your telly, whatever you're watching it on. All those who are watching it in our local Ember Lounge, you know, that's on there. Thank you to Choto and the SU for that bit of advertising and getting that around the campus. So, yeah, maybe you're just a student passing by an Ember and you're watching some esports because it's something we haven't seen in quite... You know, it's nice to get esports in the norm.
It's always good to get it and get everyone watching because it's something we all love. And, yeah. And now we're sort of getting towards more of what we picked. Get back towards Ascent.
Yeah, there is a bit of a discussion going on between the players. Apparently there may have been an issue during the ban phase, potentially. Maybe Ascent wasn't what the pick was coming through. Maybe they were trying to ban Ascent, and maybe we would have been heading over to Breeze, which could have been the option made, but we're not entirely sure. We will find that out very shortly, but it's definitely an interesting one, and we have had confirmation that it is going to be Breeze. So all this talk about Ascent that we've done, Cole, well, look, we're gonna.
There's a window right here.
No. What we're gonna do? We're gonna try and travel backwards about 5 minutes. Are you ready? We're gonna reenact it. Ready?
Okay.
We're on Breeze now, Cole. Why don't you tell me about Breeze?
Well, from previous statements, I said I haven't liked Breeze.
Hello. Our curtains just made an absolute big shake. Hello. I think
Hello.
Oh no, we are on Ascent.
Okay, now do the.
All right, we're gonna go back 10 seconds. You ready? We're on Ascent.
Yeah.
Right.
So all that stuff we did say.
Yeah. So it's actually what we're doing. So all this talk about Ascent and all the KOs and the Killjoys and every character, because apparently I believe we pretty much mentioned every character apart from
Probably
Yoru
Fade.
and Yoru and do you know what?
We didn't talk about it.
We haven't talked about Valorant's newest agent, but Cole, give a little insight.
Okay, well, so you know KO and Sky, it's kind of like that together.
Pretty strong composition, and well, we're gonna see the picks coming through for the characters. And there is the Sova, which we were teased with earlier on. They hinted towards it. Obviously, Sage, a bit of a different pick. We haven't seen too much Sage on this map lately, but it's definitely an interesting one. And I'm trying to work out that bottom
I
character.
believe it was Brim, but it's now Cypher.
It looks the hat. You've got it spot on. The rim of the hat.
Now we've got the bandana. So
Bandana Sky. So now we're on Sky. We're just guessing Valorant characters now.
I like it. New game show.
New game show.
Anyone?
New game show of Guess Who. What a fun one, and very more strong comp here. They're going for that double flash, maybe even technically triple flash.
And something very different from what we've seen. The meta shift from what used to be Astra is now changed to Brimstone when he got the buffs, and now it seems we've got an Astra again.
I think one of the key things here is obviously Echo Boy is very strong on this Astra. It's a character which he did get into Immortal with, so it's something he's very comfortable playing. It's definitely his main character, so it's definitely an interesting pick. But one of the key things with Ascent is Astra's versatility. One of the things that got nerfed when Astra was nerfed was her ability to use that pull, that suction, and also her concuss at the same time, because of how the width duration that came from it. But because of the small size of Ascent as a map, they're able to pick, and we are going to see confirmation of compositions for the most part. So we're going double smokes for London.
Something I didn't see coming. I mean, obviously with Jet, the smokes don't last that long, so even though they are available, they're not necessarily to be relied on. But we also have the Omen and Astra, which I hadn't noticed. But yes, now we do have the double smoke.
I think the double smoke is very, very important here, actually, for London. You can play around that if you want to utilise that. They are opting for the Sage, something which doesn't make sense, and we are going to see some Valorant played finally, and we're going to head into the first round and see how both teams are opting. Obviously going to have Stoke on the attack side first here.
So
no, we're not. We're going to have Stoke on the defending side here first. We'll get there eventually. One way or another, we'll work out.
A few more tries.
We'll get there one way or another. But yeah, and they have gone for the Killjoy, a character which I did reckon we'd see because of her strength on this map, but going to be an interesting one. We're just flying through the roofs at this point, having a cheeky gander.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the Killjoy here setting up on A with all of her utility. So I assume from the mini map, she's got the classic as her gun of choice.
And we are going to get underway. T-Burke now peeking into mid with a Sova arrow to try and clear him out if he was close. Not going to find anything, and it's looking like a default push onto A for the side of London here. Taking it slow, trying to bait out U2, using Astra and her ability with those stars to smoke off Heaven. Now entrance smoked off. Jess dashes in. Killjoy utility pushing them out, but there goes Wiggy. He goes down, but Visor finds one. Wiggy gets one with his nade as well. Plant is going to come through, though, for London. 3 versus 4 in favour of Stoke. Now Breach with the flash. Double flash. Sage will to try and slow them down, so they have got side potential here. But this flank from the side of the Omen here, going to try and get rid of Visor, but he gets a pick with the Deagle. He gets one. T-Bug gets the other. Just Zephyr under the point here. Half HP Zephyr trying to clutch it. Now just going to be the Breach. Breach versus Zephyr. Can he do much here? Baiting the defuse. Both very, very low, but Rocky cleans it up.
Very clean there.
And that's going to be the fuse going through for the side of Stoke. And Rocky with that final pick.
Very low there at the end. Sage nearly catching him out at the end there. Picking up the Sheriff for the next round as well. Very good, clean recovery there after the wall went down. Taking out that one segment. Jet couldn't get the kills and just allowed Stoke to push on, clear out, and take the defuse.
Yeah, now it's important for them to play this advantage. You know, everyone always sort of questioned whether it was important to buy on second round. There was a lot of debate about it, but it seems like it's the way forward for them, and seems how we're going to see Stoke opting for, you know, sort the Reyna there with the Vandal. So it's definitely going to be interesting. They are going to try and sort of force it here. You know, they've got some Sheriffs, they've got armor as well, but definitely going to be an eco push for the side of London as they go for this nice dart to try and catch them out. But Echo Boy just waiting around mid, trying to get space. Now Emswu in the mid, walking up towards Pizza. Can he catch T-Burke? He gets T-Burke with a Deagle. Great shot there from M. Can they take this advantage, though? Slowing it down, pushing through onto site. Zephyr's going to find his life taken from him with Echo Boy finding 2, but he goes in trade. Once again, Ems with that pick. Push onto B site, taking it now for the side of London, but tags on to both sides. Breach flash to try and get space, but not going to find anything, and they are set up with the plant coming through, but Visor going to get one in the back now in Boathouse as Ems gets a pick onto Wolgi. He needs to get something, but Ems incredibly low. Just playing their time, slowing it down with Haribo in the corner.
Just then, double
Visor,
push.
can he find someone? He gets the heal over, but a nice pick from Emswu, and that's going to be the win coming through for London on that eco round, which is very, very crucial for them. And they are going to pick up the Vandal there from Visor.
Just at the end, seeing that Vandal get picked up, and not a normal thing to do, doing the Vandal by second round. It could be quite costly if you lost the round, as Stoke did, and so it's now a freer buy for one player on the London side.
Yeah, and now Stoke have to play that eco round, and this is definitely going to be a map, or this round especially going to be favouring the side of London. They are going to have full shields and the Vandals. Most of them opting for the Vandal. You know, the great debate that many people see is Vandal or Phantom, and London, they favour the Vandal.
Yeah, I definitely have the preference towards the Vandal, with the first couple of shots being very, very accurate in those mags.
Nice
as we see
pick.
Risen getting one through the wall.
Risen on that pick onto Rocky. Now pushing into the smoke is Echo Boy. Can he find anything in the mid, trying to bait them out? He has got the Stinger gun, which we saw heavy nerfs come through to in recent patches, but not seeing much utilization of late. Burke in the mid, and they are definitely playing an eco here. You know, they've only really got stingers. People are very low. Visor did opt for the sheriff. He's looking for that potential to clutch like M did, but very much slowing it down here for the side of London, trying to rotate through mid once again.
Definitely, and like we said, mid control is massive on this map, as we see Burke coming around to take the bait of still being on that B site, now rotating for the safety on the defense. And the Stars already set up on A, on Catwalk.
Yeah, they've got that smoke onto A. They got the Omen smoke as well. That will help Zephyr cross if he needs to, but will he get caught by Wargy? Wargy gets him and he gets a pick. That will opt for them, the Vandal, if they need it, but there is the cross from Risen. He puts down the Killjoy bot. That's going to detect him. Can he catch him out in the chaos? Going to lose his life, but a nice pick onto one of them. Now only Echo Boy and Burke alive to try and do something here. There's the Sova Dart. Now Echo Boy getting low, 32 HP. Still forced out by these Sova Darts. He has to clutch this for his team. But with just a Stinger, there's not much he can really do. Very, very low though. There goes Echo Boy. There's a pick as well from Zen. And it's going to be another round going in favour of London.
And that's a lovely clean-up, to be honest. It's a shame, obviously, the Sage getting caught there just in jungle. But a good recovery from London to clean up the round, with obviously the double smokes helping to set up one at the same time and be able to for a free push.
Yeah, the double smokes is definitely a way to get that entry onto site for the side of London. Now we are going to see the buys coming through for Stoke, so it's going to be interesting. Both teams finally going to be on full rifle round, so going to see how that plays out, who's favouring themselves, and we are going to see the Phantom come through. So first Phantom on the page for the side of London. Zephyr going to opt for that, but M's already into sight. They've already got pressure onto it. They've already got it locked down for the most part. Tom trying to do something, but not able to do anything as of yet, and they're just going to give it up straight away and play for the recontest Stoke.
Absolutely. We see M's here sitting on stairs, ready just before the door, waiting for possible push from Elk Boy. There's two people watching this angle. The plant has now gone fully down. They smoked off CT. We've got a trade here from Elk Boy and Emzu with a double. Now setting up to dash away and watching CT again, possibly in the breach. Damage there. Can't quite catch as we traded once again. Smoke now over the door. We see Rocky pushing, waiting as Emzu gets another. That's 3 for Emzu here on the jet and 4 for the Quadra.
Yeah, cleaning it up. A tasteful teabag we did see come through there from them. So we'll call it tasteful. We won't call it BM, but yeah, London definitely executing these sites really well. I think that's what they have to do. On this attack, they have to play for executes. You've got the double smoke to set you up. That locks it down site really easily. Combo in Astra with Omen. Then you've got your jet to entry. You've got your Sova for intel. And you have that Sage as just a backup if you need it. So definitely a smart play from London to keep playing the way that they are. But it's going to have to come down to Stoke to find something here, as they are going to try and force it just a little bit. You know, seeing Spectre come through from Tom as he tries to take mid-control aggressively.
Yeah, and like we said before, it's a defender-sided map to a certain extent. And so when you do get that site control and you can hold it, it's very hard to retake as Ems sets up her dash.
M's dashing already onto site, but they get caught by the Leer of Visor. He gives his life, though. There's going to be a trade back, but Walty going to get that pick onto Zephyr. Despite it being an eco round, they have got the numbers advantage. Walty only going to have that frenzy to try and do something. There's a Killjoy ult, and this is why Killjoy is so strong. You're basically able to lock down this entire site with it, but they do get the pick from Haribo there onto Burke. Walty with another Echo Boy going to get Risen. They get the Omen as well, and they are going to clutch it up on this eco round. So that's going to help them heading into the next few. Just to whittle down that money just a touch. They're going to split the fuse, get the ultimate for Echo Boy as well. Walking going to be closer to getting his back as well.
100% great thrifty round there to stop the bonus from going much further to, you know, allow London to pick up more money and just continue winning those rounds, right?
Yeah, and that's what they have to do. They have to try and break momentum where they can, and that was the perfect time to do it. You're on an eco, so you've not committed too much money. You've then got the option to get any guns you do, and then they drop guns as well. It's a perfect play from Stoke there, and using that Killjoy ult, which is so impactful on this site of A, but it's going to be a very heavy ult fight potentially here. 5 ultimates online for the side of London. They need to use them sooner rather than later, and it might be the time to use them early on in this fight potentially. They are going to stun up Emzu early on. Emzu getting sprayed down incredibly low, just about staying alive for now though. Astral Divide coming through for the side of London, but Rocky gets one. They do trade out though. Burt going to lose his life. They already have sights set up, but the flank on through from Visor. He might catch Ems in the process, but he's going to hide in that very back corner. Visor needs to find something. They need to get anything, but he's not going to get anything as of yet. two in CT spawn. Needs to find anything for his team, but nothing. But Rocky gets one. There's the one he needs. Wargy walking into point. M's going to get caught out. Haribo did get the pick onto Rocky, though. So it's just going to be a 2 versus 1 on site. Haribo in that same spot that he was in previously, but gets caught on the wall, but he manages to just dodge that Sova dart. And again, but he knows Haribo's in this corner. He's going to get Haribo. It's just going to be a 1 versus 1 now. Wargy, can he clutch it? Astral behind the box already, but he's too focused on Boathouse. He knows he can hear him. Please, no! And it's going to be Risen clutching it up for London.
Such a close round there. It just wonder, could the player hear the 1v1 there with that play? We are also now setting up here with London on an A attack, which they haven't done in a little while.
No, they haven't. They haven't gone for this just hard A push, but it's definitely an option, you know, with Stoke on an eco buy once again. But there is a couple of forces coming through. We see Wargy going with the Vandal, so definitely going to be an interesting option, but they have to find something. If he's going to commit and try and force this here, he has to find any pick that he can. But ultimates are online again, going to be pretty much everything apart from the Astral, and he's already going for the Blades here. Ems needs to find something, using that Sova drone to get some intel. Now Astra smokes from both sides to split down sight. Can he find anything? Ems dashes in to the smoke already set up on site. Echo Boy now rotating to try and help Wargy. They've actually decided to force it as a team. Everyone going for their guns here, but they get the stun onto Ems. Wargy gets the pick onto Zen as well. Plant going to come through, but Ems going to get another. Ems getting low, but there's the pick from Echo Boy and Visor. They're going to find them on the trade. Echo Boy gets Zephyr as well. There goes Ems. Maybe another eco round could be one, which it is. Diffuse comes through, and another round for Stoke.
Absolutely clean retake there. Great use of the Rolling Thunder. Such a small, compact site where there's not really many places to sit. Just allows those concussions to come through and allowed Stoke to push on and win.
Yeah, there's not really any place where London can go to actually dodge it, you know. Rocky's in the perfect angle there to isolate them with it and then allow his team to push in. And it's just the ability that Breach offers you as a character, you know. You've got multiple stuns, you've got multiple flashes. It's a great character and a great way to build it. A lot of people don't really like Breach, but I think he's a very interesting character, and if you know how to utilize him well, he's definitely one of the best.
Definitely. Now with the Elk Boy on Astra as well, it's a great combination. It's what used to run the meta. The way you'd set up any sort of concussion line or fault line, or damage to, you know, push someone out of a certain area as we get plays in mid.
Visor with 3. He's going to get picked off, though, by Haribo, but they have the numbers advantage. But there's Ems. Ems getting 2, making it a 2 versus 2 in mid already. They had the guns advantage as well. Ems only going to have the Sheriff, but Rocky on the flank here trying to catch him off with the flash. He knows how low Ems is. Has to isolate the Sova here from London to try and get anything done, but he's going to back off, give some space, and allow Wargy to try and catch them off in the rotate. Ems sneaking through mid, though, slowing down that tempo. Wargy now walking. Can he catch him on catwalk? But they get the pick onto Haribo. Wargy with 2 to clean it up for Stoke, and they're going to tie it up, win that round.
And that's a full house round. 2 from the Killjoy and 3 from Visor there. Cleaning up both halves of the round there.
Yeah, now we're going to see the buy come through from London. Definitely what they needed to do, but tying it up Stoke. They are going to have that money advantage as well. Don't think Burke... Oh, Burke opping in mid here with the Sky, something which we don't see too often. You know, Sky not a character well suited for the operator. You know, you want to use your flashes to set someone else up, not yourself, because you aren't able to bring the op out quick enough in Valorant. You know, if it was in CSGO and you threw a flashbang and then went for the op shot, it might be a bit different, but in Valorant, very different. Visor, will he swing this smoke? That's a question. No one's looking at him. Can he get Ems? He gets Ems. There's the pick from Visor, what he so desperately needed, but he gets traded. But Rocky with 1. Now the res through. Haribo going to find it now in a 3 versus 4. Going to get picked off, though. Zephyr, nice pick with the Vandal, and it's a 2 versus 4. Slowing it down. Wargy going to get 1. Can he get another pick? Not going to find anything. Just Rocky in mid. Brings out his knife. Might miss the kill, and he does. Needs to find something. Now the Omen TP to try and get through, but he gets Haribo. 2 versus 1 on a site. Ems already so far back in the spawn if he came through mid, but nothing as of yet, and the plant comes through.
Still got the utility to clutch this up as Omen sets up a smoke or a paranoia through jungle check where he is. He's now set the smoke on door, but Emzu takes the kill through jungle.
Didn't clear that angle fully, and that's so important there. You needed to clear that angle to get him that advantage. It's going to be 5-4 to London, and very, very close series. In this one, you know, at the start of the day, we saw Valorant as a game where we would be pushed to our limits, but now it's definitely not. We are matching them as much as we can here. I mean, we're definitely taking it to this London side, but they do have the eco as well here to buy, which is quite nice. You know, a lot of people, other than T-Burke, are going to be going for a full buy. T-Burke going to be opting for the... I believe he's going for the light shields and the Vandal, but was opting for the Spectre heavy shields. It's always an interesting way. Do you want to play with that slightly weaker gun or a little bit less armor? But
it's something to think about, absolutely, especially in the way that T-Burke's playing.
Rocky.
Just gets caught there outside of garage, as we see shots from connector coming through, smoked off as well.
Yeah, and now M's going to get healed up, but Eccleboy so low, and now they are going to have sight for free. Eccleboy just waiting for his team to be able to rotate, which they are. It's where they want to peek from. Do they want to peek from mid? T-Burke already going to have that dog to try and push through garage, maybe setting himself up for some success, but he's got his bird stuck, but they get a pick onto Zephyr there from Visor. Eccleboy goes down in return, though, from Zen. Can they get anything here? Flash now from T-Burke round the corner. Did isolate one, but he's going to go down from Risen. 4 versus 2. Visor going to get one. Wiggy going to get the other. Now just going to be Woogie alive. 2 versus 1 here. Trying to rotate through. He knows where Haribo is. He knows he's in that boathouse, but he's been caught by the Sova dart. Can he rotate, or is he just going to give? He's going to give. He knows he needs to keep that gun for their economy, and he's just going to give it up, and that's going to be another round going in favour of London.
Yeah, and possibly the timing there on the spike, not giving him enough time to kill the 2 players and then get back and defuse that spike.
Yeah, they needed that time just to be at least 10 seconds longer. Absolutely. They needed that plant to just come through a little bit later, give them that opportunity to play it as slow as they were. You know, when they went for that re-engage, they didn't just rush in, get overcommitted and get caught out. They played it smart enough where they were able to do something, and it looks like we're going to see an eco come through from Stoke.
Yeah, I think it's a good plan here, only being able to get the Killjoy to save at the end there of that round and make sure that their economy's good for the final round.
Looking like an A-site rotation. And mid, potentially, you know, we always say how crucial mid control is for this map, and well, it looks like they are trying to control it here, Stoke, but they're expecting a B push and maybe committing too much into mid. Could catch them out as Ems is going to meet Visor. Visor not going to be looking at the angle. Now T-Burke going to go down. Zephyr going to connect onto him, and actually we saw Visor force there with the Vandal. Now going to be picked up by Ems. Eccleboy doing what he can to hide in Pizza.
Allowing him maybe to push up a little bit more for this mid and maybe catch a different angle that they're not checked yet.
Eccleboy catches Ems though. That could be the trade that they need. You know, just getting any advantage in the economy is so important. And now going to be Rocky trying to hold this site as long as he can. Gets the blind off onto the Omen. The Omen's going to go down. They do connect onto Zen. Walgie now rotating through Spawn. Can he get anything? They did get the pick, so it's going to be a 3 versus 1. But he needs to do something as they do pick up the spike, and the Sage Wall comes through. Now Walgie forced to rotate away, but he is going to get just about away from that Sova bar, and he is actually going to get caught by it by accident. So they know exactly where he is.
As we see the Astra there setting up more stars, ready for any push, as we see Zephyr take the final kill of that round.
Yeah, Zephyr aggressively pushing the wall that he placed down. He was the one to actually break that then. You know, he's trying to lock him off site, and he goes, no, I'm just going to run it down, I'm going to break my own wall and just run at you and catch you out. And that's what happened, and now we're going to see a nice lead, finally, for one of these teams, is London taking a comfortable one. But we are heading into the last round.
As we get back to economy, like you said, making sure they can buy for this round and contest and make sure that it's the best possible score at 7-5.
I think London's comp is very well suited to this attack. You know, as we said, these double smokes, it sets you up to break into site quite nicely. It can also set you up to slow down sites quite nicely. As Eccleboy going to be playing here with the Cosmic Divide now coming through from London, but M's already through onto site. Rocky trying to do what he can to slow them down. Double flash through. There goes M's. Rocky. Eccleboy going to find 2 though. He gets his life though. Zephyr going to pick him off, but nice from Eccleboy to slow it down into a 4 versus 2, make it a 4 versus 1. Just going to be Haribo into Garage now, blind through from the sky, trying to get him off, and he's going to go down. They are going to tie it to 5-7 as they switch sides.
That's a very good half from the Stoke team here. We have said defenders are more likely to win on this side, but if you could take control of mid and the site, it's easy to hold, and you can keep that rolling, keep the momentum, and keep it steady.
I think one of the key things with the Stoke composition is that they actually do want to play for this attack. You know, you've got all the blinds, you've got all the flashes to get into sight. Similar to how London, you know, they were opting for more of a smoke site, split off angles. They want to push it aggressively now. Whereas Stoke, they want to be the ones aggressing more often than not. And using that abilities that they actually have to break it down. But it's definitely going to be an interesting one as we are going to head into the first round of this half.
Yeah, it's very interesting as well because we haven't seen London take the Sentinel, so control of Slight might be slightly more difficult. They haven't opted for anyone mid, and they've got 3 on this A site. The dog has seen Omen behind Generator as Visor gets 1.
Visor does get the pick onto Zephyr, but Burke's going to give his life for the cause. Rocky also incredibly low, but they haven't got the heal as Zen's going to find 2. M's going to find another, and they're just going to clean it up here for the side of London. M's and Zen on this A site, getting all the picks.
Very, very clean there. And obviously, the dog wasn't used well enough to see M's around that corner, and it just allowed her to, you know, sit, wait, and predict when the push was going to come, keep getting those kills.
Yeah, that dog there from Burke is so important to gain any intel, and that smoke that we see Zen do in the doorway as you enter into sight, by having that there, it isolates Ems to the point where it's very difficult for the dog to actually see him. So it's just really smart play there from Zen to help his teammate out.
Absolutely. As we see the wall instantly come down on the jungle part of Cubby, and Sova setting himself up for the drone into Garage, does see 3 and gets a tag possibly on one of them. Wolgi there setting up a drone for the anti-push, and we see smokes for Connector.
They need to do something here. Sky Smoke coming through now trying to slow it down, but the bait smoke gonna catch him up, but they are trading out quite nicely here. Gonna be Echo Boy now into this part of here. Can he get Haribo? If he gets Haribo, it might set him up for some success. Gonna be on site now. 1 versus 1, but they don't have the spike. Where is the Omen? That's the question. He's behind you, Echo Boy, and he gets caught out. And Zen clutching it for his side, but they did force and they did lose a lot of that money that they so desperately had from buying there. So they are going to have to kind of play it as their bonus round.
Definitely. It's something that they thought, well, we're down 3 rounds here. We're going to have to come back and force this to really bring it back tighter. And unfortunately couldn't catch the win, but maybe this time with a push onto what looks to be A might work out for them.
Yeah, and I think A's a smart push for them here. You know, Breach can get that easy stun with his Tremor. You know, you've got the blinds as well that can go quite easily through. And they are just going to jump peek that and try and find something. But as we guessed, Sage going to wall it off, slow down the tempo and just try and assess the situation. As Visor already going to be onto site into this corner now. And they've already claimed it here, Stoke. Trying to play through these smokes, but Visor 3 HP, barely staying alive. But they are going to get healed up from Burke. Haribo now with the drone to try and slow it down. But there's a pick from Zen onto Echo Boy. So they are going to have that advantage, but Zen gives his life for the cause. Wolgan going to get 1. Now Burke with another. Zephyr with the Sheriff. Going to find 1. Now Burke another from him. Slowing down the tempo, keeping it at a 3 versus 2.
Can't be long left on the spike here. As we see the Breach sitting just behind this on...
But Ems gets Visor, Ems gets Rocky as well. Now just going to be Burke against Haribo. Burke, can he win this for his side? Haribo incredibly low and Burke going to clutch it up, but they did force heavily there. And they aren't going to have many guns heading into this next round.
Absolutely. At least 2 or 3 Vandals for that round for Team Stoke there. We wondered whether this was the previous round was it with the economy they had, but they forced. They got the win. Unfortunately, 1 survived, but it does keep the scoreboard that little bit tighter.
Yeah, it's going to be 6-9 in this one at current. Stoke trying to pull it back here, but London with a very good start to their defense, and now they're going to be the ones buying guns here. You know, they were on an eco pretty much. They were on their bonus round, so they're going to have full shields. They're going to have the Vandals and the Phantoms, which they so desperately want, but they are expecting the B push here. With Haribo on that Sova, it makes a lot of sense. You're basically able to completely scout out what's going to happen, but they are slowly pushing it, using these smokes to get through. But Ems with a peek with the operator. Now Ash with 1, Ash with another. Gonna get T-Bug, only gonna be Echo Boy alive now on the site. Can he get 1 more? He gets risen. Ems still in mid, lurking out as Zephyr pushes out. Echo Boy with another. Can he clutch it for his side now? 2 versus 1, 30 HP on the board as M trying to catch him. on this rotate, but there's another pick from Ems with the operator, and that's going to be another round going in favour of London.
But again, it's very slight things that are keeping this from Stoke's win, basically, in specific rounds. And we see Echo Boy there with 3 rounds, possible comeback. Unfortunately, the Jet just got behind and he was unaware.
Yeah, no, he had to try and just figure out where Ems was there. You know, with that operator, it makes it very difficult now for any mid-control to even come through. It's basically going to be all down to them just hard-rushing Ems, try and force him to make a mistake, missing his shot. If he misses a shot and they're on this pistol round and they get the kill, that's brilliant for them. Because even if the gun gets picked up, they are still down a bit of eco. And it's all about these eco rounds, just breaking it where you can, getting any gun, which you can. But Risen going to connect onto Echo Boy early.
Yeah, as we see the wall coming in again there on jungle, 2 smokes from the Stoke side as well. The average owl drone there, just checking if it's a B push, making sure the fault line comes through, shots on to the head, but Emzu with the operator kill.
Yeah, now they're just going to have to slow it down here, Stoke. Try and catch them on angles, which would be quite nice. You know, they have got mid, but there's not really much they can do with this control of mid. Zephyr going to be incredibly low. Rocky running it down, going to connect onto him. Can he find anything on Ems, which may not expect anything if he gets the right timing, but going to opt for not pushing it as Ems was watching it. Ems aware that Rocky was there, so not going to find anything. Can Burke now find anything? Keeping this Omen busy, and if he does keep him busy long enough, Zem's going to go down to Rocky. Going to be Rocky in a 2 versus 1 situation here, but he hasn't got the spike. Spike going to be stuck in mid. Can he find anything yet? Knows that they're watching mid so desperately as M sits on top of this box, but a nice shot from them. Going to clean it up.
Very clean there from Ems, and it's just the timing of how Rocky pushed through the zigzag of a side, and then we see Ems setting up, ready for the B hold, possibly a dash coming in. Like we said, even though there is a delay on the wide swing of the dash, it's still possible if you preset that you can just do it anyway.
Yeah, you have to pretty much preset it every time. So it still works the same way. It's just adding an extra mechanic. And I actually think it adds a layer of difficulty to Jet. And offers you new opportunities, you know. It allows you to wait a little bit longer and have a bit of a time duration where you don't always have to hard commit. So it's an interesting way to play it, as they are going to slow it down straight away here for the side of London, as Echo Boy goes into that astral form and try and sets his team up for any success, but he's waiting in mid, trying to see if he can catch anybody out, but nothing as of yet.
It's the doppelgangers watching each side of mid, and we'll see who gets the peak first. At the minute, London, they're just sat round. London goes into astral form, possibly to use some smokes, and same with Echo Boy.
Who's going to be the greedy one? And there's the attacking Killjoy ult going to come through now for the side of Stoke. This is a way to engage the site. You know, Killjoy ult, we saw it on the defense. The attack, it works the exact same as there's the Astral Blind now. Echo Boy did find Risen in mid. They did detain one, and there goes Zephyr. Now they're onto site with 3, but a big blind through from the Omen on Heaven here with Zen. Isn't going to get anything, and they are in a 3 versus 5 situation here, London. But they can afford to lose a couple of rounds. You know, they have got that economy advantage. They can play around this quite nicely. Rocky's just going to chill, waiting if he can catch Zen off at any point, but they're going to get under here, under this high ground, force them out with that barrage, but nothing as of yet, and they're just going to play site. Zen going to peek it, try and find something. Just very slow, though, from London.
Yeah, as we see Elk Boy covering the side approach there from Visor, getting that kill as Elk Boy goes down with one Simple on Catwalk. Gunfight traded back, but Simple's just going to walk away, make sure he keeps his gun, as they've lost this round. Spike.
Yeah, Zen's going to retreat there, but Burke loses his gun just before, and he's going to catch off Zyzer as well. Oh no, Zen. Stoke, what are you doing, guys? You can't do that. That's not allowed. You can't waste your eco like that. You need to keep it on this attack when you're down so badly. You know, you can only afford to lose 2 more rounds. You have to make the comeback. You have to use your economy well, and losing guns sillily like that isn't going to put you in a good position.
Absolutely not, and they've got to get back 4 rounds as well, so it's going to be tough We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, now look, Burke isn't really going to be able to buy it. Eccleboy's going to be on the Bulldog. It's going to be a very, very awkward push here for the side of Stoke as Zen's pushing aggressively here. Going to get stunned up, though. He needs to go down, which he does. Rocky going to connect onto him now. They do trade out Zephyr. Going to get that pick onto Visor, but gives his life once again for that Burke now. They are going to have A pretty easily, though, here, Stoke. And now Haribo onto Catwalk. Try and find something here. But he has scouted out one. He does know just about where Burke is, but he opts to stay away from under Catwalk, and they can just play it and slow it down. They shut that door, but they get the pick there from Ems onto Walgie, 2 under now, forcing them out, but Ash going to connect as well onto Eckleboy, 2 versus 3 situation once again, breaks the door, trying to slow it down, but a big pick from Burke here, now with the Astral Radiance wall through, now Rocky to stun up Ems, Ems is in that corner, he knows he's there goes Ems, Rocky trying to clutch it once again, pulling it back to a 2 versus 1 situation for Stoke, and they can slow it down and play around it. Risen only going to have the Bulldog, but he gets a pick onto Burke, 70 HP for him. Can he find anything? Now Rocky to swing, cleaning it up, and that's going to be 8-11.
The gun throw there to fake any possible abilities. Unfortunately, Rocky does go down in wine and possibly take his economy away as they again set up for this possible B fake to A with Eckleboy moving towards mid and B as well.
I think one of the things that Eckleboy keeps opting to do is lurk in mid and play around that. You know, you don't have to be involved in the fight that heavily when you're on Astra. You know, you can just opt to play your smokes, lurk around in mid, which seems to be the way he's playing it as we see the eco coming through from London. They have got Sheriffs though, so that half-buy sort of style that Stoke are opting for here with that advantage, you know, Visor only going to have the Vandal with the light shields, and a couple of them only really going to have that as well. They can play around that. This is a good time to eco, but Eckleboy going to find 2 with the Bulldog now. Will help them get some success. He does lose his life, though, from Risen. Now Burke lurking in mid. Can he catch Risen on the rotate? 3 versus 4 here with Zen on Catwalk, slowing down the tempo just a little bit. Once again, waiting for his team to rejoin him. And it is going to look like a mid meetup here between Risen and Burke, but Burke walking away. He might get caught on the rotate if he's not too careful, which he is going to do just about. There goes Burke. Can they get the pick? Visor does connect onto Asho. He's going to get the hill, so it is going to be a 3 versus 2 once again, and they have got the gun advantage as well. Haribo lurking around, trying to find something as he opts to walk through mid here, trying to get some knowledge. He does get the pick onto Rocky, but he did lose Zen in the process. They know exactly where he is. Only got the Ghost, and he needs to clean it up, and Visor does. And that's going to be 9-11 in the scoreboard.
And that brings that gap just that little bit closer. We said before, 4 rounds. Well, that's 3. That's 2. And it's just that little bit closer. And we're only going to 13. So, difference of this 2 is not a problem for the Stoke team, as they've now found a little bit of rhythm, and they're pushing towards the B side.
Yeah, they need to play around that that momentum. I will be able to speak English one day this year, I promise.
At some point we all will, hey?
At some point we'll all be able to actually speak the language which we are meant to speak. But yeah, I mean, they have got that advantage now. They have got the momentum. If they can break the money bank that London have now heading into this round, so if they win here, that's really going to help them out, as they are lurking around the entrance to B main into this small little choke, and they're just trying to bait out any utility. You know, they forced out the Sova darts early on, and hello, that's a super cool spam there from someone. Thank you for that. Super Idol, very, very cool song. Have you heard that one?
I haven't personally, as we've got the push
Visor
now.
already going to find a pick onto Haribo. There's another one from Burke, so maybe they are going to use this advantage that they so desperately needed. They are going to shut the door, and they aren't going to be able to pick up the gun. It's just behind the door. I'm so sorry, Burke. It's just going to sit there as both of them push through CT for the side of London. Bird now through, going to double blind up. Ems trying to find something in this as he dashes into their smoke. Gonna get the pick onto Visor. Now the dog through. Gonna connect onto Zen. 2 versus 4 here for Stoke. Slowing it down. Have the numbers advantage, but there goes Walgie. Risen gonna connect onto him. Both of them now low for the side of London. Slowing it down just a little bit, but another pick from Ems. Eckleboy gonna connect onto Risen. 1 versus 1. Needs to do something here. Rocky trying to slow it down. 1 versus 1 against Ems, but Ems gonna win that. And they are going to get the defuse coming through here for London. And it's last round for Stoke. They need to come back and win this.
And that gets them to match point now. Like we said, that broke, I think, some of the momentum. that Stoke might have had in this game. And we've got ultimates on everyone for London in this final round, and something that Stoke are just going to have to break through somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult here for Stoke to try and do anything with it. As we see another tasteful teabag coming through from Risen. It's a big game from Ems. 34 and 13 for them in this one. It's the show that they have to put on to be able to do that, and it's definitely an interesting one. And we are going to see both teams once again going for the Vandals. So they have got that option. They have got the guns at least, which is definitely important for the side of Stoke. But with all these ultimates online that London are able to use, if they really do want to try and clean it out quickly, they need to utilize them, as we see Ems on this top box, which will be very difficult to scout out for the side of Stoke without the Sova or even the KO. You can use that KO knife to try and scope it out just a little bit, but slowing down the tempo here, Stoke, and playing slowly.
As London have seemed to have got the number, but Visor with one. Smoke now over towards the arch. They haven't found M, but they do.
They get the blind onto Ems, though, but they do get traded out. 3 versus 2 now for the side of Stoke. Simple going to find 2 in that fight, but only going to be the Sova and the Sage as they opt to use the Sova ult, but they got the plant through just before Hunter's Fury. Not going to get anything from that, but they get the res onto Risen. 3 versus 3 now. Risen with his wall if he wants to utilize that Astral Wall, but Zephyr pushing onto site. Can he find one? He finds Echo Boy. He does go down though. Burt going to get that pick. Now the Astral Divide once again for them. 2 versus 2. Can Stoke clutch it? They know where he is. They're trying to find Rocky. They got the pick onto T-Burt though. Rocky's still hiding. It's going to be Visor. Visor going to find one. Visor finds 2! And he clutches it for Stoke.
Clutch.
And it's just 2 more rounds for Stoke. Can they clutch this?
That's an ace there for Visor. Such a good play for him in the end to clutch up that round and keep the game going.
So important there from Visor to get those picks. There's a very high chance that that might set up the tempo that they so desperately need. It's looking unlikely that London can be able to buy, so we might see last round territory heading into the next round, as they actually don't have any eco at all. Eco around for London. Stoke with the weapons, not full buying though. We see the Bulldog coming through from Echo Boy, but it is a gun he favours quite heavily. He likes the Bulldog.
Yeah, and we see Rocky there with money left over as well, so there's at least a buy for himself and another player in the next round.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
If things go wrong and they do have to keep trading out here for Stoke, they have got that option of a little bit of leeway with the money, but they have to play this advantage. They've got the ult advantage as well. We saw 3 ults utilised there in that fight from London. They are going to see the blades come out from Ems, which could clutch it. We see Jet Blades so impactful in many team fights here, but Zephyr swinging, trying to find Visor. They do get the dink onto Visor though. Only 5 HP, very lucky to be out of that range. Now T-Burk got mid control. Can he find the pick onto Risen into Garage? But there's a pick from Echo Boy. Now Walgie with another onto Risen. They can take B site now. Gonna close that one up. Gonna get that plant coming through early as well as they make their way on. And there goes Ems as well. Now another from T-Burk. Just gonna be the Omen on the side of London. And can we see the clutch come through? But there's a pick from Simple onto Visor. But he had the money bonus on his side, so that could help them slow it down just a little bit and play the numbers. Simple gonna pick up the Vandal and probably just run away with it.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely getting that kill on the Reyna there. 5 HP left over from the peak onto the A site. See, he might go for something here in the connector. See if he can maybe pick off a few more people like he did that one round.
He's looking for that lurk pick. If he can get the pick onto T-Burk here, which he does, that won't help the eco for Stoke as he peeks Echo Boy, but Echo Boy going to clean him up. But few guns wasted there for Stoke, but they have to push on this advantage now. They have got the ults as well. 4 ultimates still online. They've got the Killjoy ult as well, which is so important. They have the Breach Tremors as well. Reyna using their ult. That will gain them a bit of tempo momentum as well, if they so desperately need it. And also the Sky ult, just to scout out where the players on London are. So Stoke are in the seat here to pull this back. They have the resources. They have the momentum. It's all going to come down to this last point.
They definitely have the steering wheel in this one. And we noticed that there's full buys throughout for the whole of Stoke. And we just see their setup with the Jet on top of the wall through jungle, like the start of the defending side, with a 5-man push through Arch onto A. Dog getting ready, like we said, very useful for clearing out vision, as we see the push starting to come through now.
Killjoy utilised there early from Walgie, trying to find something. They might combo this up with the ultimate from the Sky, which they do, and now they can push onto this. No one's going to get detained, but that is going to get them a little bit of information as they now push onto site, and they find Zen. Zen going to go down and pick from Echo Boy. Now they have site control already. Walkie going to get that plant off early, now hiding under heaven here, Eccleboy. He's just lurking all he can, as well as Visor. You see Visor holding this very close angle. If they can find any more picks, that will help them, but they do find Zephyr with that pick onto Visor. 4 versus 4 in this one. Tremor through into Tree is Ems trying to slow it down now with the Sova dart, but there's a pick from Walgie. Can he clutch it? Risen gonna find one more. Tremor's coming through to just slow it down a little bit for them. Here's Stoke. Another pick from Rocky. 3 versus 2 in this team fight. They have got the numbers advantage and a little bit of the health advantage as well, but can they find anything here, London? Can they get the pick onto them? And they're gonna clutch it up, and we're going to overtime.
That's what we'd like to see for games like this. Close and overtime and to the wire, tooth to nail, and I can't believe we've made it. There's such a big discrepancy in that middle part of the second half.
Yeah, big comeback there from Stoke to clutch it up and take us to overtime, but now it's back and forth in this overtime. You know, both teams going to get an attack and a defense each, and whoever gets the 2-point lead is going to be our winner. We know Stoke can play this defense well. If they do what they did previously on a couple of their defensive, they cannot win this because they also look so strong in their attack. But so have London, and Ems is putting on a show for us on that jet, dropping almost pretty much a 40 bomb. Actually, they haven't actually got a kill since we last mentioned it.
That's insane.
So maybe that was the plan. Maybe we just keep mentioning Ems' kill count,
yes,
and they won't get any kills. So Ems, you know, you're still on 34 kills. You're going to get another one anytime soon?
No, that would be bad if you did, but good if you didn't.
T-Burk hiding here with the Odin. He might be able to catch them off, which he is going to be able to. There's a pick onto Zephyr. Is nearly going to get the pick onto the Astra, but he's going to get a wave, thankfully, from the smoke from Eccleboy. So that will allow T-Burk to rotate, but he gets picked off late there from Haribo. They have mid-control here, London, but they are slowing it down. Haribo already going to be into Garage. He might even find sight pretty early if he's not careful, and he has seen Rocky waiting there. Going to get close to that Hunter's Fury.
Yep, 1 point away there. We can see Ems getting that kill, and it's starting now to get a lot closer. 3 versus 4. We see Visor on the flank towards mid. Can he catch?
Visor might catch them off here. They're not expecting it. Visor finds one. Can he find the other? Not going to be able to connect onto Zem. Finds 2 now, Visor. Ems going to go down. 3 versus 2 here for Stoke. They see Haribo in mid as well. Can he connect onto him? Visor gets the pick onto Haribo. And the pick there as well from Visor. That's a 4K from Visor to clutch that round up. And it's match point Stoke.
And I just... that round fried my brain. I thought it was a triple, but it was 4. Absolute clutch plays there from the flank of Visor. London unexpected throughout the whole time. He clutched up. He firstly gets the spike, which is a major factor. That means they have to go back to collect it, and it just wins them around in just insane.
I know, and now we see Ems well, choosing to go for the op. I didn't know what wordplay I wanted to go for there. I couldn't really decide, but they're going to use the op, and they're going to go for that glass cannon operator style. No shield, so if they land anything onto them, that will help them out. But there's the push already from Visor down into mid on this side towards A, heading towards Tree. Can he find anything? He's seen the wall already come through. Expected Ems to be on it, and they do trade a little peek there. Risen going to get caught as well by the stun. Can they make opportunity from this? 4 flashes onto him. There goes Risen, but they get the trade back. But there goes Zephyr as well. 3 versus 4 here for Stoke. Can take sight pretty quickly if they want to. If they can connect onto Haribo. Smoke through from Eccleboy, and there goes Haribo. 4 versus 2 for Stoke here. Just going to be Ems with that operator and the Omen for London. Can they find anything? Plant going to come through, and they can play angles so nicely. Ems peeking onto side here with the operator. Not going to have the shields. Breaking that turret early, but a little bit of chip damage onto them will help them out if they can get any sort of damage. Smoke are online for Zen if he wants to use them, but he does get flashed out, and they're just going to play it slow. They have the time advantage. They have the numbers. They have to play around that. Blind now into Boathouse. Not going to connect onto anyone, but there's a pick from Zen. He might clutch it. Ems with another 2 versus 2. They get the pick onto Zen. 2 versus 1. Ems with the operator. Can they clutch it? But they can just play the time with the with the killjoy nades, and that's going to be the winner for Stoke. And they clutch it up, and that's a big win for the Stoke team. And London, you fall at the final hurdle.
That's it, baby. What a clutch in the first overtime round there from Visor. Just obviously gets in their head, and it's just there.
We did it. We did it, boys. Brilliant play there from the boys in Stoke. Well, what can I say? I mean, that was a dominant showing from Visor at the end. He clutched that so beautifully, especially on that first overtime round. And they did absolutely brilliant there. Both sides. Can you put it on our cam, maybe?
Absolutely.
Oh.
Incredible work there from the team of Stoke.
Wow. Oh. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We have
cool. Oh,
been
fair enough.
informed that you unfortunately won't be able to see our beautiful faces.
I know. I wanted to see more Cole. Cole. I keep reiterating it, but he's a very pretty man. He's very good-looking chap.
Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome, Cole.
Dog.
But yeah, an exciting game and a clutch from Stoke when all was at the depths of hell. They managed to clutch it and bring it back and win 6 rounds on the trot, I believe. It was 8-12. They clutched it up. 14-12 victory.
Absolutely that. And on normal circumstances, when you get overtime, it's teams running through and going over, playing it safe, and goes to like 15 to 20 more rounds or whatever. But this time, Stoke said, no, not happening. I'm going to clutch this up, get the second round as well, and it's just going to be over.
They do their job when they so desperately needed it. And it looked so lost at one point. We really did see them struggle to get into that attack, but they found that opportunity to make success from it. And that's what they have to do. And that's what they did so well.
Absolutely. And shout out to Visor again for that second to last round.
Yeah, Visor with the 4K there, going to basically put his team for success. I think that was the killing blow onto the London side. A comeback in any fashion, no matter if it's, you trade rounds and then you lose overtime, any form of overtime lost is so damaging to morale. And if you lose that first round, it can hurt even more. But when you've done it in a way where you've basically brought it back 4 rounds already, and then be in that losing seat, that's a lot of pressure on those London players, and they fall at the final hurdle.
And well, like we were saying, Ems, we first mentioned it on 34. She finished on 36 kills. So 2 kills in the last 5 or 6 so rounds.
It's that mental warfare. We've cast a curse them on accident. Accident, people. Remember, it was on accident. We didn't mean to do this. But Ems was doing so well on that jet. It's definitely easily an agent that they're so easily comfortable on. It's looks so natural playing it, as well. Comfortable using the operator, so it makes a lot of sense for them to be able to play jet. But they just weren't able to continue that form in those last few rounds. And we see someone from the team walk in the room as an absolute champion, my man.
Absolute legend.
What a hero. But we are slowly but surely getting back into it. We're just going to chill. What would you like to talk about, Cole? We spoke about the game for a little bit. What do you like to talk
Visor
about?
broke 30 is what I'd like to talk about.
Visor did break a 30. It's crazy, It was a very even game across the board. Echo Boy also dropping a 23, Walgie with 20, Rocky with 18, and, Burke putting up the rear with 14. But that doesn't matter. 15 assists for him.
But it's all about the levels. So your bottom players, it's all about winning those sort of ones in a sense.
You're aiming for your top players to win the dual events, their top players, and your bottom fraggers to win against their bottom fraggers. But the key thing with Burke here is 15 assists.
Yeah, that's massive.
That's huge. And also Rocky, 15 assists. So although they're not leading the kill count, they're cleaning up for their side, and it's so great for them. It's so key to do. And it's just so impressive, and that's what ultimately gave Stoke the victory.
Yeah. Unbelievable, and I'm so glad I got to cast it, especially with you, boy.
Indeed, bro.
You
know what? We haven't done too much together, but we might be a little dynamic duo at this rate. We're getting sorted.
Possibly.
You might hear a little bit more of mine and Carl's voice in the future. Who knows? Maybe we might set something up. Who knows?
Maybe.
That'll be soon. TM. We'll keep that one coming. But yeah, we're just having a little break. Everyone's having a little chit chat.
Yeah.
Recuperating after that big victory there for Stoke.
Such an energy drainer as well. It's so good to be able to have a game like that for such a good event that we put on, I believe.
Yeah, I think now's a good time. We can do a few more of the thank yous. Obviously, we thank you guys at home, but obviously our players, we got to thank them. They've committed their day to being involved in all the games. They had an early start. They were here at 9 o'clock. So thank you to them. Obviously, we have got one more game on the way, which will be the repeat of Golf with Friends after a bit of a disagreement on some of the rulings. We had it in our head and what we'd previously agreed that the scoring would work one way, whereas London had it working a different way. So not entirely sure about that one, but we've made an agreement on the rules, and there's a big fist in the happiness there from Henry, and he's giving a little boogie as well.
Big old fist pump.
You're teasing us, lad. Good job. But it is going to be the victory for Stoke, and we are going to head to Golf with Friends soon at some point and for the rematch, and hopefully Phil can repart it, but we are going to quickly restart our stream. So we'll see you after the break.
Thank you!
some pretty ducks and some pretty swans. Obviously, I've moved back over to host here, and we're going to have a lovely interview with the one and only Mr. Eckleboy on the Astra. How you doing, Dave?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. Very exciting time. Come on, tell us through it. Come on, give us.
So it started rough. My aim was a little bit shaky. I'm not really used to a LAN environment. Obviously, played from home. But once I got through the game and everything, and the comms stuff were there, and I don't know, we found this melody with this rhythm, and we found that on the attacking side we did better, and we pulled it through on an overtime, and yeah, no.
It was
well done.
An interesting compositional choice there from London, you know, with that double smoke with the Omen Astra. Was it something that did you kind of know how to play around it, or was it something that you had to adapt on the fly?
Double smokes is becoming some sort of a meta, especially on maps like Split. You'd have Viper Astra, and you'd use Astra's utility to pull and stun, while you'd have Viper to play
set up your smokes,
to allow you to get onto site, for example. It allows Astra to open up and essentially use multiple stars throughout the rounds that then they can essentially get onto site and do more damage.
So it kind of changes the role that Astra plays for you then. She stops being that well-known smoker that she used to be previously before her nerfs.
Yeah.
And kind of makes her an initiator in a way to allow you that opportunity to, or even as a sentinel if you want to play it on defense, it just gives you that opportunity to play it slightly differently and almost as a slightly different role.
Yeah, 100%. And when we saw it, we were initially surprised, but then I don't know. We found our way of overcoming that barrier, and I don't know. We felt we were able to do much more damage compared to them with two smokes.
Yeah. How did you? Oh.
Obviously, I've got Radislav here with me as well.
Hello.
Rad's coming to join us at the end, but how are you? You know what? You go ahead, mate. I was about to talk over you. But
No, I mean, sorry, I cut you off.
Radislav.
How did you feel when they got that 11th round and you were 11-7 down?
Been in there many times before. With I mean, this is the first time I've played with Rocky in a very long time. Rocky or Rodcast, the duo, it was an insane breach and a great IGL towards the end. We all listened to him, we all understood what his comms were, and we all understood what he wanted to do during the rounds, and we fulfilled those needs. And we just worked with great team chemistry and won the game.
I mean, it made a lot of sense with your composition as well to utilize Breach and Astra together. You can pull and then just go for the stun. You've got the double stun then as well by the pull. So it's a great way to utilize both characters. So it makes a lot of sense why you guys do it. But I think the main thing that we will say is, have you got anything to say to London? You know,
GG.
That it?
Yeah.
That we're getting from you? No, nothing else. You're not. It's just a simple GG.
GG.
A tasteful GG.
Yes.
I think that's a great way to put it. Obviously, as we said, we are going to be heading to Golf with Friends as our next game, which will be interesting. So when we're going to be able to head into that, we will do so. But definitely going to be an interesting one, and it looking like we're going to do it right now. So we're going to head over to our casters, Connor and James.
Thank you, Nathan and co over at the desk. We are back again for some more Golf with Friends because London liked it that much. They want to play it again. Phil possibly could take a crown again.
Yeah, let's hope.
Let's hope Phil can take a crown again.
And also, our teammates also get closer to the top. That's what we want.
Yeah, get closer to the top, because I have heard from discussions that we are readjusting the rules for this one to be more clear, because both of us are kind of counteracting, like we won, they won, blah, blah, blah. So it's going to be the overall lowest score across all players per campus.
Yeah.
So let's hope we get some low scores, no trick shots that fail, or no, like, tap shots, or, you know.
Well, it's golf for French. It can happen. It can happen anytime.
It can happen, you know.
The physics of it are good, but there can be some times where it just goes completely crazy.
Yeah, and that is what it is. It's called golf with your friends, but it more should be golf to lose your friends, because
that is true.
How you fall out so easily. But yeah, you know, so hopefully, you know, Phil takes his top spot again. We were all cheering for him, you know.
Oh, we were.
Just as much as we were cheering for that Valorant. Like, that Valorant game coming in clutch.
That was just an amazing.
That was.
Just hearing the players after they won, it was just amazing.
It was some amazing content, you know. I was in a room over there when it happened, and it was just an uproar. Everyone had their phones out, and, you know, they were cheering, they're happy.
Yeah,
you know,
I heard it from here.
Yeah, you could hear it from over here. So it's nice to come back and calm down and go some golf, you know.
Just relax golf to end the day. I think, honestly, brilliant game to end. Just relaxing, just a bit of fun.
A relaxing bit of fun golf, you know. Everyone loves to play it. Everyone loves to see it. Everyone loves to watch it. You know, go to your seaside town, play some crazy golf. You know, get some rock candy at the end of it.
Why not?
Yeah, I guess then they should get more salt than sweet out of it, but
yeah, that's true.
But yeah, we'll hope that there's more of the sweet, savoury, you know, victory here from the Stoke campus in golf again, because of course we have shown that Phil can take good. Maddie, unfortunately, could not make it to this game, so will not have our 100% win rate player. Maybe losing last time got to their head a little bit, as we are jumping straight into the gameplay here with a map that has the option to go up a curved ramp, which is the player in pink, I believe, is Josh, has gone straight for and gone straight right over. Matt is opting to go for the same thing, with Tom opting to sit on, go for the ramp, take the easy way around, and it seems to be going successful for them as we see them jumping over, and they have finally made it. Tom getting in, Phil just slipping on the side, and Josh is also there on the plane. Got a double bogey, so not the worst start, but also, not the best. Bear in mind we're going for a points-based system. With Paper at the top, Phil in second, Stash Junior in third, Matt in... But they're all joint second actually because of holes, and we're going to see this is a hole on a pirate ship, which means there's going to be water involved. So... how do you feel about seeing water on a map? It can change the game completely.
Yeah, it's a lot which can be done with water, but we are playing with it just being there to annoy both players and viewers, because I'm sure viewers want our players to get hole-in-ones all the time.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a nice little hole-in-one. Of course, in a lot of maps, you can bounce on the water. Some of them are like, hey, you touched the water, you're at the start.
Yes.
This one seems to be one of those ones, and, our players are circumventing it. Matt, they're falling into the drink, meaning that they're going to go back to where they were, and putting them behind, which is very detrimental to this points-based system we're going off of. Going right over the hole, going to the back, and so they don't deflect into the water, they don't. So luckily, Matt will be staying on the field, and, have a couple more turns just to think about themselves, and they deflect off the hole again. So, the physics of this game, you can even deflect off the post, which is really painful, especially if you just touch the edge of the post.
Oh, that is so true. And there's him, whichever London staff it is, just trying to get in, and ever so slightly misses.
Stash Junior London just misses it, and times out, I believe, on that hole.
Yes, they do, meaning they get
dead
max
bottom.
points.
Meaning that on technicality of points, I believe we are ahead here on Stoke
Yes, we are
Campus.
actually in the top 3, from what I understand of game tags.
So we see that Phil and Josh taking a nice comfortable lead. Tom also sitting around the same area. Matt going right ahead of them, but doesn't really matter in golf. Doesn't matter how far ahead you are. So you hit it right, and we're right next to the hole here. For I believe this is either Phil or Tom because of the red
I think
ball.
this is Tom, seeing as it's red.
And it just bounces off. It misses going in.
But this is going to be a par.
That is a par, which is a very good jump if it is Tom, because Tom last round didn't have the best success. Bounced up and down from the table, started high, finished low. So hopefully as a change now, you see Paper here having to nudge themselves across to get onto the ramp, which is another shot being taken.
Yes.
Josh and Phil going past them. And then sitting there, getting caught in the wheel though, knocking him back further. But Phil using that wheel to his advantage and going closer to the hole there, meaning that he is now one hit away, as opposed to maybe the 2 or 3 that could come from Paper here. And we see the cams are scouting out the map just to see what could come, so they have a rough idea. As we see, there's a shark there, which could be a problem with deflections, as Josh is stuck behind these turning wheels here, just misses the edge there. Of course, in golf, these thin spaces obviously are horrible to land on.
Oh, 100%. They are and also the players cannot stop on that bar. Only green.
Yeah, well, I believe they can stop on it. Maybe I don't know how it works.
No, it resets you.
It resets you. So we see because of that reset, Josh has gone to the bottom, but then goes straight towards the hole and just misses out and goes into the water. And we'll see if he does get reset. That would have been a great hole-in-one from that curve. The fish getting in the way there. He's going for it again, and he goes straight into the water. A bit too powerful there. Of course, power is something that's very crucial in this game.
And there goes London, just dropping off just ever so slightly.
London and Matt going down. I believe the London account is Cameron. And we see that Phil, Josh, they're essentially the same person.
They could have screwed up with London. Could have just sent him flying off the edge.
They did. I do believe Paper did fly him off the edge. If you see Tom going off the edge, and I believe that is Phil or Josh, one of them just went in. As we see Paper, no, it is Phil who is back at the start. So Phil having a fall from grace. We see that the leaderboard up here, Paper on top, Tom second.
That is surprising.
Which is quite good. Phil, it's still in third comfortably, getting in with 8 strokes, which is going to be a... Although if that wasn't Phil, Phil is now coming up.
He is going to potentially get 6. So that's 3 over par, which is...
It's 3 over par, but we'll see when the table comes up, he is still second and still doing good on points. Unfortunately, Josh getting that timeout is going to pull him back a little bit, but London did have a timeout themselves earlier, meaning that it is going to be fairly neck and neck for this. We'll have to see how our points work out given the end of the round.
And Tom has perfectly set himself up. If he can just go across both boards, which he doesn't dropping down.
He doesn't, and it does fall into the water. I mean, he's going back to the start, which
Where he was last place. And I think he's now noticed the other board, meaning he will get
he
basically
gets a good shot, and that could be
just right next.
off of the ridge there. As Josh does come up and say hi, you know, he just pokes his little head there, and then Paper comes on down, just, you know, try and go through, possibly on the same, maybe one or more, less or more hits, as we all go in, and then we see the leaderboard as Paper and Otin still fighting out for top spot. There is close points for everyone.
It is. We're about halfway through, and it is still close, surprisingly.
Surprisingly close, given the last couple of rounds, and then we see a miss shot there from Tom.
And Matt.
And Matt, so they both fall off. So again, that is a case where they're both falling off, so it's quite good for both teams here. As you see, two of the London balls stuck at the start. Tom going up and falling down, going right into position where the hole is, giving him a bit of a rebuttal from where he was earlier to just go straight into the hole, and he does get it in. I thought he was going to fall short there.
Oh, I did. 100%. He looked like he was going just too slow to get into the hole. He had just enough. And now we're on with Matt, the last one.
Yeah, Matt, of course, you know, he hasn't had the best start. You know, he's again been up and down, back and forth, following this, getting on there. You know, he's now in third place. You know, so the points are still fairly evenly distributed. Of course, the two stragglers at the bottom are pulling their teams down, which means it's going to be up to these top players to kind of get lower and lower scores. We see we're scanning up the map here, trying to see where to go, and there is an up and a down mechanism. And we've seen the leaderboard just to check out and scout, and see that, you know, it is all to go for still in this point in the game. As we see Phil, Josh and Matt coming through the Staffs London account, just sitting there. Phil pokes his head in straight away from that hole, getting a knock there from,
that was unlucky,
believe was Paper. And then Josh gets knocked into the hole, but then it's a battle back and forth with his own ball to get through, but we do see a par there. So that's going to, you know, pull him up a little bit, meaning he is fourth and not dead bottom, and, you know, the numbers are close. It's like 27 to 26.
This is, I think, a way better, closer match than the one we had earlier. Surprisingly.
It is way closer. Of course, the last one, you know, it started off with, you know, London were dominating, and then, you know, Stoke via Phil came through and just, you know, like, hey, let's finish top. And, you know, we apparently voided that because of disqualification in points. But whatever, we'll take that. We're the real people's winners. Phil was our winner. Phil's our champion. And of course, Tom now struggling behind. We did have a really good start.
Sadly did get a bit of a bad bounce from the corner piece, which sadly put him back down here, and he's hit the same piece again.
Yeah, that is the thing with these ramps. Because you're going up the ramp, you can't see what's the other end. If you hit too softly, you know, thinking, oh, I went too hard last time, I'll just go a little bit softer. You've hit in softer, and then you've not hit to the point where I'd be hitting the right side of the corner this time, getting that right power, coming onto another downward ramp, which everyone likes a bit more because you can see where you're going, and opting to hit straight into a corner. I believe actually this.
He was trying to trick shot it into the flag area, potentially hoping to bounce in without having to worry about an extra stroke. But he is still fourth. That is brilliant.
That is fourth, and we have, I believe that was actually Phil, because it has the hat on it, which did drop him down to third, which is a bit disgruntling for our leaderboard status. But I have to see if that can push any further, as all the players are kind of congregating around this one curve where they failed to get up. But then Josh is pushed up by a deflected ball before it rolls back down again, and Tom can comfortably just go over onto the corner and gets a nice clean sight of that hole there. This is the sort of thing you'd like to see, when you hit it just perfectly and you're right in line with the hole. So even, you know, if you tap it just the right amount on a ramp, you're going to go in anyway. Josh falling down underneath and having to work all the way around again just to get back to that hole, which again, with these holes, if you fall through the floor, you're starting again, and that's horrible, especially in this sort of gameplay where it's based on your points.
But it's still a really look like in Staff's uni Stoke dominated leaderboard.
Yeah, so we have Phil and Tom sitting comfortably in third and fourth. Of course, London naturally are having points ahead because they are both in first and second, but this could easily turn around coming into later holes, as hole 10 is one of those ones where you have to go back on yourself, and it's based on the path of what you choose. We see Tom is going down to this path, you know, on the, I believe there's a left-hand side, unless we are reversed on this screen, and he's just opting to look around, scout the area, and I believe there's a gap here, so he has to aim it just perfectly, and he does get it through. He's on the other side, doesn't hit the angle correct.
And Staffs London just overdid the power ever so slightly.
Yeah, Staffs London is really drawing it back, but then the fall down from Tom means he's going to be sent back to that small area of the green. It's not too far away from the hole, so he's just got to hit that ditch right, and he does hit it. Does he roll in? He does. Oh, he dips and turns, and he goes in there. As you said, a perfect little shot there. You know, that little wobble of like, oh, it's going over the hole, it's going under the, it's going around the hole, and then it goes in. It's so satisfying when you see that, especially when it's like, you're screaming because it doesn't go in first time. As Paper is kind of hovering around the back here, having to scout out the area, see if there's any wrong shots they can do, but they get the right run out of all the wrong opportunities, and they, you know, spins around, drops in, and we're getting closer and closer to a neck and neck. It's like we're all in the high 30s, low 40s, you know, and these other players, you know, straggling at the bottom, but you know, not the worst because not too far behind.
Oh, and that was a potential hole-in-one shot, but everyone just seems to be just without too little power, except for, I think it was Phil.
Yeah, as I was saying in like the first round with this Golf for Your Friends, on these ones where it's got like the decanters, where it starts at the top of a point and then curves down on the ramps, if you hit it at the right spot and you catch the rail, you go right up and you can follow it, and that's amazing. But if you catch the sides or like at a really small angle on the wrong speed, it dips and curves, and then you're in a really unfortunate position. As you see the rebound off the wall there for another unfortunate position for Josh, meaning he's going to be sent back to that spot. He knows the power now roughly, so he can go for that again, and he does get it, and he does just survive on the last square there. Meaning he's a shot away, but you know, we take those.
Yeah. And surprisingly, Tom is now in third. That has surprised me.
Yeah, Tom pulling it back from his record of last game, showing, you know, I have the big guns now. Yeah, so hopefully they do well, as Josh does go straight up that ramp, whereas the other players opting to go the other way, all of them thinking, hey, you know, you can go the other path, aiming for those cannons, I believe, to try and get straight into them. And we're going to be shot to the other side of the island. I believe this is Tom. No, it is Phil, who just missed the cannon, but gets nudged in by the London ball, meaning he's going to be closer to the hole, which is very great. You know, I love shots like that, when you think you're going to go bad, and then it's like, hey, I'm getting knocked in by the opponents. That's really good. I've had a couple where I've like got a hole in one because I've fallen short, and when a roll hadn't finished, and my opponent just smacked me in. As you see, Phil here does go and get that par. Luckily, because of that mistake, I guess you could call it, is it a mistake because it's RNG or like deflections?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a mistake, I'd just call it just luck. A bit of luck. But it's also good luck, because, well, it's helped us get at least a bit closer to winning, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a bit closer to winning, you know, it got us in that par. Josh straggling back here, but it gets a really nice shot, and it does curve around and does fail to get into that little box where the hole is, you know, so just nudge it. So he's 9 strokes, you know, 5 over par, but you know, he's going well at the bottom there, and we see Phil on top again, so Phil could be the people's champion again, people's champion of golf.
Yes. To be honest, all our staff members are our champions at heart, because, well, there are lecturers. They're here at Stoke, not down in London.
Yeah, they're repping the Stampede, the Ducks up here, and talking about Ducks, we are on a map where they are required to actually hit the water, or if not, they have to go over that massive ramp in the middle, so they're just swimming on through. They've got to bounce at the right time to not get kicked out, and they land, and then we see Josh and Phil, 2 best friends in real life, sat beside each other in golf, and they go right over, and as Josh lands in this dip with Phil not too far behind, so in a perfect position, as they get the hit right, they're going to go up that ramp and in the hole.
All our players are actually in the same spot now. It's oh, come on.
That was amazing.
That was amazing.
Golf claps all around there for Phil.
Perfect shot.
That was like perfect. There was no like rebounds. There was no like rollbacks. That went straight in the hole.
Whoever's playing in Staff London, I feel sorry for.
Yeah, Staff London. Of course, they were a neck and neck between them and Phil last round to try and steal that top space. As Paper launches over, and Staff Uni London is just sitting there comfortably. It goes right over the ramp. Paper getting onto the ramp by jumping over the edge there, and of course they both have timed out, I believe.
Yes.
Which is great there for our players, as Phil will take the top, and that will add more points to the toll of our opponents. As we see that they are starting on this next hole, and they're just pushing and pushing, all the players launching off and down, having to work out what part of the ramp I go down. They're scouting out, because sometimes these maps like to trick you. They give you an obvious path, but when you look back at it, it's like, oh, the obvious path is the one I wasn't supposed to take. So I have to see if this is one of those, as Phil
or even more difficult, or even the most obvious, it's also more difficult.
That is true.
That is like most times could be what it is. Like this one. Look at this one. It just decides to go, I am not going to be a floor anymore.
Oh, it's got a moving floor, and these levels, you've got to aim it perfectly. Hope you get a jump. And Phil does get a nice... Oh, he does glitch out. He did not jump at the right time. He's got to do it, but and he does get across, and he does go straight in there, and he does glitch out of the map.
As a duck.
Oh, but he does jump through the map again, and he does get it. That is an amazing glitch there by Phil. And Matt obviously can't take a boost of that same glitch, and it's going to fall off
I'm
the
surprised,
map.
like how how much London are loving the water at the moment. I thought they were concrete.
Yeah, well,
apart from one river.
They have got the Thames, but we have the Trent, so...
Yes, that's a bit better.
Yeah.
They're not London on Thames. We're Stoke on Trent. Our name is better.
We have got the better name, but in golf, all is fair in golf and war. So I have to see, as Phil and Matt are taking up the table, with Cave, Tom, not too far behind, meaning we have got statistically the higher percentage of players in the top half there. And we see all the players going straight down this curve, and it seems to be if you hit it the wrong way, you always roll back to where you started. Phil often takes his time to scout the map, but does hit that water there, revealing his little goose. And, sending it back to start, which could be a detriment to his points if the London campus had done it again, but Phil has gone and hit in that side again, and Phil is going for the same mistake over again, forced to take this middle path. And we see there Staffordshire London is possibly suggesting that they have lost this round. Have to see how it goes, as Phil is
inching his way down,
diligently approaching the hole.
Oh, perfect little shortcut right there.
There's a shortcut. If he gets it right, he does get it. Does he deflect off? And he does manage to land on the wooden beam. And will we glitch out if we land on this beam? He does survive on the beam. And this is a nice little shot if he can get it perfectly. He hits the wall, he bounces, and he
sets
just misses
perfect. He's set up though perfect. There you go.
He is set up perfectly. 4 over par with 6 seconds left on the clock. Cause that that saved him 7 points there.
Oh, 100%.
Still putting him on the top. And we have, hopefully, that is enough of those 7 points will keep us up. We see our players that are being yeeted across the map, trying to get that top of it, and Phil gets straight onto the top, giving him a very clear path of what to come.
Same with Matt and I think another one of our London lecturers.
Yeah, Matt and Paper are 2 of our London lecturers. As we see, Phil gets that clear shot, and there is a slight incline. And one thing that every Golf With Your Friends player hates is a slight incline. Never know what's above it, never know what's around it. Phil overcomes it, gets a par, and just showing how good he is at this game. I think we should have a passing of the guard from Phil to Maddie of the best player of Stoke.
Yes.
Golf With Your Friends.
He has
Tom getting par as well.
We heard Maddie was brilliant at it, but look at Phil. He's just annihilating everyone.
Phil is annihilating everyone, and our Stoke campus lecturers are taking the lead still, both on the table and with their numbers. And unfortunately, we see a knockoff there, meaning that there's going to be less time. We see a nice little achievement there, as they just missed the eye game. It could land on the beams, but they don't land on the beam to get that for. So this seems to be a very tactical aerial map. You have to get that angle just perfect to land in the eye.
That is true, and it potentially also goes to a tunnel tube, which takes you to a closer point to the hole.
Yes, and if not, it seems this waterbed does take you on a path roughly to get there. As you just see, as Tom has just missed the hole, landing in the water, and then Phil, is comfortably sitting, just by the side, and he's gonna, go on that water, get a little ride with his little goose. We have the ducks and swans today. Geese are the other birds. Really like. Go down to Hanley Park, you see all your geese. They like just try and steal your bread. I've had many instances of those geese, but this is golf, not geese. As we see, Phil has got a nice sight of that hole. If he can get it from here, he will be under par, and he does just nudge close, and he does get it. Can he get it one under par?
Yes, he does.
And I believe that is a birdie, for this
which
round.
is perfect for us. Seems to be birds in general. And Tom has sadly timed out.
Tom has timed out and plummeted, which could be a big detriment to the score for Stoke campus as we come into this big tentacle Cthulhu squid monster for the last hole, and it will come down to who gets it. Phil landing underwater, but can he bounce his way back to a green? This is coming down to what wins, and he does slowly bounce back towards it. He gets knocked by a tentacle though, which could be very, very big, and he gets knocked onto the green by a tentacle. And the game again giving some luck to our players. Josh getting knocked in by an opponent, Phil getting kept on the green by the scenery, but misses. But can he bounce back onto the green again from here? And I think that is all she wrote for the ball there. Knowing the angles again though, Phil can go up, and it's one of the worst holes you can get in this game. You have to get the curve perfect to try and guarantee you score it. Phil has got this all in his hands, and he does, and he gets it. He gets it in on a birdie on this hole.
Phil, the The man's champion.
Which could mean Phil, our people's champion, has just clutched it for the Stoke campus. We'll find out a point at the end. Hopefully our lovely production team are tallying up as we look at the scoreboards to liaise with our opponents.
One thing which I find with these holes is the closer you are, the better, because you don't have to worry about too much power or too little power.
That is true, but we see a lot of our players have timed out, which could be very bad, and we see a GG there from Staffordshire London, so we'll have to go and hope our lovely team will tally up these points for both us and London to see who is victorious in golf with our friends.
Union London did say that they think we won that one, so that is, hopefully, is true.
Hopefully that is true. They were saying that quite early on in the rounds, though, which means that, they're like, hey, you're doing really well in these rounds, we've got a few timeouts, but then our players start to time out more and more and more.
Yeah, near the end especially.
Yeah, which, it was towards the end, which is quite good because you're not getting those early point losses, but then back at the, you also got the fact that, hey, London were getting down because they were getting these tally drops, and you also got back and forth of our players were getting the penalties, their players were getting the penalties, there was players, missing by mere points to a birdie or a par, so it'll come down to those little tiny shavings of a point.
100%.
And hopefully Phil coming out on top again does push us.
And also Tom surprisingly did well this time. And wow, okay, we have been told we have won.
We have
30 points apparently. 30 points.
That is very big. So
I think we need to give a clap to us. Crew and
golf claps all around. Golf claps all
well
around.
Well done. 30 points. That is. I thought we would be closer.
100%. I thought it was going to come down to
one or
par.
two.
Yeah,
or 100%. It genuinely seemed with the amount of timeouts with them giving max strokes, I genuinely did think that. So 30 points, amazing.
Yeah, having such a big gap as well, in golf, every number counts, and having a gap that big, as you can see, to my side, a lot of our players and crew are celebrating because of that victory in golf, because it just goes to show to London, hey, you ought to veto the decision, we'll just win it again anyway.
That is true. We won last time, we won again. So, maybe third time the charm for London, but we're at the end.
Maybe.
So yeah. If London, you want to do it again, just tell us.
Yeah, London.
But not today. Not today.
Not today. We're all done for today. We're all worn out. And talking about worn out, we're going to pass you over to some lovely people so we can rest our throats and you can get some lovely voices in return.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you, James. And I think. Do you want to go a bit closer? You can go a bit closer and show if you want.
There's some text there that I don't think they can
see. Obviously, it's me, Cole, and Elliot here to.
Hello.
We're on the late night shift, but Josh wants to show other
camera. Nice one.
There was something previously written there. What did it say? Come on.
Yeah, what else did it say?
That cool, fantastic, great.
Oh, what's in the back though? What's in the back?
No, we're not reading out the back.
I wonder what's in the back.
Anyways, it's myself, Cole the Cheese Man,
hello,
and Mr. Flower Boy Elliot.
The real Flower Boy.
Obviously, we're coming to the end of our show, so we'll have a quick summary of how the day's gone. Elliot, why don't you do that for us?
We can start, So at the beginning, Stoke taking a few L's here and there. We did lose the league. We did lose our teamfight tactics. We did lose the Rocket League, but we did start putting it back. The Valorant game, extremely close, but an extremely eventful game. We of course took that back home. Maybe won golf twice. We got a free win from Garfield Kart, and of course as well, I'm missing one game, aren't I?
I believe you're forgetting the most important game of all.
Well, the Pokemon one.
Well, obviously Valorant as well.
I just talked about Valorant.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Oh, fair enough. Well,
I think the hours are getting to us.
Yeah, it's definitely ending in the late shift, the late night shift for us. But yeah, I honestly thought you'd forgotten Valorant then, and I would have been heartbroken.
I would never forget about
me
Valorant.
and Cole putting in an absolute shift.
You cannot deny that.
Valorant, you say that, but the boys, they put in a good, really good performance.
They put in some amazing performances.
The boys put in a performance, and me and Cole provided you with some nice hearing bliss of lovely casting. We try and do our best. But
it was amazing. It was good casting. I do rate it.
Thank you.
I do rate it.
I think it's a fair comment to say that all our talent. So
absolutely.
Everyone involved in talent
100%.
today, you've been absolutely brilliant. Obviously, I think it's time we do a few thank yous.
Yeah.
Obviously,
absolutely. Yeah.
I'll run a few off. So obviously, thank you to all our talent team. That's not including myself. So we have Cole, obviously Elliot, we've had James and Connor, just do Golf with Friends, as well as the lovely LMAO Lottie, who's a little bit tired.
Very tired.
And also Tommy, who disappeared a bit earlier on. I obviously want to say thank you to our wonderful production team. Obviously, you haven't seen those guys. You saw Ben a bit earlier.
They're
Ben
all
also
over
did a
this
little bit
side.
of
Of course, you got
They're
to
all
thank-
on this side.
But
You can't
production,
see 'em.
you guys have been absolutely great today. Obviously, as
Yeah.
well, we have to shout out the main man, Benito. Benito made a lot of the stuff you saw during our ad break. So big round of
Top
applause.
dog.
And thank you for
Top man.
Benito. He done absolutely brilliant. Obviously, as well, have to say thank you to the wonderful lecturers for their contributions.
Yeah.
These
Not
beautiful
only as
people,
players,
these
golf.
people. Look at him, absolute sexy man.
not
Look at
only
him
as
right there.
players, but
Look at
also
him.
allowing us
There's
this
some more.
opportunity.
That one. That one.
There's one right here
Those
as well.
two.
We have
Those
to-
two as well, yeah.
We have to say thank you to London, of course. Radislav in the back,
Ah.
chilling out whilst he does. There he is. Well done, boy.
Hello.
But yeah, overall, we want to thank you guys as well for checking it out. Thank you, London, for taking part and giving us. Although, it looked a bit less even at the start, I think overall the day ended pretty well for both of us. A very even showing between both sides. Obviously, confirmation, London did win 5-3 across the day, but we won the game that mattered most.
Yeah.
Obviously, Matt
Oh,
as well.
absolutely.
We forgot about Matt. Thank
Hello,
you, Matt,
Matt.
for helping
Matt.
out
Come on here,
with
come
the
on.
event
Oh,
today.
what a
Well done,
guy.
Matt. Thank you. A lot of people...
Oh.
Oh, go on, Matt.
Go
Say
on,
something.
Matt.
Go on.
Hey, how we doing? How we
Oh,
doing?
I-
How we feeling?
It's great having you on, Matt.
I've
'cause-
been in the other room the whole day.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
has. Matt and Benito have
Behind the
mainly
scenes
been
man.
Yeah.
working behind the scenes, communicating with the folks over in London. I'll name a few people on production because I feel bad. Aaron, thank you for the graphics. Mentioned that earlier.
Hey.
Joel, the main man, has been at that vision mix all day long and he's put in a great shift. Well done, Joel. Obviously, Rockass and Luke as well on the audio. And there's the main man, Benito. Benito, do you want to say something?
Benito.
Come on. You
Come
take
on.
this.
Have
It's
these.
my boss.
You're taking them. Okay.
Hello. Oh,
This is him.
all right. What I want to say was, I think that was a great day. I had fun. I know the team here had a lot of fun. I think it is a great thing moving forward, and I had a great time. All right.
I like this angle. It's cute.
Shout out to Harry, who I was liaising with London. Great guy.
Shout out. Nice.
Yeah, shout out. Yeah.
And it's so wow.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Yeah. You are very handsome. Man.
It's the sleep deprivation.
It's it is the sleep deprivation.
To be fair, the
That's
amount
what
of crazy we've had.
It's definitely been a
I've lost a lot of weight. That was fun. Yeah, I know. Anyways, kind of. No, I'm good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like your iPad.
Yeah, you can have this back.
My snazzy iPad. There we go. Me and Flower are back now. Right. I'm trying to think. Have we missed anyone off for the thank yous? Oh, I mean, I did say Ben earlier, but we'll thank Ben a second
do a
time.
bigger one.
I said
Come on.
thank
An
Ben,
even bigger
obviously,
one.
head of production, doing everything inside of production. Thank you, Ben. Benito.
Taking a seat over there for the first time.
He also, you got in front of the camera, Ben, something we don't see you do too often, but did an absolute great job. I mean, yeah, Brandon, of course, as well. Brandon's not here, but did help out on production when Ben was doing some casting and obviously made a lot of the graphics. So, obviously, you saw of those throughout the day. So, big shout out to Brandon.
Yeah.
You what? We've done stuff.
Yeah, we've done stuff,
Obviously,
of
our
course,
players
yeah.
as well. I think I'm just trying to list off anything I can remember at this point.
Dungo's Jog, tough game.
Oh, yeah, of course, Mr. Dungo's Gog. We've got the Psyducks, the Monkey. I've also got the two monkeys here as well.
The under
There's
your
one.
ass. Why the under
They're
your
both. They're all just chilling. He's not really been involved in this, but thanks to him as well. I think we're just listing
we
off
should,
yeah.
ways to kind of end this
All the
quite
mums
nicely.
for watching. A lot
All
of
the mums,
All
Aaron's
the mums,
mum,
yeah,
my mum,
amen.
Lottie's mum, everyone's mum. Thanks, thank you,
Your
everyone's
mum's mum.
Big up Lottie's mum. Big up Lottie's mum.
Yeah.
Lottie putting in a great shift today, doing a bit of observing, bit of casting, bit of everything.
Very good.
And yeah, obviously, I'll say this. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you for the opportunity to do this. Obviously, as us as students, this is a great opportunity for us to get involved and show off our talents. A lot of us, aspiring to do some of this stuff in industry. A lot of us, well, actually, I think pretty much all of us inside of production are aiming to do something along these lines in the industry. So it's definitely an interesting one and definitely a great way, an opportunity for us to get involved in these smaller events to put us on the ladder. But I think with
Absolutely. I think there's one more thing, Nathan.
what are you going to say, Cole?
And it's a thanks to you.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Absolutely. Out of everyone,
Thank you
missed
very
the one,
much.
One guy.
I mean, I was trying to be humble, but
No way. Not allowed.
What does this say, Lottie?
Top.
Up the staff.
Up the staff.
Up the staff.
Up the ducks.
Up the ducks.
Up the ducks. And with that, I think, you know what? I think up the ducks is a great way to put it. We'll see you next time, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching.